I'd like to call the special meeting of the City Council Public Finance Authority to order. Please note, Councilman Burns has submitted a notice into absence to tonight's meeting pursuant to resolution number 2001-54. City Attorney Gates has also requested permission to be absent pursuant to City Charter Section 309D, and Acting Chief Assistant City Attorney Paul D'Alessandro was attending on tonight's meeting in his place. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Here.
Councilmember Mosher.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark.
Here.
Mayor Strickland.
Here.
Councilmember McKeon.
Here.
Councilmember Bolton.
Here. Madam
present.
Clerk, if I may, I'm going to step away from the meeting at 6:30 to go across the street to back to school night for my kid, but I will return.
Okay,
Okay,
very
thanks.
good, thank you.
And with that, the Pledge of Allegiance today will be led by Assistant City Manager Travis Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Please place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Invocation will be done by Chaplain Bob Ewing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to, bow with me, please. Almighty God, we come into your presence with grateful hearts. We are thankful for our great nation and the freedoms we have. We are thankful for the men and women who have fought for those freedoms we hold so dearly. Thank you for our city and those who lead us. I pray that as our city council deliberates tonight, that you would grant them the wisdom needed to make decisions that will impact us. I pray the same for those members of our city staff as they advise our council. I thank you for the freedom to offer opinions about city matters. May all who offer them do so with respect and courtesy. God, this city is a great city, and we have so much to offer both our citizens and our visitors. Be with us tonight as decisions are made that will impact all. And lastly, Father, I thank you for our public safety agencies. I pray your blessing of protection upon the men and women who serve in police, fire, and marine safety. In your most holy name I pray. Amen.
Amen. City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications at this time?
For tonight's item, administrative item number 3, we received approximately 46 emails, 40 of which were uploaded into the item by the filing deadline this morning. That's it.
Thank you. Members, we're going to administrative item number 2 on our agenda, and it's presentation from the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee consists of myself, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and Councilman Burns, as was stated before, the Councilman Burns is not here, so it'll be a presentation by myself and Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark. So over the past couple months, the Charter Council Ad Hoc Committee met to discuss items to be contemplated by the larger council for consideration for the March ballot. This was done at the City Council's direction based on the City Council vote that occurred in June of this year. The Ad Hoc Committee first reviewed the 2022 ballot proposals, Measure L, M, and N. After reviewing and some discussion, the Ad Hoc Committee saw that some of the ideas from the 2002 made sense to include in the current proposals for the March 2024 election. Those will be discussed along with other proposals brought forward by the Ad Hoc Committee and other proposals suggested by council members at a council meeting in July. We want to give the public an explanation to what the proposals meant and the goals of the Ad Hoc Committee. And for those reasons, we're going to go forward on some of the proposals that came forward in the Ad Hoc Committee. First one will be done by myself. It's the voter ID initiative. The voter ID, this suggestion by the committee was meant to align with the county's current process for in-voting person. That is, before entering the voting booth, each voter is asked his or her name and address for verification. The idea for the proposal is simply require voters to show ID at the same time they're asked for their name and address. This idea is not to suggest the city take on the entire of its own election, but rather to merge into and enhance the current county practice of verifying voters. The ROV, to this date, has not weighed in on whether they will go along or ask us to do it on our own, and they refuse to say whether we're going to take a position on the issue at all. However, it's important to understand and note that Santa Ana is also working to change their municipal elections to include non-citizens and felons being able to vote in their city. The ROV will see how these measures come forward and likely decide whether they're going to work with us or not. But in the instances, if they don't do what exactly we would like to and work with the county, it's been estimated by staff that it would cost a total of $1.1 million if we had to do everything from A to Z in the election process, which again is not the goal of the Ad Hoc Committee, and we will see how this transpires both here in Huntington Beach and Santa Ana. Addition to the proposal is polling locations. This suggestion of 20 new residential locations by the committee was meant to only add in-person voting opportunities. Many voters have complained that since the proliferation of mail-in voting, physical in-person polling locations have disappeared, thereby forcing them to mail in their vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Again, I did have raised objections to staff before the meeting that this position was happening prior to public comment because I have questions on this presentation because you state many voters have complained. Who? There's no evidence. There's no subnote. There's no CPRA request showing that. So I have concerns about this, like a report coming from this council stating things that aren't backed up with any
I'll
evidence.
tell you, Councilman, I will tell you, I've had many in-person
The last
people
time you
talk to me.
said this, you said I had hundreds of emails. The Voice
No,
of OC,
I didn't say emails.
Not on this issue.
I didn't say
on
emails.
something else, you said you had hundreds of emails coming in talking about a topic. The Voice of OC CPRA'd those emails. So you either lied to us or you lied to the CPRA request.
That's wrong. And Councilman, just because you don't travel and do a lot of events in the community,
Oh, yeah.
and I do, doesn't mean when someone verbally says something, the whole community doesn't send an email. When you're out in the community,
Zero emails.
people,
No one
okay.
has sent an email.
All right. Well, again, please let us finish this presentation, and then we're getting into the items where we're going to debate each one of these items.
Sure, but you're giving a presentation before public comment. This is the
And
issue of
again,
doing
this is a presentation done by the Ad Hoc Committee, and the Ad Hoc Committee, we've heard plenty of people.
Stating a fact.
Hold on. We've heard plenty of people come in and talk about their views. Give us an opportunity to explain what our goals were with the Ad Hoc Committee, and then you can then debate and say that you don't agree.
that I don't agree is that you're stating things as a fact with no evidence to back them up.
Okay, well, okay. And I'll tell you, Ron Brown right there, he's one that actually told me verbally, right there, told me verbally.
Rick Brown?
Rick Brown, sorry. And Palmer. There's been many people who have told me verbally.
Sure, in a city of 200,000 people, we got 3 hands. That sounds like it to me.
Okay, well, are you to say that the whole Huntington Beach is represented by just people in this audience?
I'm saying that we have received
I'm
0
asking.
emails. That's a false ask.
Okay.
The question I had was, you said many voters have complained. I have
Yeah.
received, as this council member, I've run through 2 elections. I was on the planning commission prior
Okay.
to. I have heard 0 people complain about needing more
Okay,
vote.
well, maybe your constituency doesn't think there's a problem.
But they're not sending it to all of city council.
Okay, fair enough.
And the last time somebody
Maybe they know ahead of time that you're not going to do anything about it.
Why would I not do anything about asking people to add
again,
voice voter?
we could go back and forth. Let us finish our presentation. Thank you. So the goal of the ad hoc committee was to increase in-person voting opportunities. Inquiries to the county register about logistical or support concerns for these proposed additional locations has been met with no objections. No response, but no objections either. Drop box monitoring, this suggestion is by the committee, was meant to build confidence in the drop box voting method. Currently, the county does not provide monitoring of the ballot box drop boxes, and with the stories and concerns seen in past elections, the committee suggests monitoring either by camera or whatever technology and or resources allow. This is not meant to discourage or replace mail-in voting and is not meant for the city to take on conducting these elections. In conclusion, 3 of the last 6 presidential elections, 50%, have had questions of the ultimate outcome of the results. The framework of our democracy is the trust. No, I'm talking. Did you hear? I said presidential. Yeah, I said 3 of the past 6 presidential elections. 3 of the last 6 presidential elections, 50% have been questioned by the ultimate outcome of the results. The framework of the democracy and trust in public. Hold on. Again, give us the same respect we give you. Everybody gets a chance. Everybody gets a chance to speak and allow us to make our presentation. Thank you. Also, election changes more. Let me go back. The framework of our democracy is the trust by the public in the election outcome and the election results. Election change has been happening for quite some time. An example, after the 2000 election in Florida, the hanging chads and the process of which the Florida did their elections moved away from that system and to build in more trust in the election results. This democracy does not work if people don't have faith and trust in the results. And so therefore, we believe as an ad hoc committee, this voter ID will bring in safeguards to our process of people having trust and faith in our election outcomes. Thank you. The next one is the city attorney, and that's going to be presented by Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark.
The proposals by Councilmember McKeon were presented at the City Council meeting in July of this year in response to the presentation that Mr. Gates gave at the City Council, outlining some of the concerns created between the role and the authority of City Council over legal matters in 2021 and 2022. To be clear, the suggested changes do not give the city attorney any new powers. The proposed changes only clarify the role of the city attorney. The suggested charter changes do the following. They strike the vague language in Section 304 that as a matter of law is presently inconsistent with the state law on the attorney-client relationship. The proposed modification to Section 304 clarifies the city attorney and the city council roles by relying on prevailing state law and the State Bar of California. For example, that the city attorney presents the city in all legal matters and proceedings, and that the city council, the board of the city corporation, make strategic legal decisions related to litigation and other legal matters. The proposed changes to Section 309 again clarify that the city attorney decides what resources the city's legal department needs to effectively represent the city in all legal matters. Similar to the Long Beach City Charter, This proposal makes clear that the elected city attorney is a designated attorney for the city by the people and therefore the exclusive legal counsel of the city as decided by the voters. The final proposal adds guardrails such as that the city attorney elected by the people is allowed to continue with the legal work of the city. There have been 2 instances in recent Huntington Beach history in which the city council essentially defunded the departments of other elected officials. It occurred in the elected treasurer's department in 2010, which was recently restored and rebuilt by the city council. And in 2012, before Mr. Gates was elected to office in 2014, the city council undertook to try to outsource the city attorney staff to a law firm, thereby defunding the elected city attorney's department. Protecting our elected city clerk, city treasurer, and city attorney departments from possible city council defunding is important. Finally, the changes to Section 309 make it clear that the city attorney is a protector of the city attorney client and the attorney work product privilege material unless there is a city council vote to disclose such material. This, too, is consistent with state law.
What state law?
These proposals are aimed at cleaner, better, more functional government. We'll now move on to the city
Clerk, go ahead.
to the city clerk. Qualifications currently for the city clerk. This suggestions by the committee was meant to increase the participation of our community in the city clerk's race. In the 2010 charter amendment, for the very first time in the city's history, required the clerk to have a bachelor's degree in business, public administration, or related. Yet, there is no such thing as a bachelor's degree in business. There is a bachelor's of science in business management or a bachelor's of science in business administration, but that is not what is currently spelled out in the charter. In fact, our current clerk does not have a bachelor's in business. She is under the related category. A review of our other city charters throughout California shows that no other city charter requires a 4-year college degree to run for city clerk. To be clear, no other city among California's 121 charter cities requires a 4-year degree. Moreover, beyond the 2 most recent clerks, there is no information to confirm that any previous city clerk had a 4-year degree. Because the city's educational requirement acts as a bar to participation by others in the community, and because such a requirement does not make sense to the city clerk position, and because Huntington Beach is an anomaly as the only city with such a requirement throughout the entire state of California, we recommend that you strike the specification as of to which bachelor degree.
And I would just like to add on this, I would just like to add on this one, it's really the ambiguous nature of the way the charter reads. It says the business administration and anything related. And so I think it's important to not have ambiguous language in our charter, that it doesn't leave it subjective to the clerk to decide what's related and what's not. It might be better, just in my opinion, just to say a 4-year degree or no degree. But the key is, I always think that it's up to the voters to decide who's qualified, who's not. But as someone comes to the clerk and says, I have a political science degree, I have a history degree, or I'm a career military soldier, I don't have a degree, but then it's ambiguous what's related, what's not. And I think it's important whether we do this this cycle or down the line, I think it's important to get rid of that ambiguous language, because I don't think it should be subjective. I think it should be absolute. Is it absolute that you can run for this office or not? So the next one is investigations of malfeasance. This proposal by Councilmember McKeon was presented at a council meeting in July of this year and was prompted by the presentation that Mr. Gates gave at the City Council outlining some of the concerns created by outside, quote, independent investigation requested by the 2020 City Council. The propriety of that investigation has been brought into question, and facilitating an investigation of an elected official by outside counsel or city staff is also inappropriate. Election officials are hired by the people of the city, and by virtue of that election, those elected officials, whether council members, city treasurer, city attorney, are not subjected to the city staff, nor should the elected officials emails or other materials be searched and read by city staff outside counsel hired by friendly city council members or friendly city managers. Investigations should be conducted done by outside agencies in order to remove any conflicts of interest and remove any potential for political wrongdoing or wrangling of misdeeds. This proposal is aimed to make sure it's a clear, fairer, better, and more functional government. The next one is the flags that'll be done by Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark.
This suggestion by the committee was meant to provide charter authority for the city's current flag flying policy. It provides exceptions for the Olympic flags and any other flag the city council votes to fly by unanimous consent. Biennial budget by Mayor Strickland is next.
Okay, the biannual budget is a two-year budget. It's something I've discussed many times at this dais. This suggestion by the committee was meant to make preparing the budget easier for staff, but also to build in more predictability and better planning for future expenses and opportunities to identify revenue streams. This is actually supported by our CFO, our in-house CFO, and it prevents, and I tried to do this in Sacramento, it prevents the spikings of up and down, and it's more predictable. And so therefore, we would like to do a two-year budget moving forward if we have the votes. So next is the clerk and treasurer election cycle. The suggestion was just simple by the committee that was meant to align the city clerk and treasurer elections with the city attorney during the gubernatorial cycle. The next one's the property tax real estate transaction. They'll be done by Gracie Vandermark.
This
All right, going back to the city clerk, this is supposed to explain why you did, there's no why in.
We are only reading the summary, we'll discuss
No,
after.
No, I understand.
okay.
Uh,
You're reading the summary, we all read the summary already, but
Yeah.
like, I want to know, the whole point of this was to understand why the
Well-
ad hoc committee put these on here. And you did a good explanation on some of the other ones, but
Yeah.
and towards the end
Well,
here, it just restates the issue.
The goal was to consolidate all the citywide elections into one election. That was the goal.
So why not just have
All the citywide elections, the clerk, the treasurer,
All the elected
and the
staff.
city attorney. And the city attorney.
why not just have all 7 of us stand for election at the same time?
Is that an amendment that you
No,
like
I'm
to put?
asking like under the same logic. I'm trying to understand the
No,
logic.
no, I understand.
I understand what you're trying to do. I don't know why.
Okay.
Why do you want to have all 3 staff members elected with the other 4 council members at the same time? There has to be a reason. You can't just wake up one day and say, you know what, we should have all 7 people elected at one time.
We thought it would be better to consolidate it, and we'll debate it.
What is
If
better?
it's-
Better for what?
Debating it?
Why?
Because, because people are all voting, and we decided that we thought it would be good to consolidate.
So instead of having 5 people in every 2 years and 5 people in the next 2 years and 5 people, we're going to have 3 and 7 people? You said yourself when the ballot gets too long, people stop voting. So I'm just trying to understand the why for this other than just we think so.
Okay, well, that was reported out of the committee, and we'll discuss it more down when we get back to the discussion items. So,
Property tax and
property
real
tax.
estate transactions. This proposal by Councilman McKeon was presented at a council meeting in July of this year to address concerns that the city had engaged in real estate transactions or real estate-related transactions in 2020 to 2021, in which the taxpayers are estimated to forego approximately $500,000 in property tax revenue per year. The voters should decide whether transactions should be entered by the city, which property tax revenue is forgone. Next, I'll read Measure C update. The suggestion by the committee is borrowed from the 2022 charter proposals and is meant to update Measure C to be more flexible and permissible for park and beach improvements, such as improving an upgraded restroom or installing new playground equipment, making repairs to playground equipment, improvements to playground equipment, and the like. When Measure C passed many years ago, it was citizen-driven ballot initiative. It was not drafted by the city staff and approved by the city council for the ballot. As such, reading and interpreting Measure C has always presented challenges. Measure C, based on previous interpretations, is highly restricted and ties the hands of the city to keep our parks and beaches children-friendly and safe and aesthetically pleasing.
The last one is the cancellation of meetings. This suggestion by the committee is borrowed from the 2022 charter proposals, which makes sense to cancel meetings if needed in a proper, orderly, and efficient way. An example, and I think it's actually a good example, in our charter it says that we meet on Monday nights. Clearly, previous council decided that we're not meeting on Monday nights and we're meeting on Tuesdays, obviously. my guess is the mayor and the city manager reached out to each one of the council members at that time. And look, none of these council seats are full-time positions. And some of the people at this dais have work schedules. And my guess is they moved from Monday to Tuesday to accommodate the council members, but also probably the community. Some of the community probably didn't like the Monday nights. So this would just, this measure is just a cleanup measure that says that the mayor and that they would be able to work with the council and by way of reference, which we're already out of compliance on Monday nights because it says in the charter that we meet Monday nights, and it gives us that ability. So that was the goal and context of that amendment. So with that, going to public comments, City Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, we do. We have 25 signed up to speak. I'm going to call the first group of 10. Please come down to both podiums. And just for reference, anyone that didn't sign up to speak a second time on our sheet tonight, we're just going to keep the sheets handy, and whoever wants to come and provide follow-up comments, we'll have your name on the sheet already, so don't worry about it. Okay, Barbara Shapiro, Shirley Detloff, Shammy D, Buzz McCord, Betty Kane or Connie, sorry, Wendy Rincon, Linda Moon, Tim Geddes, Andrew Einhorn, Ms. Reed.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Barbara. I'm a Huntington Beach homeowner, and I'm here to express my opposition to all the charter amendments. Strickland, Gracie, Burns, and McKeon all campaigned on no changes to the city charter, but lied to us. Why would you put disingenuous politicians in charge of elections? The mayor refuses to follow Robert's Rules of Order to run a simple council meeting. I shudder to think how he would run an election. He couldn't even follow an agenda last week to discuss public input. He told us not to believe the words written on the agenda. Would you buy a used car from this man? While supporters argue that voter ID laws are necessary to prevent voter fraud, reality tells a different story. On the surface, this might seem sensible. What's the harm in asking for a photo ID? According to numerous nationwide studies, it is more likely that an American will be struck by lightning than he will be to impersonate another voter at the polls. Voter ID laws serve only one purpose: to promote voter suppression. Voter ID
10 seconds.
is a dog whistle designed to provoke and confuse voters. The people of Huntington Beach know a con when they see one.
Thank you.
You were elected.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Strickland and members of the council. My name is Shirley Detloff, and I've been a resident of this city since 1964. I'd hoped that I would not have to be here this evening, as I had hoped that after all of the bad publicity we have received as a city, especially the Orange County Register's editorial and the testimony from your constituents last week, would have given you the courage to decide that it was not in the best interest of the city and the people you serve to have an election and the proposed charter amendments. I had hoped that we could move away from the chaos so many of your proposals have brought forth and see a council function as a true governing body. Once again, you will be told over and over again why the election is not in the interest of the city, and many people will disagree with what you are preparing, and maybe just as important, the way this is being done. I served on a charter revision committee, and I know that it has not always been a committee. It has always been a committee of citizens. The meetings were conducted with a consultant, very knowledgeable in charters, and we always had legal representation to show us whether we were staying within the law and whether We as citizens felt they were important enough to change the charter.
5
Then they went to
seconds.
the council, and then on to the citizens for a vote. It is not too late
Thank-
to change
thank you.
course.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello? Okay. I'm here tonight. My name's Shammy D. And I'm here tonight to talk about the city's out-of-control city attorney and the new council members. We have 4 new council members, each with less than a year's experience, who decided to take our more than 100-year-old foundational document, the city charter, and just off the cuff decide to make changes. Changes that change every week, changes that they only started thinking about in June. Nobody has no idea this week if there's going to be yet another charter change. So at first, I thought, well, they're just young and inexperienced. They're flying by the seat of their pants. Then bad things started to happen. We found out we were going to pay all this money to the air show. There was housing, a big loss in the housing thing. There was a last-minute budget deficit. And, it was obvious the inexperience was really taking over. If you just look at the budget deficit, we started out in a meeting in early June where there was a $7 million budget deficit. And so there needed to be a change. The next thing we know, there's a proposal to cut
10
tons of
seconds.
popular city services. At this point, we've got the charter, and the new council is just rolling its dice,
Thank
throwing
you.
mud against the wall.
Thanks for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Betty Caney, a 40-plus year resident. I have a very simple, straightforward, and actionable solution to this issue. Just drop it. Cut bait. Quit while you're ahead. Swallow your pride and admit that you grossly misjudged the city's appetite for wholesale charter change. You really jumped the shark with these 11 initiatives stuffed into 3 sweet and sour dumplings, each with its own poison pill buried inside. We are not buying it. You openly admit that these could not survive the public scrutiny of the November general election. This fever-pitched rush to the altar, this shotgun wedding rush to the March primary with its meager voter turnout is shameful. As satisfying as such a tricked, forced nuptial may be, it will end in a bitter and exceedingly expensive divorce, the butcher's bill for establishing our own proprietary election mechanism, and the raft of lawsuits that will surely follow will live to haunt you. Spare us, and spare yourself the national ridicule that has already emerged due to your penchant for culture wars. Drop every one of these ill-conceived proposals and get back to the real job of serving, not exploiting this community. Do something useful tonight. Vote each of these proposals down, right here, right now, and we can all just go home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
You all talk about running the city like a business, but what I see in these charter amendments is a wasteful Vegas binge with total lack of accountability. Your waste starts with an unneeded rush to March. That cost, we do know, $20 per voter. Amendment number 1, the county has a long history of running conservative professional elections, but you want to take over the elections with no prior experience. What could possibly go wrong? And what's that going to cost? Monitor drop boxes. How many boxes? Round the clock? Hire private security for days, weeks? Or is it your plan for me to pay for a communist Chinese AI-style surveillance system to watch everybody near the box? And what's that going to cost? You are already charging me more to jack your lawyer friend's salary and hire more lawyers. But your amendment requires 6 council votes, Gracie. That's a change. To fix anything if the newly independent lawyers go off the rails. And what's that going to cost? Your amendments are a rushed, wasteful spending spree on my dollar. No to charter amendments. And if I have a second, I say to the idea of broadening, loosening up the requirements for city clerk, I'd like to be able to do brain surgery at Praisewell.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Wendy Rencon. Hanging chads, I really didn't think in 2023 we would talk about hanging chads, but here we are. 50% of people think that the last 3 presidential elections were fraudulent. I disagree. The qualifications for Attorney Gates' wife, is that why the changes were trying to be made? Secondly, you and I had a little tete-a-tete last week, and you said that we were not supposed to speak beforehand for 3 minutes. However, let's play this, because that is exactly what you said. Well, it's not going to play them up, but I have it recorded. So you have not answered my questions either last week or this week, so you'll see me again in another 90 seconds, because when Councilmember Kalmick asks you a question, you're not articulating an answer. You're basically just saying, that's what we decided. We are not children here, and you're telling us, because I said so. That's not good enough. We want clear, articulate answers. I don't think we're asking you anything outside of the ordinary. When a question is asked, answer it. And don't just raise your voice, shout into your microphone, and say, because I said so. We deserve answers, clear ones.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
I'm Linda Moon, and I'm a 49-year resident of Huntington Beach. And I reviewed the staff memo and listened to your oral presentation attempting to clarify what the council is doing. What is ironically very clear is that it confirms that you are flying blind and that nothing is clear. Although it won't say so on the ballot, you say that you intend the county to continue to conduct municipal elections with just the addition of voter ID verification, ballot box monitoring, and additional polling places. But you have no idea whether the county would comply with that direction. If they won't, if the charter is amended, you will be required to go to city-run elections at tremendous cost. I was fortunate to hear Registrar of Voters Bob Page speak today. And he stated that he was remaining neutral in regard to the Huntington Beach Charter Amendment election, and that he had declined requests for presentations to the council by the city clerk and requests for opinions by the city attorney. He stated that in the event that the voters approve the amendments, the County Board of Supervisors will determine how the Registrar of Voters will proceed. So essentially, you are passing the buck to the Board of Supervisors and leaving the voters to be stuck with the consequences.
10 seconds.
As for clarifying the role of the city attorney, you say that you're only stating what is currently the law, but that is the law as interpreted by the city attorney whom it will affect. The council is operating blind and is hoping to keep the voters in the same condition.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Andy Einhorn, Huntington Beach. I strongly disagree with your proposed changes to the city charter and the allocation of $1.2 million towards these unnecessary initiatives. It's imperative that you refrain from interfering with local elections, as this is beyond the scope of your expertise and an unnecessary burden on our finances. Our current Orange County Registrar of Voters is highly competent, and there is no need to interfere with a system that is already functioning effectively. Furthermore, I would urge you not to tamper with important symbols like the pride flag or lower the standards of the city clerk for the sake of nepotism. Stick to your designated responsibilities, which include managing our streets, ensuring safety, addressing housing, fostering commerce, environmental standards, e-bikes, and promoting a united community. In conclusion, your proposed changes to the city charter will face staunch opposition from individuals in this room, and we intend to engage in this process in a respectful and a constructive manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tim Geddes, a 40-year resident with over 20 years involvement in local civic affairs. I've seen efforts to change or add to the city charter before, most of the time a bad idea when proposed by conservatives. This is no different. Last week, a big reason about 80% of the speakers were critical is that they thought they were being sold a pig in a poke. You know, something that is bought or accepted without knowing its value or seeing it first. In fact, you have tried to sell us a whole passel of pigs to hog the process doing it. That is not acceptable. So far, you have failed to justify both the expense and the content of your proposals. Where is the clamor in the community for any of these measures? Other than those generated by your MAGA minions with no independent views whatsoever, who just mouth your musings, there is none. Now is the halfway point of our little get-togethers, and we need to see tangible evidence, real facts and figures regarding expense and content. You can't just string us along and run out the clock.
10 seconds.
We don't want any of your pork products, especially when they are so confusingly concealed. No pig, no poke, no way.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Miss Reed. I taught U.S. history and civics for over 30 years, mainly in Huntington Beach. I've got a parent up there. I came to tell you, you need to sit in on a class or two with me. You, sir, need to look up the Rutherford B. Hayes election if you want to talk about that kind of thing. As to the changes that you wish to make, our Constitution was written on checks and balances. What you're doing is setting up another Hitler with it going to the city manager, who has managed in his time period here to get approximately 30% of the volunteers from the retired senior volunteer program to resign. Now, where we used to cover 5 days a week looking at homes, we get maybe 2. Why did we resign? Because we were forced to sign a waiver taking away all workman compensation rights. And for 3 years, we had to provide our own insurance to drive the cars that are less than good. Come join a class someday.
More speakers, thank you.
Yeah, the next 10, please come down to both podiums. Neil Custer, Amory Hansen, Bethany Webb, Kathy Ryder, Mary Kyle, David Reinerson, Ken Inoue, Meg Robinson, Brenda Glim, Roz Esposito.
Thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Neil. First, I want to say thank you to Linda Moon for giving us more information on how our elections would be run under this proposed charter changes than the ad hoc committee appears to have. It's embarrassing that public speakers are more educated on the consequences of the charter amendments than those proposing them. Last week, we heard about 30 speakers ask on their 90 seconds each, both times, a lot of questions about what things would cost, how these would be enacted. And so far in your presentation, we've got one figure of $1.1 million, which, to be honest, based on the consequences that people have listed for, if we do have to take on those election roles, really doesn't sound accurate. So I really hope, in the agenda, it says discussion of potential charter amendments proposed and opportunities to propose and discuss additional amendments. Hopefully your ability to prepare an agenda has it approved from last week, and we get some more information. But it's really, 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 really embarrassing that this is what our charter review process looks like. I was hoping we could do better, but apparently it's hard for you guys. I've half-assed worse reports than or better reports than that in school. I don't know. It's really, you guys can really step it up. I would like for this to actually be a
10
process
seconds.
and for you actually to listen and maybe listen to the community and what people are asking you to actually give them answers on instead of stonewalling and then we get a 4-3 vote. Don't waste our time. If it's going to go 4-3, just make it 4-3 now.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Bethany Webb, longtime Huntington Beach resident. When I was here last week, I asked for some documentation that would, I'm still hoping that you can show us anything that, numbers that you put together. Is there any proof of voter fraud? The answer is no. Neither accused or prosecuted voter fraud. It doesn't exist here. no one that is sensible is doubting the 2022 election, just so we can get that silliness off. And it shouldn't have even been brought up in a city council meeting. So asking a couple of things. Can we get some data? Like, that doesn't seem like that's radical. Can we get data? Like, you want to cost us a bunch of money. You want to have voter ID for a problem that doesn't exist. You know what problems exist? Figuring out what we're going to do with the intake center. We're running out of time on that. Homelessness is actually something that everybody in the community, in our city, Huntington Beach, wants us to work together to make sure we have an answer for. There's a problem that needs an answer. Let's stop getting answers for problems that don't exist. Thank you. Documentation, please.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
So as we asked last time, what problem are you trying to solve? As you heard from numerous people, there does not appear to be any problem with the elections. And yet, you say you hear from many, many people who doubt the elections. Since there's no evidence to show that there has been fraud in the elections, perhaps education of those people you're hearing from is the right move rather than changing the election. Second, the city attorney, if he is unaccountable to the city council and is the sole attorney that the city can use, what are you going to do if there's a problem with the city attorney, any sort of malfeasance with the city attorney? You don't have a solution for that. You've basically handcuffed yourselves, which is exactly the reason the prior council went to outside counsel at one time. Nevertheless, we've asked you over and over again, what problem are you solving? You don't articulate problems, you just say, we want to do this. That is not a good reason. You were not elected dictator. You were elected council member. You are to be representing the members of the community, and you're hearing from the members of the community that they don't like what you're proposing, yet you just keep slamming right on ahead. This supposedly is a
10 seconds.
This supposedly is supposed to be a process and an exchange of ideas going back and forth. I see no evidence that you have listened to or heard anything that has been said to you in the last 3 sessions.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Kathy Ryder, voter in residence in Huntington since 1985. I attended the June 20 City Council budget meeting and was wondering where I can actually find a final draft of the 23-24 budget, because I would like to have the opportunity as a taxpayer to view the actual budget cuts and examine the projected budget deficits. As I recall, since the actual approved budget is not readily available to the public, that large deficits were projected and that Huntington Beach residents should be prepared for major cuts to many city services. This is sort of like the mafia. Everything's a big secret. So what happened to your transparency and accountability that you ran on? And if these large deficits are inevitable, why in the world would the city charter ad hoc committee propose charter amendments with seemingly no regard for any future budget impact? I am confident that most in Huntington Beach want city services enhanced, and not wasted on costly election expenses or perhaps potential lawsuits. I also want to know what exactly is the purpose of these special called meetings for the proposed city charter amendments. Are these meetings just lip service to appease your big donors and supporters, to give the illusion of some kind of public input? And if that's the case, shame on you. And for goodness sakes, will the mayor make every attempt to do a much better job at running a meeting? I know high school student body presidents who could do better.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Mary Kyle. I'm a Huntington Beach resident, 25 years. I oppose all of the proposed charter amendments. With regards to the voter ID amendment, I heard the mayor's comments. I'm sorry, it sounds like wishful thinking, so until we have something really solid to go on, I'm going to proceed. This amendment would require Huntington Beach to take over and hold their own elections. This would essentially take a trusted, safe, secure election run by the OC Registrar of Voters and replace it with an election that would be rife with irregularities, confusion, voter suppression, and potentially fraud. How does this help us? So I will continue with the questions I have about the elections we will probably be running. Is ballot harvesting allowed? Where will those ballots be handed in? Is ballot harvesting allowed in campaign offices? Is in-person monitoring of drop boxes allowed? How you ensure that voters are not harassed at the drop box, such as monitors standing right next to the drop box or wearing political attire, or posting campaign signs close to the drop boxes, or copying voter license plates, think Arizona, or in any way intimidating voters or obstructing access to the drop box. Who will ultimately create and hold the Huntington Beach elections? Will it be an election board? How will members of the group be selected or appointed? What kind of ballot background checks will they undergo? How will vote audits be conducted?
10 seconds.
How will vote audits be conducted and by whom? Will they be done for every election like the OC registrar does, or do they have to be requested? Is there a threshold that automatically triggers a recount? I'll come back with more questions.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Brenda Glim, a citizen of Huntington Beach. There are a few changes within the charter amendment document that I saw that could make sense, but you nullified the entire document by adding right-wing white nationalist voting provisions. We spent years working to make Huntington Beach a beautiful, safe, inclusive place to live and visit, and you are tearing it down faster than a jackrabbit on a hot griddle. You come in with your swagger and sit at that podium looking at your phones, not listening to a word that is being said, treating us like we don't matter. In fact, I imagine what you're doing is texting each other things like, bam, ticked off the libs today. My question, why are you intentionally trying to destroy Huntington Beach? What's in it for you? Is it money? Is it fame? Is it a future in politics? Or just owning the libs? Know what? Most of us are just moderate-leaning citizens that want to live in a city that is safe and welcoming. And you and we will still be here when you and your racist, homophobic, fear-mongering butts are gone.
Thanks for being here.
You are just a tiny
Time's up.
Thank you.
Time's
Go
up.
ahead, Amory.
Time's up. Time's up.
Go ahead, Amory.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I rise today to express my support for an additional charter amendment. I urge the City Council to consider revising the city charter to require a special election in the event of a council vacancy, except when the councilman's term would soon expire and a general election would be held anyway to elect the vacator's successor. This amendment will allow for we, the people's voice to be heard, regardless of circumstances that may prevent a councilman from continuing to serve. With increasing public interest in our local government, it is important that we, the people, always be able to participate in electing our councilmen and other elected officials. I urge the council to consider adding this charter amendment to an election ballot. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much.
Meg Robinson, this council is really hedging its bet depending on the registrar of voters to save your butt. If they don't, let's look at some of the numbers. Initial setup, $664K to $858K, not a small chunk of change. Recurring each election, let's see here, $689K to $832K. Now, what if they totally turn us down and we have to run both elections? Well, that means our costs go up by 2. We have to run 2 elections, 1.6. I guess maybe primary it's okay to cheat on, I don't know. But $1.6 million. Now, if the B5 dreams come true, and I'll explain later why I'm calling you the B5, the costs are a lot less. Okay, but it still could cost us up to almost $500,000 to run these elections. But if we have to do 2, then we're almost up to $1 million again. And the reason I'm calling you the B5 is because I've never seen a boondoggle more than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable City Council members. My name is Kenny Noble. I'm a 50-year resident of Huntington Beach. I want to thank you for having these hearings, and I'd like to follow through on the promises that were made at the last meeting. Number one, there was a promise that we would have an accounting of what this new election process would cost, or the charter amendments. Meg kind of beat me to the punch. She had her numbers. I believe you said it was 1.2 million. I'd like to get an accounting of that so you can make a proper evaluation of all of the costs that are associated. Second of all, I requested a status of unrestricted reserves so we make an evaluation of what these changes might have on the financial impact of the city going forward. And I think more importantly, I think last time we agreed that the city attorney would give us a legal opinion on the legality of the charter amendments. I want to thank you for making that commitment to us, because I believe we need to have that information. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
I'm going to call the next group. I have Roz Esposito, didn't come up for round 1, but I do have her signed up for round 2. So Roz, if you're going to wait, that's fine, but you can come down now too. Harry McLaughlin, Andrew Goffey, Ann Palmer, TJ England, Steve Wells, Diane Lithgow, Cindy Mannion, Mary Martin, Jeannie Ferens, Catherine Goddard.
May I start?
Yeah, please. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
My name is TJ England. I'm a 55-year resident and homeowner of Huntington Beach. That young man used a phrase that stuck with me, we the people. All of us here are we the people. And I have some concerns. Starting in February, you barred the religious leaders from the Greater Interfaith Council from giving an invocation, I believe. Now, there's only, not we the people, but one person, the mayor, chooses who gives the invocation. I have a lot of pain, a lot of illness in my family, and I could use a prayer from an invocation from a rabbi. I would welcome one from a Muslim, from any religious holy man. I don't understand why one person, the mayor, chooses who gives the invocation now, not we the people. Censoring children's library books. We the people don't do it anymore. I understand it's supposed to go to the attorney, one person who has no specialized training
10
in
seconds.
choosing the books. And now you say that you want to change the day of the meetings, that the mayor, one person, will choose the day that we, people, meet.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. This is my first time here because I've been teaching late, and I'm really kind of appalled that because there's a one-person majority on this council, that so many things that have to do with discrimination are being presented here. And it's absolutely appalling. This is not Nazi Germany, and we the people have been making comments. I've been listening to them online, and this council is just ignoring them. So censoring of books, and one person is going to decide this. Monitoring drop boxes. Monitoring drop boxes is an invasion of privacy. I don't want people watching me. There is no problem in Orange County or in Huntington Beach with votes. There's no problem in Huntington Beach with IDs or voter fraud. So it's just absolutely appalling. And I'm not going to say I don't understand, because I understand completely that there's a power grab going on this council. And no matter what you all think you're going to do, it's going to be reversed when you're not here. But we are going to fight to make sure that it doesn't happen. Because yes, we the people, there is a majority here. There is a majority speaking to you all, and you're completely ignoring it.
10 seconds.
And that is not, thank you, what the United States is about. Though there are people here trying to change it, that is not what our Constitution is about, and it's not what California is about.
Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Yes, hi. My name is Jean Ferens, and I took a look at your summary, actually, before you proposed it. I actually got it offline, and I wanted to come prepared. And I'm even more confused now than I was before. Last week, we were told that, or it was implied or suggested, and that was part of the problem, that Huntington Beach will be taking over the elections. But now in your summary, you state that the idea is not to suggest that the city take on its own elections, but rather to merge into or enhance the current county practice of verifying voters. Well, we know that that's going to be a problem because Orange County Registrar of Voters is probably not going to want people to show their IDs. That's one thing. Again, no money, nothing. There's no amount of money. My biggest issue, which still is an issue, is the bundling of these measures. You put 4 or 5 completely unrelated issues into one measure, and yet we're asked to vote yes or no, which means we either vote yes on the measure we like or no because we don't want our vote to be discounted, or we don't vote at all. And maybe that's actually the purpose, to get less people to vote than more people.
10 seconds.
So I really need a lot of clarification. I don't think that your presentation clarified anything. I hope that
Thanks for being here.
afterwards we can address some of these issues.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Goff. As some of you know, I'm running for Congress. One of the reasons I'm running is because I am particularly sick of the way politics is being run as usual right now. This meeting here is a perfect example as to why you have so many people that are voicing their opinion against what you're doing. I'm yet to hear someone stand up at this podium and support what you guys are saying. And we're in the last round of people that are here. You guys are putting forth together initiatives that, you know, I've heard the statement saying that those that don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. You talk about poll monitoring and ballot box, that's Jim Crow laws all over again, okay? It didn't work then, it is not gonna work. You should be ashamed that you guys are bringing stuff like that back. The real reason that you guys are doing that is you don't want IDs because you want voter security. You know very well that that's not true. You're doing it because you read the same report that I did, that Republicans have 95% of them have IDs and only 70% of Democrats do. So you're trying to water down the vote, just like how you're moving it to March, because you know that the majority of people who show up at that election are your supporters. Well, you're gonna see a get out the vote effort like you've never seen before. You have my promise on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Mary Martin. I've been a resident here since 1989. I'm opposed to all of the charter changes that are being proposed. The $1.2 million or so minimum cost to put these on the ballot is really outrageous, especially when the proposed rules contradict state election laws. What will be eliminated from the city budget to pay for these unnecessary changes? If Orange County has received a certification for excellent security and accuracy in our past elections, why are you proposing voter ID and other voter restrictions? Regarding the changes for the city attorney, why is this position being given such autonomy and with its budget while the city council will be unable to balance its budget if necessary? This dramatically changes our city's balance of power. As I understand, the March proposed ballot is grouping the issues in threes in unrelated categories. How am I supposed to vote on each issue properly if I have to vote on 3 issues with 1 vote? I am appalled by your decision to call Huntington Beach a mask and vaccine-free city. We've become an embarrassment to this country and the world. I read about Huntington Beach in the news continually, and it's never positive. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Dr. Stephen Wells. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I recall the signs and placards during the election. The first one said, "No changes to our city charter." The second one, transparency in our city council, no secret meetings. The next thing I want to do is just talk about a couple quotes from the Bible, okay? Matthew 23.3, hypocrisy is the failure to practice what you preach. Matthew 23:25-28, appearing outwardly righteous to others while actually being full of uncleanliness and self-indulgence. That's the definition of hypocrisy. Listen, please. I strongly urge Mr. Burns, Mr. Strickland, Mr. McKeon, and Ms. Vandermark to adhere to the principles of Christianity and human values and your platform. You ran on a particular platform, no changes to the city charter. Do what you said. Secondly, very quickly.
10 seconds.
Where I come from, we have a saying. It says, in God we trust. All others bring data. Thank you.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Goddard, and I'm here to say it's time to just stop this. The last 4 or 5 meetings have been totally confusing. Three people brought forward some ideas that no one understood, and now you're trying to explain them to us. And after 4 meetings or so, we still don't understand, and we don't want to have this election, especially not coming up in March in a special election. So I would suggest that you table these ideas and call for an actual citizen committee where there's a give and take and conversation about proposed amendments, and we have a chance to understand and not stand here night after night telling you we don't agree and we don't like this and that. And we've seen what 5 people can do when allowed to run with the potential from outside money and the power that comes in the 4-3 vote, supported by an attorney that understands how to use the law. So if you would table everything and call for an actual commission where we could understand what's going on and then bring up amendments that belong on the ballot, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Diana Lithgow, 41-year resident of Huntington Beach. I do echo the majority of the speaker's comments this evening, so I'm not going to repeat any of them. I'm going to ask, after we're done speaking this evening, and there's a discussion up here, if you would be able to share with us how you're going to make your decisions, because it seems from all of the last 3 meetings that we've had on these issues that it's running 90% opposed to all of these issues and about 10% for, and I respect that it's not just the people here, but you're also getting letters that are reported and people meeting in your offices. And so if you could just share with us how you're going to make your decisions, because I can't imagine that you would vote for these changes based on the opinions I'm hearing in the community, in the places I go, and at these meetings. So I was hoping if you could give a little insight into how you plan to make your decisions, that would be very helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Harry McLaughlin, and I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I am here tonight to once again urge the council to reject Charter Number 1. Nothing said tonight or September 14th has changed my opposition to this amendment. In addition, dumbing down the qualifications for the city clerk position to enable unqualified candidates to run should be a red flag to opening the door to political favoritism or nepotism. We should want candidates that are qualified. Also, giving the city attorney more power and the ability to run his own little fiefdom with little oversight is wrong, especially because he ran for election in cahoots with the current council majority as an enthusiastic member of the Republican team. This alone should arm every reasonable voter in this city. Please drop this entire amendment. Charter Number 2 is ridiculous in a faux patriotic, jingoistic effort to ensure that the pride flag is permanently excluded from being displayed at the City Hall. Again, it is right out of the global fascist playbook. Pick a group other than yours to scapegoat. Rile up the citizens against them. In this case, it's the LGBTQ plus community of our population that is being marginalized. So I ask, just how many asked of the conservative majority September 5th. Why do you hate them? Please drop this vindictive amendment. It has nothing to do with the flag and everything to do with the exclusion of a group in our community that you personally and politically do not like or even try to understand. In closing, I would urge the council to better and more clearly explain how each item of Charter number 3 would benefit the citizens at Huntington Beach if it were approved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, all. I'm Ann Palmer, a 30-plus year middle-class homeowner in Huntington Beach. Thank you so much for undergoing this review process. I understand the kickoff and background session was a little misunderstood, but I do think voices are being heard and the advantages of the process will prevail. I want to comment on a couple things, but I also want to say that I support some, but not all, of the charter amendments, and I have read them extensively and studied them extensively, and I want to say that a lot of people up here are wasting a lot of time talking about things that are not germane to the charter amendments at all, but I do want to say that they've read their email cheat sheets very well and keep repeating the same thing. So they will have an opportunity to vote, or you will have an opportunity to listen, and that will all play out. Specifically, I want to talk about item 612C 7, and specifically there about the playgrounds. Whereas Measure C has some excellent premises, and I'm glad you're clarifying to access the funds, my opinion is the guidelines are too broad and too generous. I once again urge you to restrict playground growth to 10% with a 10-year period and a cap of 100% growth from date of resolution in perpetuity. Anything less could see a paving of our shrinking beaches and open areas. Second, I want to request, and this is
10 seconds. 10 seconds. Sorry.
Thank you. I want to request a clarification of guidelines of solicitation and activism on these properties. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, thank you. My name's Cindy. I'm a Huntington Beach resident. A few meetings ago, when you were asked why the March ballot versus the November ballot, you stated that the November ballot gets lengthy, so people tend to vote no. So you're already saying that we want to put this on the March ballot because we believe it has a higher chance of being passed. You might remember on the ballot to elect Huntington Beach City Council members, it does not include the political party of the people running for elections, and that's because the City Council is supposed to be a bipartisan group, not a group that brings things to the agenda and passes them through despite the vast majority of individuals disagreeing with them. What you've said about wanting it on March because it has a higher chance of being passed, that's just one way of saying, this is my opinion and I want it to be voted in, and that's not bipartisan. $55,000 could be saved by placing it on the November ballot. If you must move forward with this, please move it to November. Preferably, we'll just drop it. The county is not asking for our help, and residents are not asking for our help, and I speak against moving forward with all of these items. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, council members. You know, one big thing for me is the voting ID thing, because I go to a lot of different countries and there's a lot of criminality. However, voting IDs is really, really intrusive, and it has nothing to do. People stick their finger in an ink dye, and they voted. That's it, or something simple like that. And there's no information about someone. And also, the voting, when you vote on a regular ballot, I mean, if we always voted the same way as we did in the 70s and the 80s, we would never have any of these really expensive budgets that we have all these dealings with. If we went back to the simple cards and the tallies, and we keep them for a while, and then we count them if they need to get counted. Next thing is but the voting suppression is very, very important, at least to me. Please do not do anything with that, because, and by the way, how many people are going to risk going to jail just to get one extra vote for one of you guys? I mean, you guys are valuable, I guess. I mean, you guys are valuable, but I mean, nobody's going to cheat. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I mean, but they make it a huge, huge issue. Nobody has ever gotten caught for it. So, I mean, it's either we have really bad laws, or we don't have, there's nobody doing it, and they aren't doing it. It's not that hard. I mean, you really want to take a job, taking a risk so you can vote extra for one more person, I mean, for one more vote? It's ridiculous. Or you take a plane flight for a president, to vote for the president twice?
3 seconds.
Okay, then please take care of that. No IDs, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Of course. Hello, my name's Perry Clithrow. Sorry for how I'm dressed. I'm going to play basketball in a few minutes. I just wanted to say really quick in regards to the charter amendments. In 2018, I volunteered on a congressional campaign, and we lost by 0.01%, which meant I got to spend 3 weeks at the Registrar of Voters, observing them and being a part of that process, overseeing it, because when you lose by that few votes, it takes a long time to find out that you've lost. And what I saw at the Registrar of Voters was a group of highly dedicated individuals working their butts off. They thought of absolutely everything. They have audits, they have checks. The chain of custody on the ballot is very carefully tracked and preserved. And maybe they pulled the wool over my eyes somehow, but it seemed to me that they had thought of everything and that maybe several hundred years of democracy in this country had really produced good results and good elections. So I'm curious, if there is something going wrong at the OC Registrar, why aren't we filing a lawsuit? Let's do some discovery. Let's have an investigation. Let's find out what's going on at the Registrar that maybe I missed. And let's actually figure out what we can make changes there, because they do a very good job. It's very well run, and it's a huge logistical challenge.
10 seconds.
And this is going to be a permanent part of our bureaucracy in Huntington Beach forever. That's going to be a huge expense. So we ought to be sure that we need it. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellen Riley. I'm coming from a Citizens Oversight Committee meeting. I just came from that. It's not in Huntington Beach, but it's nearby. And Citizens Oversight Committees are now being proposed for city councils in different, particularly in LA, but in other places. And maybe we should have one here, an oversight of the council. You have now heard from about 300 people, and most of them do not want the charter amendment. They are against it. So you've heard from the people of Huntington Beach, and I am suggesting that since you represent the people of Huntington Beach, you drop it. Just completely drop it.
Thank you. Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry. You still have 44 seconds.
Drop it and get back to the business of what city councils do, taking care of roads, crimes. Please work with the police on the rising crime rate, the people who run in and bash things, traffic control. How about synchronizing the traffic signals? The things that city councils do to take care of people, the welfare of the people in the city.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Right. The last group, please come down. Laura Sire, Paula Schaefer, Rick Brown, Melvin Sterling, Valentina Bankhead.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Strickland and council members. I'm Laura Sire, and I've lived here, I don't know, over 60 years. And I'm here tonight to oppose the charter amendments in their entirety. And I appreciate everything that everyone has said here tonight. And I'm in agreement with basically requesting that you drop the issue because for many reasons, but I was interested to hear Mayor Strickland say that the Registrar of Voters hasn't even weighed in on this issue. So it just seems very like, why are we here? Why are we doing this? Everyone's spending all their time and energy and stress on something that makes no sense. There's no voter fraud. Everyone said everything. There's been no proof of any voter fraud. We don't need to monitor, what is it, ballot boxes, stand around and I also was at an audit once for the Orange County Registrar of Voters. They're very professional. I was very impressed with the
10 seconds.
process. And that's about all, and I just please save everybody a lot of headaches and time, and just withdraw or substitute motion or something like that. Just don't
Thank
do
you.
this.
Thanks so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Paula Schaefer. Again, this week I request that these proposed ballot measures be abandoned. Cut your losses, quit this game. Last week, I also asked why the 2022 charter amendments were on the November 2022 ballot, but these are being pushed through to get on the March 2024 primary ballot. I looked in the ad hoc committee report for justification or documentation as to that decision. I looked in the staff report. I didn't find it. And when I carefully read the election and government code sections that were cited in the resolutions that were adopted on September 5, those indicate that the charter amendments proposed by a city council, you guys, must be placed on a statewide election ballot. So why isn't it being on the statewide election ballot, general election ballot? Why is it on the primary ballot? Why is it not being done here? We really need that answered tonight. With the new information provided late yesterday, the costs came out. They're substantial. When you were doing the ad hoc committee, did you not think about the projected budget shortfall? And you're actually proposing taking a reserve money for this? You're trying to solve a problem that isn't a problem. I don't know if it's just like red meat, red flagging, for your
10 seconds.
MAGA crowd, and also, the turning everything over to the city attorney, I see you shaking your head. Turning everything over to the city attorney
Thank you.
is just
Thank you. Thanks
poor
for being here.
governance.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name's Melvin Sterling. I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I've been many different things in my life. I've been a researcher, medical researcher at the University of Chicago. I've been in the military. I was in the military because I believed in this country and what it stands for, a democracy of the people, by the people, for the people. You know it, right? But most of all, I was an engineer, and we had a saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It's really disgraceful that so many people walk up here and call you names and disparage you and say things that are just absolutely untrue. I think it's pretty sad in the United States we can't have differences of opinion. Just because someone has a different opinion doesn't mean they're a white supremacist, doesn't mean they're homophobic. There's issues that we all disagree with or we do agree on, but we should have the ability, and we live in a country where we should have differences of opinion. I think it's just ridiculous. Now, the hypocrisy is really rich. Now, we might not have all these facts as far as exactly how much fraud's been going on in Orange County or across the country, but I can tell you this, we've had 12 million illegals come across the border since the new administration's been in office. And if you trust the fact that they're not voting, look at Santa Ana where they want to have illegals vote. I think that's unbelievable. When they have the 15th Amendment, when it was stated very clearly and very specifically that citizens of the United States vote for our elected officials, not illegal aliens. It's not fair. Now, as far as Mr. Kalmick mentioning that our mayor didn't have all the facts, it's funny how you're wearing a mask, and I've never heard of one university report or scientific study that specifically talks about the value of those masks that doesn't exist. That's a chain link fence blocking mosquitoes you're wearing, sir.
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
So other than that, I'll come back later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Valentina Bankhead. Last HB City Charter was changed in 2010. I fully support the charter amendment changes needed to clean up verbiage. The changes that are to be on a vote for the residents is long overdue, not like the charter amendments that Mosier, Kalmick, DeGlaze, and Carr wanted to pass. That was completely nonsense and wasteful to the community as the only advantage is for their own personal gain. No to those tyrannical changes. On the other hand, voter changes, I agree, for preservation of our elections. Vote IDs are great, love it. 20 more places to vote, yes, give us access to that. Adjusting terminology by dropping Bachelor's of Science, Bachelor's of Business Administration, change the wording to bachelor's degree. I think that's great, and more people will come and try to run, right? Adding the flag ordinance to the charter and making it for walks government property is for walls of government properties is very respectful to our countrymen that fought so hard here to give us what we have today. And the Olympic flag would be perfect, for world is watching, and it's very honorable. No perverted flags. That is shameful to our U.S. flag, insults our democracy and our blessed republic. It's also pandering to one side. People, we are seeing this in real time, not over 6 to 8 months. This is awesome. VIP treatment for us in the community. I love this charter ad hoc that you guys are doing. I support.
10 seconds.
Super support the majority. You are doing amazing. I love the minority. I believe the minority need to change up and stop being selfish by promoting extreme bad behavior, misinformation, and just govern for the benefit of all HP residents, taxpayers, homeowners, families, and the singular.
Thanks so much.
Not just radical commies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's it.
That's it.
Okay,
That
so
concludes
members,
public
we're going to go to item number 3. I'm gonna open. I want to just respond to a couple of the comments that were here before us. One said that we're not being in a democracy. That if we went forward in these, it's not, it's going against democracy. I would like to remind everybody that whatever we put before, or if we pass these, they don't become law immediately. The final say is that of the voters. So if the voters reject it, none of this becomes policy. So at the end of the day, I just want to remind you that whatever's before the voters, if the voters reject it, it doesn't become policy. It's not like a normal bill where if we vote for 3, it becomes absolute policy. That's number 1. Number 2, everybody says we haven't come up with the numbers, and it's in the agenda. It's in the agenda, and a lot of the speakers tonight said if we went forward on 3 items, it would be 1.2, 1.5 million. Actually, when you look at the numbers that our staff brought forward, it's just north of $400,000 if we put these 3 measures on the ballot, if we do 3 measures on the ballot. Other one I would like to point out, a lot of you, and I just want to set the record straight about some misinformation, I believe, and I can only speak for myself. A lot of people said that, the Fab 4 or the 4 campaigned against all charter amendments. That's not correct. In fact, I asked Councilman Posey, I was his finance commission person at the time, to come forward with a couple different ideas for the last charter amendments. They didn't move forward on those ideas, but I will tell you, I did campaign against the last council's charter amendments that they put forward because I didn't agree with what they put forward. I just want to make that clear. So when you say hypocrisy that we campaigned and we weren't, we said we never changed the charter, that's inaccurate. So the other one I would like to say, some people said that we don't have the authority to put it on the March ballot. That for some whatever reason that we get sued and we can't do this as a council. State law says that we can't do it. And again, I don't want you to take my word for that. I do want to direct our attorney here, Paul D'Alessandro, who actually we worked with in the ad hoc committee on all these items to make sure everything we went forward on passed, muster in terms of the law. And I would like to call on the attorney, and please explain your background, because I know you have over 30 years experience in municipal laws and you've done many charters, including for here in Huntington Beach. The question I have to say is, it was explained here, saying that we get sued because we're out of compliance with the law if we did a March ballot. Are we able to do a March ballot?
Yes.
And explain to
So the Elections Code specifically authorizes a council proposal for charter amendment to be put on a primary ballot. It's 1415 of the Elections Code. There's a couple of narrow exceptions to that, but those the primary narrow exception applies to sort of collective bargaining things with employees and retirees, and it's really not, none of these particular charter amendments are proposed to do any of that kind of activity that would prohibit it from being on the primary ballot.
I don't think they heard you. Can you repeat that and put the mic a little bit closer? So,
Sure. So Section 1415 of the Elections Code specifically authorizes a council-proposed charter amendment to be on a primary ballot. There's a couple of narrow exceptions to that rule, but none of those exceptions apply to the proposals that are before the council.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question on
Please.
that. So, thank you. Mr. D'Alessandro, it's good to see you back. We spent many hours together on Planning Commission back in the day. So I went through the legislative record, read all of the analysis from all of the legislative sessions as this moved through. So the exception that folks have emailed about and talked about is a charter proposal that proposes to amend a charter in a manner that does not alter any procedural or substantive protection, right, benefit, or employment status of any local government employee or retiree or any local government employee organization. So that's the exception that says you can't put that on a primary ballot. So I went back and read through all of that. There's some vague reference to collective bargaining pieces, but in one of the Senate's legislative analysis pieces, it says, it is the low primary, municipal, and special election turnout that proponents of controversial charter proposals and charter amendments attempt to use to their advantage, especially proponents of proposals that seek to strip, and it goes on, firefighters and law enforcement officers of their due process rights under grievance arbitration charter provisions. In another section, it goes into talk about stripping fire chiefs and police chiefs, which are department heads, of certain rights as well. And I know California State Firefighters Association supported this bill, but anywhere in the record, there was not this big overarching piece about unions. This only applies to labor unions and those types of things. So additionally, it just talks about low turnout primary elections and goes back to reference the city of Bell, which a previous bill, AB 1344, pushed through that to correct the fact that the city of Bell held a off-time election in September, vote by mail. There's 36,000 people in Bell, 400 people voted on a local control initiative, which effectively raised the city manager's pay quite a bit. And I think a lot of folks know about what happened in the city of Bell. So I didn't see anything in the legislative record from the state legislative information as the bill went through. And I checked news reports, and I did everything but reach out to Senator Padilla to find out the intent as he moved the bill through. But I just don't see anything in here that talks about labor unions in that regard. And I reached out to a lawyer friend to say, hey, is there anything in Westlaw or in LexisNexis about this that have been since 2013 to see if there are any cases that have gone through? There doesn't appear to be any case law at this point. No one's brought a lawsuit about this. So I know that when we were talking through charter amendment stuff last time in 2022, there was some discussion of that even the charter amendment, the charter commission brought for about eliminating the elected staff positions and making those appointed positions. And I was told those couldn't go on the June primary because of state law. So I'm trying to understand, again, there's no written opinion on any of this. We reviewed this legislative record. I want to know what that legislative record is, because what I reviewed that's available as part of, it went through both houses of the state legislature. I didn't see anything that was glaringly that said that it referred to other than the plain reading of the law.
If I can add before you respond, this type of analysis where he's talking about the legislative intent, if there are no cases that speak directly to the point, this is what I had in mind when I asked for a legal analysis of these measures so that we could understand whether they are legal or whether they are not. What are the pros and cons? How much risk are we taking on by doing this? We have nothing. I appreciate the memo that we got from staff. We have legal conclusions without analysis. So cases, legislative history, statutes, we have nothing to go on. And that's not enough to send this out to the residents and just roll the dice and say, well, maybe we'll get sued, maybe we won't. That's not the way to govern a city or handle the taxpayers' money.
I would like him to respond.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, Councilmember Kalmick. The legislative record is, not super clear about the push for the collective bargaining rights, but I think a lot of what you said also kind of supports that idea, that it was, geared towards firefighters and people who are protected by other statutes. There's a difference in California law between the way electeds are treated and other employees that are protected by collective bargaining rights. And I think if you look at the sort of the plain reading of the charter amendments versus what's contained in that statute in terms of the things that you're not allowed to propose to alter on a primary ballot, I don't think any of this stuff fits in. If you did read the legislative history, you noticed how watered down that bill became from its original proposal. And the plain language of the statute does authorize placement on the primary ballot. Now, I don't know what advice you were given the last time this exercise was done. If you'd like to talk about that, I'm happy to. In response to your request about written legal opinion, I was told by Mr. Gates that the office does not submit legal memos or legal opinions into the record of public council meetings, primarily because they have been used in the past and they can be used as a roadmap for someone who wants to challenge the council's decision. I'm sure he would be happy to talk to you about it if you wanted to give him a call and have that thought process.
I appreciate that. And what I want to say to the public is we're talking about amending the equivalent of the city's constitution. And that's a policy of the city attorney to not put anything in the public record in terms of legal analysis. This is important enough that I think it's worth talking about whether we should do that so the public understands whether this is, what kind of legal risk is involved. We had folks who I presume are residents who are also attorneys that sent in a request and also an analysis of that section of the elections code. And, the way they explained it, it seemed pretty clear to me that we cannot put those provisions on the March ballot. So we need a direct response to that. And I know that you can't make a commitment on behalf of the city attorney's office, so I do understand that.
Let me ask again to follow up.
Yeah, just as a
kind
kind of a matter of personal interest, I'd like to see that communication. Just
Sure.
So you have over 30 years of experience. This is your expertise in this field. You've seen what we've gotten forward in your expertise. Are we doing anything here that opens us up and that we can't go forward on a March primary?
Well, we would not have approved it for placement on the September 5th agenda if we thought it wasn't legal.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I appreciate that.
But
Thank you.
But the question is, can you guarantee that we won't lose a lawsuit over this? Is that what you're saying?
I can't guarantee
No lawyer
that you
can
won't
ever do that.
lose a lawsuit over.
No lawyer can ever do that.
Is the risk large? Is the risk small? Is it very small?
I personally don't think the risk is large.
Okay. So moving forward, one other thing that I'd just like to bring forward, and then I'm going to call in other members, is part of this was also to get different ideas to come forward. I would like to, for discussion purposes, take forward Amory Hansen's suggestion. Amory Hansen's suggestion was that we look into if there's a vacancy of a council member. I talked to Amory a little bit last night about this idea. An example is Tito got elected, and then when he resigned, we had an appointment, and that appointment moved, for almost a full term, a 4-year term. What the proposal I talked to Amory about was that we do something similar that they do when a U.S. Senator vacates, that the council will appoint in a short term, and then in the very next election, have to run for election for that office. An example is Alex Padilla when Kamala Harris became vice president. Governor Newsom appointed Alex Padilla to be the U.S. Senator, and the very next election he had to face the voters. So he had not a 6-year term, but a 2-year term, and they have 6-year terms in the U.S. Senate. I realize here we only have a 4-year term. But I would like to move that proposal forward. I thought Mr. Hansen had a really good point, and I would like that to be put forward for discussion purposes.
So, Mr. Mayor, exactly like Measure N, part of Measure N in 2022.
Okay. Well, if that was
that was what I brought forward last time.
It's too bad that nobody supported that.
Was that exactly that language?
Yes,
Was exactly that.
In addition, it requires 4 affirmative votes to move something forward. So if you had 4 people removed from office, the 3 people couldn't appoint 4 people on council, so it cleared that up as well.
So what was the point? What was the third point?
So it required at least 4 affirmative votes to appoint somebody.
Right. A majority of the council.
Yes.
Even with the vacancy.
So I'm just saying, because it hit this weird edge case, right? Say
Yeah.
four folks are removed from office, then you have 3 people left. They could, in theory, they could appoint 4 new members of the council. So it eliminated that eventuality.
Yeah.
So it requires 4 people.
What
at
I would
least.
like to see is 4 people
Yeah.
affirmed, no matter what the makeup is of the council. And if
Exactly.
you don't get there, then we go to special
Exactly.
election.
If you don't have 4 people,
Then we go to special
yeah,
election.
Yeah, and so that it also said it established that the appointee may hold the office until the next general municipal election to vote for the replacement to fill the remainder of the unexpected term. So
Again, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So let's just use the last example. Tito steps down, the councilwoman gets appointed. The
She would be up
councilwoman
for
then would
election
be
right
up
now.
for, no, this is what my idea, what I talked to Amory about last night it would be that she would go 2 years in the next
Exactly.
election.
So
She would have ran with the
no,
same time as
Yes,
we did last
exactly.
year, but she would run for the 2-year term.
Correct.
And everybody else would run for the 4-year
So
term.
it wouldn't upset the 3
Right.
and 4 offset?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's exactly as it was proposed.
I'd like to move that forward if people are amenable to that.
I first would like to know why nobody supported that when we put it forward before. What was wrong with it?
I don't
What
think.
was it? Was it?
Supported
Was
it.
it?
Honestly, I have to go back and
And I
see the way it was
supported it.
packaged.
Was it packaged with something else?
Was it packed?
It was,
Was it
packaged
single?
With, it was
Part of Measure
packaged.
In.
It was packaged with changing the name of Mayor Pro Tem to Vice Mayor. It was packaged with the cleaning up of the city treasurer options, which the city treasurer had actually recommended bringing forward to basically what we put back. It would eliminate those and keep those with the CFO's office.
Well, that would be the poison pill for me then.
Okay, I mean that was the wild thing was that the city treasurer brought that one forward.
Right, well,
so, yeah.
I mean,
who's currently our
put
city
more
treasurer.
put more power into the CFO.
And it also
yeah.
requires the minimum qualifications for the clerk and treasurer to be met at the time of filing.
Again, and that's a problem that you run into when we package these.
Of course.
There might be one and hold on. Just let me, and I'm going to go to you next, Councilman. Again, the reason for the packaging, and the last council did it as well, is each item does cost money. And hold on, let me finish. And just like the last council batched some, I believe you had 3 measures. We're trying to limit it to 3 measures. And I believe by this interaction, of the 11, 12 ideas that we have here, and maybe more comes forward after we're done with this discussion and discussion with other council members, my guess is we're going to narrow down the different items to kind of make it a little bit more simple. So that's at least what I believe is going to happen. But we'll see how this dialogue moves forward. Councilman McKeon.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of go back to the beginning of this process and just thank everyone for their patience. I pushed for this process because I was on last year's Charter Review Commission. Although it's citizen-led, there was very minimal public participation. No one really went to the meetings. The only time we got a real big turnout was when the mobile home park residents came in and when they wanted an amendment on rent control on the charter, where I felt like this is, as Councilmember Bolton mentioned, like this is our city's constitution. So I'm actually excited about this process because it's like a constitutional convention, and it should be elevated to the level of city council, discussion, review, but also have all the department heads here at your guys' disposal. Now, questions came up last week of why, I was visiting with some residents after the meeting, why can't you guys have an ad hoc committee with you 7? We can't do that. We can't even, have a town hall with all 7 of us together. It has to be in public. So, we can't communicate with you, unfortunately, from the dais, right, when you guys speak. So the best way, I thought to do was have you speak first. We go through this debate, this dialogue. We're going to answer all the questions, hopefully, right? The financial impact, the legality, all those issues. And then you guys will get to come back at the end and then talk again. And then the next meeting, we believe now we'll kind of winnow it down, maybe have some straw poll voting, kind of narrow the items, and then let you guys talk again. And then the third meeting, if we decide there's things we want to move forward, maybe some we don't, maybe some can be handled by a resolution, maybe some can be handled by an ordinance. But I just ask that everyone just be civil. This is a really amazing opportunity, and just give us a chance to have this process, because a lot of the comments tonight early, we haven't really even started it. Like this, on the agenda is a lot of facts. Like Mayor said, you guys were saying it was 1.2 million. It's actually 459,000. I mean, it's 60% less, right? But I mean, again, like, in the Charter Review Commission, we didn't have that data, but now we have, because the Registrar of Voters gave us real facts. Like, it's actually for 3 ballot measures, it's gonna be $459,000, not 1.2. Maybe we do 1 ballot measure, right? Maybe we do 4. And then kind of dovetailing into costs, et cetera, and to answer some questions about the budget, I wanted Sunny to kind of, step in and talk about our budget, because as I mentioned with the residents last time, they were grinding our gears about the budget process. But on June 6th, we were still facing, near-term deficits. So we worked hard, we tinkered, and you might not have liked the process initially, but I think the end result was really solid. We went from a deficit next year to a $5.5 million surplus. We went from. I'm going to answer the question. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Sonny will answer it. The next year we went from a deficit to the projected year to break even. And then in the out years 25, 26, and 26, 27, we slashed those deficits, projected deficits, by 60%. So we don't have a deficit right now. So Sonny, do you mind, Sonny, Sonny, do you mind explaining why the budget has not been posted yet?
Certainly. So the budget has not yet been posted because it does take some time for us to update the adopted budget book with, of course, the impacts of the budget balancing plan that was approved on June 26th. Additionally, the adopted budget book also requires several specific criteria that are required by the Government Finance Officers Association in order for the city to receive the Distinguished Budget Award, which the city has received for 29 consecutive years. So, with that said, the budget team has worked very hard, and our plan is to to post the adopted budget book online tomorrow.
Okay.
So there will be a social media post.
Fantastic. And then there was also a question about unrestricted funds and those balances, and can you kind of give a little more color on that and what those monies are used for? Like, for instance, this $5.5 million surplus issue. We can't use that money next year for the budget for ongoing revenues and expenses, right? But that $5.5 million can be used potentially for projects like this if we deem as a board that it's worth the investment. So can you kind of walk through that?
So that is correct. So the surplus.
First of all, it's not $5.5 million anymore, is it?
Well, okay, close, right? Splitting hairs.
We allocated a bunch of money from that for the Kennedy Commission settlement last meeting.
Can you just let her answer the question?
So I believe Councilmember McKeon is referring to the surplus that was achieved for this fiscal year that related to the budget reductions that were made with the budget balancing plan. So he's referring to excess available surplus, planned surplus that we have for this fiscal year.
With Sunny, what is that again? I just want to make sure that people heard. It's like 5.5?
So actually, the estimate's actually 4.9.
Okay. 0.9.
So,
Okay.
But then there is additional one-time funds that we do for recurring revenues. However, there is also additional one-time revenues that we received as well, which would bring that total closer to that 5.5 number.
Okay. So again, like, this process, I believe, will bear fruit in allowing maximum public participation, answering questions. I request of my council members, let's have a lively debate. Let's keep it cordial. We're just going to talk about different points. And then for the community, if we haven't answered your guys' questions, please, at the end of the meeting, then come up and bring those up. And then next meeting, we'll push between now and next Thursday to have those answers. But this, as mentioned, the charter hasn't been amended since 2010. There's some holes in there that can be fixed, that can be cleaned up. And we'll have the opportunity, as us 7, along with your guys' participation, to decide at the end of the day if it's worth the investment, right? And if it's worth something the voters will vote on. Of course, there's gonna be differences of opinion, but that's what our republic, allows us to do as part of this democracy. So I'm excited about it. I just, again, appreciate you guys' patience, and I'm confident that we can, have an end result here that everyone, hopefully, most people appreciate.
And to reiterate, if the voters don't vote for it, none of this becomes policy.
That's a good point.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I just want to reiterate what Mayor Strickland said earlier. When we did campaign, we never said that the charter does not need updating or amending in any way. What we did not agree with was the way it was packaged, just as you guys are not agreeing now. We agreed with a couple of, it makes sense. You don't agree with what is packaged, you're here. That's exactly what we did. Exact same thing. So when we see some of the items, for example, that we have here that we did agree with, Measure C update, I believe you guys brought some of that up in your amendments, and the cancellation of meetings. Those were items we agreed, and we just did not agree with how they were packaged. So when people say you guys are coming up here, you're being hypocrites, no, we just like you, we didn't agree with the way they were packaged, so we're here today. A couple of you guys, or several, keep saying, well, why don't you focus on e-bikes and homelessness, and we are doing that. Our police department's working hard to deal with the homeless issue. We just had a meeting about e-bikes. We're working on our roads. All that is happening. We can chew gum and walk at the same time. Right now, we're just working on this, and this is where we are. And there was one more thing. Yeah, that was pretty much it. I just wanted to clear up a couple of things. It's easy to come over here and just say things to us and we can't respond. But I did want to clarify that we did agree with some of them, just not the way they were. And that's the same thing you guys are talking about here today.
And at the end of the day, the final vote was the final vote. The last council put forward amendments. The people had they had affirmative vote of the council, and the people didn't vote for it. That's our democracy. And anything we do here does not become policy. It goes to the voters, and the voters have the final say. What I would like to do is see if council members would like to bring up different ideas, maybe from their past 2020. Would you like to start? I would just like to call on the council members and let them engage if they want to engage. But part of this also was hope that we would get some other ideas to add into the mix, and then the next meeting we can decide which ones are worthy of moving forward. So Councilman Kalmick, I'd like to call on you if you would like to at least.
I had a couple of questions first, though. So again, the agenda says City Council discussion of potential charter amendments proposed by the Charter Ad Hoc Committee. Are we going to discuss what's on the table already?
We can discuss what's on the table, and you could also discuss any suggestions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we can.
Yeah,
If
we can
you
do that.
want to go
Whatever
through
you
each
guys want.
one, how do you want to do it?
Yeah,
over
I think we should. I mean, I've got
go for it.
30 pages of notes. So
Okay.
I don't know if everybody's. You guys made me do a lot of homework for this. That has made my wife very upset. So yes.
Dan, in terms of process, are you okay with if you bring up a point, can we have an opportunity just to comment?
Yeah, we're having this is the. I want to have the debate portion on the what's on the table before we add
Sure.
a whole
Go for it.
mishmash of stuff in.
Let it rip.
Okay. Let me reorganize here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so as I read through this, the presentation from the ad hoc committee, I had pages of questions. What I don't understand, first of all, for voter ID, the way that the charter amendment is currently drafted basically locks us into managing our own elections with voter ID. Now, remember when this was kind of brought forward, it was like, let's see if we can do this. I don't know if we have that answer yet, if we can do this. It doesn't involve a lot of legal wrangling. So the word that I'm trying to find the actual language of the vote piece. Bear with me here. This got moved around from the last.
You looking at the
holding elections? Yeah. So it says in the event. Hang on, next page here. Okay. So it says for all municipal elections, elector means. And by the way, zooming out real quick, there is a typo in the property tax. Just before I forget, on the property tax item in the actual ballot language that would show up on when you go to vote, it's missing the word tax in the first line. So if that does just move forward as is, I just want to get that corrected so it doesn't flow through the system.
That's what we're here for, right?
Okay, so back to the municipal elections piece. So for all municipal elections, elector means a person who is in the United States, 18 years old, there should be a comma there too, and a resident of the city on or before the day of the election. The city shall verify eligibility of electors by voter ID. So it says the city shall verify. So if this charter amendment passes, we have to do that no matter what, even if it's illegal. So if we have to, then it means if it's ruled that it's illegal and you can't do it in California, or the registrar won't do it, and now we're stuck, we don't have any money and we're stuck because the registrar basically says, we're not going to hold your elections, We have to set up this whole thing by 2026. We run out of money. Now we're cutting staff to hold elections. Now we got a big clerk's office, big attorney's office. We got police and fire running in the city, but we can't pave our streets anymore. We got good public safety, right? Like, good public safety is great. But now we got to hold these elections, and now I've got this massive bureaucracy in the clerk's office I'm building to hold these elections. Like, I don't, the shall in there puts us in boxes us into having a special $1 million election to get rid of that if we get upside down.
So one quick response to not being a lawyer is you can what if a lot of different things. As we drafted with Paul, and we're going to probably call him Paul a lot tonight.
Sure.
Because he's the one that's drafting the language. We made it very clear when we were drafting language, this is not to suggest that the city take on the elections, but rather that it merges into and enhance the current county practices and verify voters. I even said in the ad hoc committee, I didn't think the register of voters would comment. And that was a prediction I made at the ad hoc committee. And then we then asked to get back cost analysis. If for whatever reason the register of voters said, nope, we're not going to do it, because that's not our preference, but at the register of voters, the cost analysis would be 1.1 million based on the staff's cost analysis. And I know a lot of you have been asking about the cost. So with that, the idea has always been to try to merge this with what the county is already doing. And by the way, I reached out Santa Ana, even though it's a different issue, they're looking to do the same thing. They're hoping that the county incorporates if their measure passes as well. And so we're talking about two of the 4 biggest cities in the county. So we'll see. And it would come down to the election clerk, the county elections, and it would come down to the Board of Supervisors, what they wanted to do.
Comes down to the Board of Supervisors, right?
Yeah, what they wanted to do. But I also want to point out to Paul, if you have a question in terms of, again, I'm not a lawyer, we would have to talk to Paul because he's the one that actually drafted that language.
I understand. So you come
and
to
when
you
you
come to the
said
point.
shall, I think the councilman mentioned what happens if the state, you could what if anything, but
No, I'm just saying,
what
like,
happens if the state does it?
if we're in a position where we cannot run our own elections because it's going to cost us $1 million a year to run our own elections, are we stuck?
That's a different question.
Are we stuck?
That's a different
Are we
question.
stuck?
Yeah. No, I think your question was if the state passes that you can't do.
No, it's kind of all of the above. It's the
Okay.
above is that if we have to run our own elections.
Like worst case.
Right.
Worst case.
Worst
Worst
case.
case
We're
scenario.
stuck running our own elections because the county bailed out on us and we're running
Worst
our own
case
municipal
scenario.
elections. And we don't have the money to do it. Like, are we stuck with that? And we can't pull a ripcord and say, okay, we're going to come back into compliance with whatever rules. This says you shall vote.
So the short answer, shall is mandatory.
Yeah.
Right? May is permissive.
Sure.
So
in
shall
our
is
charter, again, we could do may.
Sure.
And then pass an ordinance. Or you could just say the city council reserves its right to set its own election rules and not build 20. Because again, we're putting at least 20 residential voting locations in per person. Like, why 20? Why not 60 or 10 or 5? Like, I don't know what the math is to come up with 20. We have.
I believe in the
we have
ad hoc committee, I forgot who was there, but we asked a specific question, what's the polling locations based on the size of the city, so everybody can have their kind of neighborhood polling location. Because, again, I know you say no one emails you, but I have had people talk to me that they like to vote in person, but they feel like their neighborhood polling location is not around their neighborhood, and they would rather vote in person than by mail.
Right. Well,
And so we asked the question, what is kind of the number that is the feel for people having their neighborhood polling locations, and that number came back as 20.
From what?
Again, I don't recall who came back, but we asked that specific thing in that document.
I guess the larger theme for tonight is show your work has been really
Did you
missing
ask
from
the
all
registrar
of
of
this.
voters?
I don't have
Go ahead.
I actually communicated with Robin, our clerk, and I asked her if she can tell us how many polling places we had over a few years. I'd have to pull up the email. And this was when I moved here and I started voting here.
Right.
We used to vote at the Harborview Clubhouse. The elementary schools had voting places.
Yeah.
People had them in their garages. Somebody mocked us and said, "What are you going to do? Vote in a garage?" Yeah, that's what we did. Then all of a sudden they got a little bit. They consolidated them where right now the elderly people have to go a little further drive, find a way, where before they were able to walk down the street. And some of them don't want to mail it. So a lot of people say they don't feel comfortable mailing. So what we're saying is we can add up to 20 if they're needed and if the community wants them.
At least 20.
So
Yeah, we
Up
said
to.
at least 20.
You said at
We
least
said at least 20.
yeah, sorry. So we don't have to have 20, but if the community
No,
wants them,
but
why not?
we will have to have 20 if
You'll have
it's-
to have 20 no matter what. So when we had precincts, right, let's say circa 2006, 2008 election, right, when we had 158 precincts, I believe. I think we had one polling place per precinct. I believe that's a lot, and that had that neighborhood feel. Turns out that's super expensive and not super efficient to run because folks started moving more and more to vote by mail. After that, my polling place used to be a block and a half over, and then it was fun to go walk and vote in your 20s, and then they moved it to Oakview, and I'm like, I gotta get my car to go vote now. So I'm gonna vote by mail, easier. I get a text message now, all of that.
But again, there are some people that still like to vote by mail.
Exactly.
Vote
So,
in person.
but to put in that number built in seems to give us no flexibility.
I believe that's a minimum.
Yeah, it's at least
It's
20.
a minimum.
Yeah.
And by the way, I would like to ask the clerk, how many were in the last, I believe you said we were almost there at the 20. I believe you said there was 15?
Right, so the information that I provided to Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, there were 13 vote centers in the 2022 election, and the reason why there are 13 is because there's a formula that the county uses, and it is based on the number of registered voters. So they have to determine how many 11-day vote centers they're going to place for every 50,000 registered voters, or 4-day vote centers for every 10,000 voters. And that, for our city, is what they came up with, was the 13 locations.
Right, so this says residential. Those vote centers are not located in residential areas.
No,
And if
not typically.
And if the county cuts us off, we wouldn't be able to vote in those vote centers for local elections.
Well, they have to survey the sites that they consider to host a vote center for many reasons. Parking, disabled access, transportation, voters with disabilities, low-income communities. There's a number of reasons that they consider certain locations, and then they go out and survey, they walk the perimeter, all of it, and before they approve. So I wouldn't, there are some smaller businesses that they use, but I don't think that there is any residential properties that are used for this.
And I want to answer one of the community's questions because they said, we can't do anything. Like the ballot harvesting, state law, that's state law. Vote by mail, we're not trying to take away vote by mail, that's state law. We're not trying to take away any of those state law requirements. And so I just want to make it clear when some people came up here and said, we're trying to get rid of ballot harvesting, vote by mail, that's inaccurate, and that's not what's articulated here in this measure.
To me, it's just to me, it's just increasing faith in our elections and then increasing voter turnout. So I guess the question, Robin, is, is there going to be an issue potentially by adding 7 more polling locations? I mean, we can get into the whole residential issue later, but
That's hard to say.
Right.
The county, they do everything that they do is based on their election administration plan. And it was adopted and it is valid through 2025. The Board of Supervisors approved it. So that's their voting model for now. So I did pose questions to our county elections official and said, if we wanted to add more voting centers, would you guys consider manning those even at a cost? Or is there a cost that we could, absorb if we wanted to add more? But they're not ready to give us that information.
okay. But it's, again, we could maybe put a pin in that and as this conversation goes forward, but that's just, again, the goal is to, from my perspective, increase faith in our elections and increase voter participation. So
I understand what you're saying. So,
Sure.
But backing this out is that they're so specific in this piece, right? That we're gonna have at least 20 residential. We shall have to do a voter ID. If you wanted to accomplish this, do it by ordinance. Put in that the city will run its own municipal election, or has the option to run its own municipal elections, and then pass an ordinance to do it.
Yeah, and that's a fair point too. And I would go to Paul in terms of what Councilmember Kalmick's saying with the shall or may. I mean, I guess what gives us the most flexibility should a decision come down from the register?
Obviously,
I know may, but I mean, again, is that what's your legal opinion and advice?
Well, like I said before, shall is mandatory.
Right.
Right, may is permissive. I really want to stay in my lane here because I don't want to speculate about, what happens if this, what happens if that. The narrow question is whether or not the council has the authority to put this language on the ballot, and whether or not the voters, if they approve it, it'll be effective. And the answer to that is yes. Now, Councilmember Kalnick brought up a good point, which is that if some of this stuff gets outlawed subsequently, what happens is that it will no longer be
Let me ask you this question. Has something like that happened? I'm just asking.
Well, not to my knowledge in terms of elections, not to your knowledge.
Okay.
But
and,
in fact,
and we would, as a council at that point, if they made it a state law that you can't do voter ID, we would then have the ability to either challenge that in court and saying that we have the authority in municipal elections.
Yeah.
Or at that point, the council could also go back to the voters and say, hey, this is in violation of state law. We would ask you to change it.
Yeah,
correct?
The city would have. The city would probably want to present arguments. About whether or not that law applied. You're absolutely correct.
And based on your experience, I think I know the answer to this, but municipal elections are done at the local level. And if the state did that, wouldn't there be a good argument that we would have the ability to still do this, even if they pass that in the state?
So currently, the California Constitution gives cities plenary authority, charter cities, plenary authority over their elections. So in fact, there was a very recent case on that, just came out last month, Lacey versus San Francisco, which sort of reiterated a lot of those ideas.
In San Francisco one, right? Because
in a somewhat different context, but very similar reasoning.
Right.
So again, the point is that we are locking ourselves into something that could become very expensive, and especially if election law changes at county level, and we have to meet all these requirements so that we're not in violation of maybe the California Voting Rights Act or in violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act.
The California Voting Rights Act has nothing to do with this. In fact, that's a federal thing that we can't get out of.
Sure,
not that we want to get out of it.
If it changes, right?
That's a working document. That's a federal.
But what I'm saying is that if it changes and we have to meet some higher threshold, right? Like say, for instance, when they passed the Americans with Disabilities Act, right? We have to provide ADA access to voting. And if it was 1985 and now we got to go and we're hosting our own municipal elections, there's a new cost associated with that when the county handled all of that for us. But backing up even further, so you say that this is not meant to discourage or replace mail-in voting, and it's not meant for the city to take on conducting elections. Why doesn't it say that in the charter amendment then? Like if that's the intent of the charter amendment, put it in the charter amendment to say it is not our intent to replace mail-in voting. So last election, like 80-something% of people voted by mail.
If you want that exact language in there, I'm happy to put it. I articulated that completely in the ad hoc committee. And again, I'm not a lawyer. I expressed to them, this is the idea that I would like to do, and they came back. But if you think that you would be more comfortable,
I mean, I think this is just a bad idea to begin with. But I'm trying to say, if we are trying to solve a problem that is 14% of the population in Huntington Beach voted in person, this is a lot of cost to take on per person for vote for something that's constitutionally protected.
Well, you're assuming that there's people who still vote. There's a lot of people that would like to vote in a location that doesn't trust the mail, that doesn't end up voting.
There's a lot of people that don't trust the mail with the vote centers we have, and you can vote for weeks anywhere in Orange County, but they still want to vote in person.
They want to vote on election day.
We have 14 vote centers, and you want to go vote in person, and there's a non-trivial number of people that are staying home. How do we know who those people are?
But again,
do we know people that have not voted?
All I'm saying is you're assuming that the numbers are the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's a very reasonable consideration that there's 14 vote centers. We're going to add 6 more. And that's going to pick at an enormous cost to pick up folks that don't trust the vote by mail.
The bedrock of our democracy is the faith in the elections. And I respect that some people haven't come to you and said, hey.
No one has come to me with a reason, with any complaint of voter fraud.
Okay.
I heard some discussion of, I was at the registrar and I saw people verifying signatures 8 times. Great. They're verifying the signature 8 times. They have a very exhaustive process to verify signatures. How are we going to verify signatures for any of this? Like, there's a massive ramp up in government in order to host our local elections for 14% of the people that are voting by
I understand,
in person.
but this specifically talks about just voter ID for in-person voting.
Right, but okay, now we're talking voter ID. Let's run this out. Okay, say we've got who doesn't have an ID, and I take exception to the fact that $100 to get a passport is no big deal.
Well, it's a government issued ID. You can actually get it for free through the DMV.
You can go get a driver's license at the DMV.
Sure.
How do you get a driver's license in California?
I'm saying through the DA.
What do you need to go get a driver's license in California?
Okay, so you're saying people cannot go to the DMV to get a license.
Where's the DMV?
You're saying but they can go vote.
Westminster.
How do they get to
Is that what you're looking for?
Westminster's the nearest DMV.
Okay.
So let's say.
I think Costa Mesa is actually closer, but.
So wait, hang on.
Depends on where
hang
you
on.
live in Huntington
Let me
Beach.
explain. Let me explain where
Depends
we're
on where
at.
you live
Let
in
me explain where
Huntington
we're
Beach.
at.
You can do it online as well.
So say you're an elderly person that lives in Huntington Beach now, right? You've given up your driver's license, or you're from a part of the country when records aren't digitized, whatever. You don't have a copy of your birth certificate. We passed this. Now you got to go find in some other state.
So you vote by mail.
I'm sorry?
You vote by mail.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But what if I want to vote in person?
So you have the ability. You have the ability to go vote in person, but you don't have the ability to go get an ID.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the most absurd argument.
Why?
This is the only aspect of your life that you don't have to show.
Correct, because it's constitutionally protected.
Hold on, that you don't have to show an identification card to prove your identity. Imagine going. I was just at John Wayne last week. Imagine going to John Wayne Airport. You get to the first level of security before you check your bag. They go, I don't need.
No, you can fly without ID.
I don't need
right?
to see your boarding pass. I want to see your ID. Can I just give you my name and my address, please?
You know you can fly with ID without ID, right?
And then when you go to the polling place.
But you can fly without ID.
Let me finish.
It takes longer,
Let me
but
finish.
you can do it.
Voting is so critical. That's the only aspect of your life when you have to show your ID.
Yes,
In
because
fact, I asked, can I just show you my ID? No, we don't accept it. So not only do they don't ask for it, they don't accept it. It's absurd.
The point is to make voting, which is constitutionally protected, flying is not constitutionally protected, as easy as possible. Because what happens is you create these artificial barriers based on no data to show any voter ID.
It's an absurd argument.
It's not an absurd argument.
Everyone in my circle I run with, friends, family, neighbors, I'll get frustrated.
You run with a lot of low-income folks that,
I'm talking about
that don't have
voting.
ID?
I'm saying when they go to vote, they don't understand
How
why
are
you
those
don't
folks
show your
going to
ID.
know that's not a fake ID? Which is
The government
easier?
issued ID.
How do you know?
Checking is harder to forge a signature than it is to get a fake ID. Just ask any kid under 21. They can take a fake ID. Somebody can get a fake ID and take it to a poll.
They still sign though.
Let's look at again the scenario to go get an ID. This idea that it's just just go get an ID. I'm working 3 jobs.
Okay.
I got to go ride my bike down to the DMV. I got to go find my birth certificate to prove who I am. I gotta go find that. I don't have it now. I'm weeks to go get that from the Hall of Records and cost. And I gotta go sit in line at the DMV
By the way,
for
my
hours and
understanding
hours.
calling the DMV that if you're under a certain income level, all the fees are waived.
Sure.
Yeah, so all those fees are waived.
Time has a very large cost to someone who's
but
not
I'm
making
just
a lot of
pointing
money.
out when you say cost.
I'm saying cost to
when
get
you- when you-
Is it free to get your
when-
birth certificate if you don't have a copy of it? You can
There's a
vote.
program. Actually, I looked it up today. There
Yeah.
is a program that if you are under a certain income level, they do cover your birth certificate and your ID. Because I just saw that this morning.
Is that
That's a great
California
program.
only?
They do.
Because that's not necessarily
Dan,
the case in other states.
Then I have the.
We're worried about this.
No, I have the DMC website right here.
Yeah.
So to apply for an ID, you complete the application online, right? Give them your social security number, verify, and then they actually mail it to your address within 3 to 4 business days.
You have to take a picture though.
Okay, so we're going to that level?
So you're saying we have to have a photo? Are we saying we have to photo ID or just a government
It's
ID?
an absurd argument,
No,
man.
it's not.
Yes,
You're making it more
It's
difficult
absurd.
for people without resources to vote.
Come on, man.
You are making it more difficult for people without resources. Time is money, and if you are low income, it would take that is an enormous amount of.
It's not true. Vote by mail, then.
Talk to our friends at the homeless shelter about how hard it is to get vital records.
It's an absurd argument.
Okay, so
Case vote by mail.
I grew up in a very, very low income community. We all had IDs. We were able to get our driver's licenses. We found a way to get an ID.
Sure.
We're not incapable just because we grew up poor.
I'm not saying that you're incapable.
We think and we can actually get things done.
Not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're making a barrier that is constitutional. You're creating a barrier that doesn't exist currently for a constitutionally protected right, and you're equating it to flying. And flying is not constitutionally protected. This is the most basic
That
right
was
in
one
the
example.
But you have
Every
no evidence
aspect
to
of your
support the
life, you
problem.
have to show an
No,
ident-
you
Yes,
don't.
you do. It's
no, you
insane.
don't.
It's an absurd
Do you know,
argument.
I don't show my ID ever driving around this city.
Okay, bro.
Or walking around this city.
All right.
You don't have to do these things.
guess we're just
these
not-
are
It's
All right,
fine.
move on.
Yep,
move,
so we have-
move
so
on.
again,
Move
but-
on to the next
All right.
item.
So this is a
Move on to the next issue with the language.
So again, I revert back to the charter amendment should say what it's supposed to be saying. It should say what it means, which is it's not meant to replace all of these things. And as it's written, as I think is effectively trying to suppress folks that make it harder to vote.
Paul, the way it's written, do you need to express? Is there anywhere in there that says it goes along with state law and county law? I mean, do we need to specifically put into the language?
Well, I don't, it's not legally required, but.
No,
certainly-
I'm just saying if you
certainly
don't
through
put it
the-
in, it's still an assumption that you go through state law, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, you can add things of an explanatory nature.
Do you think
but
what the councilman's asking to add is necessary? Let me ask you that question.
I think it's within the legislative power of the council to do it. It currently is in a legally adoptable format.
Okay. All right.
Can I just say something, though, too? And I'm sorry. There's nothing in our charter right now that says we have to consolidate with the county, correct? I'm just making that
That's
point.
correct.
It's not in the charter right now.
Right.
There are other charter cities that have that requirement, or at least allow for it, correct?
Possibly, but I just want to make the point.
I've looked at
It does
I've
say
looked
that
at a
we
lot of
follow
charters.
state election, and it does talk about even-numbered municipal elections, but it does not say we have to consolidate with the county. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, so then the next piece is the city attorney's piece, and it's disappointing that Mr. Gates isn't here tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So are we done talking about all of these things and we're just moving along
No.
for the night, or are we going through it now? I'm confused because everybody's kind of had a.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, no, but like people just keep interrupting, so it's just confusing.
Well, I asked earlier if it's okay if we go back and forth, but if you guys don't want to go back and forth,
Well, I just figured while we're on a topic, we should just finish the topic.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
for
let's
it.
finish the
Go for
topic
it.
then.
Right?
Go.
Yeah, I've exhausted
But were you
everything.
even finished? I mean,
Yeah, I've exhausted everything. There's nothing else I have to say.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Sure. So mine are more statements. I think that in regards to the voter ID, while it might seem like a straightforward way to ensure voting integrity to have voter ID, research has shown that they disproportionately impact communities that are already underrepresented, which have already been said, and there are studies and data and information to show that, and we can say all day long that it's not going to suppress those people, our community, but the reality is that is exactly what it shows. And our aim should be to make voting more accessible and not less for every eligible voter in our community. The other thing is, we're talking about, well, if we have to take over the elections, what are the costs, what are this or what are that? Councilmember McKeon has said that the most important thing is to have, just to be sure of our elections, to be
Faith.
sure that they're
Yeah,
safe,
right.
right?
Yeah, faith.
So, and to have faith in them.
Yep.
I think that by doing this, we're actually injecting this sense of uncertainty.
Why?
Because the OC Registrar of Voters does all of this, does all that they do in a professional way to make sure that we have this sense of security. Do you disagree with that?
No, but I'm saying, but do you believe there's a segment of our population that doesn't understand why they don't have to show their ID card when they go to vote?
I'm not talking about that right now.
Okay, well, I think that's the answer to your question.
No, I don't think that it is actually, because I'm not done.
Okay, sorry. Go
They
ahead.
check the signatures, as was mentioned multiple times. I have also been at the OC Registrar of Voters, and they validate and revalidate, and they'll call people in to cure their ballots as well if it can't be validated, and that makes me sure of that. There's a number of different things that they do to ensure that the elections are considered safe and secure. And I'll go through them because I really wish we could have had the registrar come, but I understand that they don't want to participate in all of this. It's a little bit of a circus. The Orange County Registrar of Voters is responsible for overseeing our elections, and they are committed to transparency, accuracy, and ensuring that every vote is counted securely. Their systems are not connected to the internet, which ensures that they cannot be remotely accessed or tampered with. There's physical security. Voting machines and ballot storage areas are kept in secure facilities with restricted access. Surveillance cameras monitor these facilities around the clock. There are paper trails that provide a voter verifiable paper trail. This allows voters to review their choices on a physical printout before their vote is cast. In case of discrepancies or recounts, these paper trails can be used to verify the electronic vote count. There's audits. Post-election audits are a regular part of the process. This involves hand counting a sample of ballots and comparing them to the machine trail tally to ensure accuracy. Voter registration database security. VoteCal statewide voter registration database. The system has multiple layers of security to prevent unauthorized access and tampering. Voting by mail. I know we've talked about not excluding that, but the reality is that's another secure part of their election process. They've implemented security measures for mail-in ballots, including signature verification, which we've talked about. Each voter's signature on the mail-in ballot envelope is compared to the signature on file to ensure its authenticity. Poll worker training. They undergo training to ensure the security and integrity of the voting process. This includes procedures for setting up and closing the polling place, handling ballots, and assisting voters. Public outreach and transparency. They have been proactive in educating the public about election security. They've hosted open houses, provided tours of their facilities, and shared information about the various measures in place to ensure the integrity of the vote. Cybersecurity. They continuously invest in cybersecurity measures to protect its election infrastructure. This includes regular system updates, penetration testing, and coordination with state and federal agencies on potential threats. I guess the point with this is they're a professional organization. They're already doing all of these things. If it ends up that they're not able to coordinate with us, and we do have to take this over, we have to go through and do all of these things. I do not trust that we're going to be able to do that with the limited resources that we have on a regular basis by any means, and I currently do have faith and trust in them. I also know that when I submit my ballot, that I can track it all along the way. Are we going to have that tracking system? My HB app doesn't even work half the time. I have to take it off, put it back on. I mean, like, we're not set up to do things like that. We're not. And I think that it would do the opposite of what you're hoping to do with regards to the security, faith, and safety, and sanctity, frankly, of our elections. And I think that it's really important that we consider that, because I think we're setting ourselves up for failure, and we'll actually end up doing the opposite of what you're trying to do.
Councilwoman?
Thank you. So the reason, from what I understand, that signatures are so important in the election registration and in the process of going and voting in person is this. As I read California Elections Code, section 14240 to 14253, it says if someone's identity is challenged at the polls, the way that will be handled is the person will be asked to sign something under penalty of perjury that says, yes, I am the person that I say I am. And if it turns out that that person, perjured themselves, essentially, then they're subject to being charged in court for perjury. That is the way that the challenge process happens per the election code. So if we're going to do something different than that, that's why I'm saying I'm not even sure that if somebody challenges this, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to prevail. I'm still not sure. I just, and again, with all due respect to Mr. D'Alessandro, if there are cases, if there's legislative history, any of that stuff, it would be great to have that, but we don't have that. Just like we don't have an enumeration of what all has been considered in terms of election security and infrastructure. We have, to change our Constitution, a 4-5-page document. Are we really going to do this based on this? And based on no legal analysis, and just trust me, it's legal and we'll roll the dice. And, something like voter ID in the state of California, it will be challenged. And right now, I can't tell a resident how that's going to turn out. I can't tell them if we're going to have to cough up another, $3 or $4 million losing a lawsuit. And so I don't think that's fair. I understand that voters, it goes to people, the voters. But to put something on the ballot where we're not even sure how much it costs, we're not even sure what kind of liability or legal risk we're taking on, I just don't think it's fair.
All right, number one, the cost has been already put forward by staff at 1.1 million. If we had to do everything A to Z, which is not the intent, but if we had to do everything A to Z, the cost has been analysis at 1.1. Number two,
Mr. Mayor,
hold on,
that
let me
number's
finish.
being-
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Paul, again, I know you're going to be called on a lot tonight, but you did cite, didn't you just cite a case law about local municipal elections? Was San Francisco versus?
Yeah, Lacey.
Yeah,
Lacey.
but that wasn't voter ID, though.
True.
Yeah.
But
so
it was about a municipal
was-
local election that they did. Right.
It was a case about San Francisco enfranchising non-citizens to vote in school board elections.
But that's different from voter ID. Yeah,
True,
and that's the
but-
difference
but
between
the
what we're
analysis-
talking about in
but
Santa Ana.
The constitutional analysis is very similar in terms of the city's ability to do it.
That's
Yes.
enfranchising
That's
versus disenfranchising, though, correct?
This is voter ID,
So
and there's a different provision that I am saying. I'm not sure what we're talking about is going to be consistent with that provision that governs challenging people's identity at the polls. So, I have a question.
So the proposal is to verify, not challenge, right?
Challenge, verify,
number-
if a person is asked to verify their identity at the polls, that's what they have to do. They have to sign something under penalty of perjury. That's the form of identification that the California Election Code has for, elections under state law. And we say we're going to follow state law. It's fine. I'm not going to belabor the point. I do have a question, though, for the staff about the $1.1 million figure. So does that include signature verification? Does that include ballot tracking? All of these different things that we're talking about needing in order to be able to have confidence in any kind of system that we would set up to run elections.
At this time, that cost is unknown. So we just need to make a correction. So the estimate is actually ranging anywhere from $1.3 million to $1.65 million. That includes one-time capital costs and recurring costs. It does not include tracking or cybersecurity at this time because that's really a nebulous number that we just don't have right now. We would need an elections consultant and additional support from IS to figure that out.
There's no way we should be considering without that information. Absolutely no way.
Hey, Paul, you look like you wanted to finish your answer, but could you...
Oh, no, I was just, someone made a comment about the Lacey case being about enfranchisement, but this charter amendment is not about disenfranchisement. So it's about verifying eligibility.
Right.
That's different concept.
Thank you.
One other thing, Councilmember McKeon mentioned something about what we talked about, that we had 13 voting centers in the last election, which of course the registrar of voters could change as well, depending upon their calculations for ascertaining where location should be. You said something about, well, we could just add 7. I heard you say that since we already had the 13.
No, I just said what was the aversion to adding 7 if there was any... Yeah.
Well, but the reason that I bring that up is we specifically here say 20 residential. And that's not what these are. These are, in places like Edison Community Center, the library, Murdy Community Center, City Gym and Pool, Golden West College, Huntington Civic Center, the Lodge, Main Street Branch Library, Ocean View District Office Building. They're all churches, schools, and city buildings, essentially. And they all have good disability ingress, egress access. They have to, right? And so I think that a lot of the challenge, I imagine, with the residential processes from before having the polling places there, as we moved forward from that time, is that I know that most residences are not going to be up to these standards or the standards required to be able to have them vote there. And so I think that would add a lot of additional challenge. They're going to have to make sure that their driveway, et cetera, everything is ADA compliant. And I feel like that's part of the reason that they likely, and I don't know this, but I'm assuming that they've gone away from that.
Okay.
By the way, I think that's point well taken. I think that's point well taken.
All right. Do we?
Again, like this is what this process is for, right? Like there's concepts, and this one in particular, it's my opinion, increased faith and then voter turnout. So we're batting around ideas of how we can do that. I know we might disagree on certain principles, right? But we're understanding legality, costs, all those things. And maybe we don't have all those answers right now, but we have 2 more meetings to figure it out, right? If we decide that we want to move this forward.
Right.
The other thing is with voter ID, so right now I can, like, let's say if I worked somewhere else in the county, I could go vote at another in-person location as well. So would a Huntington Beach resident be able to go utilize those resources elsewhere to vote, which they would not require voter ID? And I expect that only within the confines of the cities.
To answer your question, they wouldn't be able to. So, for example, you're working in Dana Point.
Right.
You can't get to Huntington Beach in time. You're given a ballot. You're not even, because we're talking about municipal elections, the ballot won't even show any of the local city council because it wouldn't be on that ballot in Dana Point. And what they do is they take it, and then they put it out and it becomes what's called a provisional ballot. They check your registration. And if you did, for example, vote in a Dana Point council election, they wouldn't count that as part of the vote. So if you vote in Dana Point, you're not going to have a ballot that has the city council and municipal elections in Huntington Beach anyway.
That's not my understanding.
It's not my understanding either.
If you go down to Dana Point to vote center, you say, my name's so-and-so, they print you out a provisional ballot that has your Huntington Beach.
That's not my understanding.
Your address.
That is the correct. That is.
Okay.
You can vote
Then that
anywhere in
must
the
have-
county. With this new model, you can
New
vote
model? Okay.
anywhere in the county.
That wasn't my
Correct.
understanding. But
So
okay.
again, I feel like that we're removing access to voting for people who, because a lot of people don't just stay here in Huntington Beach. And if the goal is to, I assume, make it consistent, are you really improving people's expectations for the safety and fairness of the election if people are able to go somewhere else and vote differently? I don't know.
Sure, but there's a segment of our population that wants to show their voter ID and they don't trust the process, whether you agree with that they should or not.
I mean, they can still show it right now. They might just say, thank you.
But it's like, I always hear, like, put $10,000 in cash in an envelope and mail it to yourself, right? I mean, you hear that.
I've never heard that, but okay.
Well, again, people, we're trying to encourage
calls into question
turnout.
the integrity of the post office.
Sure,
and
but
that's-
again, guys, all right, that's why we're here talking about this.
Get letter
There are a lot of
carriers
people
down
that
here.
get really frustrated that they don't understand why they don't have to show their ID when they vote in person.
Why
They
don't
don't
we explain
understand.
it to them?
I do think education is really a key part of this.
Because we do think that you should have to show ID at election because there's a lot of people, I won't go, look,
Right.
the bottom line is I do believe that you should have to show ID, just like you have to go on an airplane, just like you go on a bus, medical, you have to show your ID all the time. And so for something as fundamental as the elections in our democracy, I disagree with you. I do believe that you should have to. That's why I'm supporting
You're
this.
saying you have to do that for a lot of those things? It makes it easier to show your ID to do a lot of those things, but you aren't required to, and there are alternative paths if you do not have photo identification from the government to be able to take part in that process. So saying you have to is like, yes, it's easier to show your ID to get on a plane, but you can fly without it. It takes a lot long. You better get to the airport early if you don't have your ID, but you can fly without ID. It's just a big pain.
Okay.
Also, we've gotten emails about from various folks indicating that they are for voter ID, but if it impacts us financially or it doesn't make sense with regards to integrating with the OC Registrar of Voters, that they don't think we should. And I think it's fair to say, as you did, that you believe that there should be voter ID, but to be able to look at this as a citywide issue and say, while I believe that, it doesn't actually make sense for our city because of the cost, because we already have a professional, secure system and have not actually been shown that there's any fraud. And if we were, then I could see you saying, I think it's worth it. But we don't have that. So there's no, I don't think the reasoning is there to say, well, I believe this. It doesn't necessarily make sense to implement it on a citywide basis.
Two prongs to that. One, the idea was never to suggest that we do our own elections, but we merge into the county. That's the idea and that's the hope. And quite frankly, if they didn't, which I believe they would, but no one knows, and I acknowledge that, the cost that came back from staff is far more lower than I first intendedly thought it would be.
That's fair. I expect it to be much higher, especially given that the IT portion we have no idea about, and that's probably one of the largest portions cost that there's going to be, and that will change all the time. So that's not a one-time cost. That's an ongoing, regular cost. And again, we already have limited staff and budget. Again, I'm going to bring up the MyHB app again. You know, we can't even get an app to work that I don't have to take off my phone, put it back on the phone to make it work. But we're going to be able to ensure the safety of our elections via, you know, the infrastructure for that. And the other thing is, too, that's fine that it's less currently than we maybe thought it would be, though I still think it will be higher. But the thing is we don't have to spend that money at all. We don't spend any money at all on that right now. We don't have it. We're trying to do an infrastructure report card looking at probably, frankly, billions of dollars of infrastructure that needs to be improved upon that's old. And we're looking at doing this. This doesn't make any sense to be doing something. Like the one gentleman said, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
At a bare minimum, we should not be enshrining this in our charter, because this is the same reason that we're going to talk about Measure C later. It's baking this kind of stuff in, boxing ourselves in, and you know, we're asking these questions about costs and practicality, and you know, asking, you know, our legal counsel, should we use shall or should we use may? Why would we bake all of this stuff in? It's the same issue, the same mistake that was made with Measure C before. And who knows whether we're ever going to get that corrected. It could be done by ordinance if you know, if it's...
Again, like this is part of the process, right?
Do it, so,
Well, I would just say I would respectfully disagree, and I think our voting system is worth making sure we have faith in the election outcomes. And so,
Mr. Mayor?
again...
What's the threshold where it gets too expensive? What's the dollar amount where it's too expensive per vote to ensure something that hasn't been demonstrated?
You're asking, like, it's amazing because you're like, what if the state does this? What if the federal government comes in and does this? Like, you could what if everything? No, you could what if everything.
Of course you can.
But
it's called risk
look,
management.
I think our democracy is fundamental.
Sure.
It's fundamental.
So what number?
And
how much money should we spend?
You know, and again, that's I don't know the answer to that question, to be honest.
But we should have an idea of what it's going to cost, though, right?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I want to
and
have
by the way,
elections.
the larger that sum, my guess is the less likely it would pass. Again, whatever we do here goes right to the voters.
But we won't know because we got to get this thing done in like less than a month.
We have an analysis based from a certain amount to a certain amount.
I don't think staff can figure out what the IT costs to run our own elections in under a month to get a real number.
Well, they're giving you and giving the citizens a definite ballpark of what the cost would be.
They just indicated they did not know that, actually, because there's things far and above that. And the other thing is, I'll come back to the original thing. What is the rush? Let's just wait until we know.
And you don't know that the county, county's not going to accept what we did.
But why box ourselves in for it?
All right.
So, I mean, we're going around in circles.
So we're going around in circles.
But again, there's a massive cost to this that we need to
we're
understand.
going around in circles.
Okay.
Let's move
on
forward.
to the city attorney.
Let's go to the city attorney. Go ahead.
Okay. So, reading this is, so I went and pulled all the city charters for city attorneys that have other elected attorneys. So, of the 400 and something odd cities in California, 10 have elected city attorneys. Actually, it was 11 until 2016, and San Bernardino, after their bankruptcy, eliminated their elected staff. And now, after a recall in 2014, of all things, just interesting news articles. But reading through that, there is no language in any of the charters that reflect anything that is being proposed There's so many edge cases here that get out of whack. I don't see, so in the document here, it says Section 304 as a matter of law is presently inconsistent with state law on the attorney-client relationship. How? Mr.
I would pass it on to the attorney.
So one of the major concerns with the language that was added to 304, I think in 2010, is that it creates a kind of an internal inconsistency with 309 and the duties that are enumerated in 309 currently. So as an opportunity to kind of fix that, striking that language would sort of eliminate that internal inconsistency. There's also some recent advances in the work product doctrine that this is inconsistent with. That language in 304B is inconsistent with a couple of kind of long-held court cases in our area, Hicks versus Board of Supervisors and Hutton versus O'Connor, both of which are
Hutton versus
pretty
O'Connor is an unpublished case, though, right?
Right, yeah.
right, but it still applies to Huntington Beach.
But in that specific, very specific piece where the council tried to go into the city attorney's office and eliminate or mess with the internal workings of the department, right?
Right, and
so
so this language in 304B conflicts with that, right? Proceedings, all legal business and proceedings, all property of the legal department may employ other attorneys to take charge of or may contract for any prosecution, litigation, or other legal matter or business. That internally conflicts with the city attorney's duties under 309 and also violates what's set forth in Hicks and Hutton.
Well, no, there are other charter cities that have elected city attorneys that have language like that. So are you saying 304B is inconsistent with state law? Because I don't agree.
Okay, you can not agree, but what I'm saying is that it's internally inconsistent with our own charter.
Oh, it's definitely internally inconsistent.
And it conflicts with the cases that I cited, and it also conflicts with other rules about the attorney-client relationship that are established through the state bar. And for those reasons.
And would you tell me what rules those are, please?
The specific rule on attorneys representing corporations, I think it's 1.13.
You're gonna have to explain what the analysis is with 1.13.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me right now, but
yeah. See, this is the kind of thing that it would be really. We could have a really well-informed conversation if we had this in front of us now, so that we're not just. I mean, we're basically just talking about hypotheticals, and we're not applying this to the actual facts here. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff that's been said about the relationship between the city attorney and the city council and the voters, and it's all very confusing. So, you know, there is something from the Cal Cities Guide for city attorneys that I think encapsulates things very succinctly, and it says, essentially, all of the duties and requirements applicable to appointed city attorneys apply to elected city attorneys. Although the elected city attorney is accountable to the public through elections, the city, not the public, is the city attorney's client. We go back and forth. We've had folks come up, you know, to the podium and say, well, the city attorney is not accountable to the city council. The city attorney is accountable to the people. But the city attorney still has to consult with someone who gets to make decisions about legal things, right? And so who is that? Does the city, who's gotten a call from the city attorney to say, hey, should I settle this case, you know, that has to do with the PD? Should I settle this trip and fall case?
if this is, strictly a matter of the city attorney and the people as the client, there are lots of things that the people should know that they don't know. So, for example, does anybody know how many cases the city has open and active right now? Litigation, what have you? Does anybody know that? Does anybody know exactly how much money we've spent in the last 9 years settling cases? Does anybody know how much money we've paid out in total for legal fees for cases that we've lost? Nobody knows this. The city council is in the role of the client, and under those same rules that you cite, the client makes decisions and also holds the attorney-client privilege, not the attorney. That is the same, and I'm not aware of a state where that is not the law, that the client holds the attorney-client privilege. This proposal to say that the city attorney holds the attorney-client privilege and nobody, no city employee or no member of the city council can look at anything that's privileged unless there's a vote of the city council. So I can just imagine, so the city manager needs to talk to the city attorney about a legal question, but he can't do it because we haven't had a vote. Or, I had a question for the city attorney last week about something, but he can't answer my question because we haven't had a vote about it. Really? That's not practical. It's kind of ridiculous. And the reason why I think that we have these proposals that are not consistent with law, unworkable, and really just like flat out bizarre is because this is an emotional response to something that happened a couple of years ago with the employment discrimination litigation with the city attorney's office. You don't change your constitution based on emotional responses to events that happen.
Paul?
So
Can Paul answer?
There have been lots of letters or emails written in too about these provisions, and
Can Paul answer?
This is just, yeah, go ahead.
No, I would like, before Paul, my understanding, but in the ad hoc committee, again, my understanding, it's not hypothetical. I believe this is similar language to that of the Long Beach City Charter, from my understanding, when we were talking to the ad hoc committee. So I would like you to respond to the councilwoman, but it's not hypothetical. It's similar to the Long Beach City Charter, these drafts.
Yeah, there is some language similarities with Long Beach. Getting back to your point, a lot of what you said is correct. The city is the client, right, of the city attorney. The city is directed by the city council, and so for matters of policy and settling lawsuits and things like that, unless that authority has been delegated to someone else, then yeah, the city council is the decider on things like that. None of this affects that.
Right.
So the language in 304B is recommended to be stricken because it conflicts. Some of the other language about, the budgetary stuff, that all arises out of instances and consistent with the cases that I cited earlier. It's not unusual for city charters to have, and again, I'm not being an advocate here, I'm just trying to lay out some facts. It's not unusual for city charters to express concern about certain employees. And our own city charter has a special carve-out for the police chief, who is the only department head that cannot be fired without the consent of the council by the city manager. Our city charter...
That was done at 11 o'clock at night.
Our city, well, I'm just telling you what the fact is.
Yeah.
Our city charter has a carve-out for the city manager, who cannot be fired within 90 days of an election. So adding things in there about the city attorney is not unusual. And in fact, Santa Ana has an appointed city attorney who cannot be fired without a 2/3 vote of the council. So these kind of things, I'm just pointing out that they're not unusual.
Well, no, I'm not saying that it's unusual to have call-outs, pertaining to the city attorney or any other particular office. What I'm saying is what this proposal does is take the attorney-client privilege away from the client, the city council,
and gives it to the city attorney. And that is something that I have never seen done before, and it does do that.
I really have to disagree. I think what it says, it cannot take away the privilege from the client. What it says is that it's his duty to maintain and protect all confidential attorney-client privilege and attorney work product privilege information. The privilege still resides with the city as the client and expressed through the will of the city council.
But if one of us as a member of the city council can't see or discuss a document or something like that that's privileged because, you know, we've got to go do a vote on it.
Or you don't.
Then
or you have a negative vote. Like if there's city attorney, this reads as if you would like to see a document because there's a legal matter going on. The city attorney says, no, I'm not going to give it to you. Go to the council. Council majority says, no, you can't see it.
So
that's the way.
Again,
that's the sieve that I read this.
I really can't imagine a situation where there would be a. No, I'm just being honest. I don't.
Have one right now.
Can you let him answer the question?
Yeah. So. If there's a document that's protected by attorney-client privilege, right? That privilege is not held by an individual council member. It's held by the city, as expressed through the majority of the council, if it comes down to that.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know how to otherwise express that, and
But how is this going to work?
I get so again, now that's another question, right?
It
The
is.
implementation is a different question from whether or not what we're doing is legal and able to be voted on by the people.
I have a question.
Sure.
So the question is about the client piece, the definition. So you said that the city is the client.
Yes.
And in this case, the city council is the representation of the city. Is that correct?
The city council as a whole is the authorized body to speak on behalf of the client. That's right. Now, the city has adopted a lot of rules and regulations where it delegates that to various members of staff in various other instances.
So if
Not
I were
normally with the attorney-client privilege.
If I were to ask the city attorney as a member of the client board, I'll say, to review a document that's already been approved by the majority of the council, would that be something where I should be able to see that as a client member?
Well, again, as an individual member of the council, you don't have that attorney-client privilege. So a document that's approved by the council would normally be something that's not an attorney-client privilege document.
So like a public record?
So it should be a public record.
Well, if it is a public record, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what specific thing you're
So I feel like this
talking
is an important time to share some communication that happened. So I actually asked City Attorney Gates, and I'll quote, "As your client, I'm entitled to review the executed settlement agreement with the Pacific Air Show that you've recently entered into on behalf of the city. Please provide the agreement in its entirety to me within 24 hours. Thank you for your email." This is from City Attorney Gates. "I can make a final executed copy available to you in my office for your review. Notably and fundamentally, you are not my client. The City Council's vote is my client." Some other things there too. Let's see. I asked him to bring the executed agreement for review during the closed session so he could watch me read it. I figured that was still reasonable. I did not mean as an agendized closed session item. I said, "No, please bring it for my personal review." And he said, "I'll ask the mayor." And I said, "The mayor is a ceremonial position and is a council person just like me. He doesn't have the authority to determine whether or not you can comply with my requests. Why are you asking the mayor? Do you see my point now?" This is from the city attorney. "You're making a strange request," and this is really the important part of this, "when I've opened up my office and availability to you, as if you're my boss and I'm your secretary. Neither are true. I do certain things authorized by the entire majority of council, not individual members. At this point, to me, his voice is as good as yours, and I just asked him, and he said no." So that's how I get treated by my attorney, as part of the client board. And to me, this is a concern. And this is why I specifically have deep concerns with this particular item, because I don't think that the city should be treated that way.
Paul, when you said attorney-client privilege, and you said the city, doesn't that mean the majority of the city and the policy?
So,
I'm asking.
yeah, well, the city is the client, right?
And
The council is the body that speaks on behalf of the client.
Right.
And
it's
so
the majority of that
The
body.
council acts by majority, that's correct.
Okay.
But it acts
now-
by majority in a public setting. It can't act in a majority behind closed doors and outside of a closed session, because that would be a Brown Act violation.
It acts by majority in closed session, too.
Right, but outside of that,
Well,
there can't be a council
well, you
majority,
can't,
right?
no, you can't.
Hang on.
So the council doesn't take action outside of a meeting.
Correct.
Right? So,
So the council majority doesn't exist outside of this room, or in theory.
well, the council majority exists every time the council votes.
Correct.
So,
But as a council
But a
member,
council doesn't
as who
exist
is
out of this
part of
room.
the client, the council exists outside of this room, though, right? As council members, as parts of that board. And so then in that respect, it sounds like I, as part of that client, don't have any access to legal advice unless I am part of a council majority decision.
Well,
I don't think that's I don't think that's an accurate
That's
statement
the way it's being
of the
treated.
intent.
That's,
but
as a practical
if-
matter, how
so
it's working.
you're really talking about direction of work, right, at that point. So,
We're actually in production of documents.
well,
I mean, the way,
if you feel like boy, this is really getting far afield from the, but if you feel like you're not, I guess for lack of a better term, getting client service, right, as an individual council member, in terms of like asking for work to be produced, so the city attorney has to direct that. And if there's not a majority vote of the council to kind of direct legal work, then unless he wants to do it on his own, it's probably not going to get done. Because
Right.
he's in charge of directing the work of the staff.
But my concern here is the production, or the protection of documents and information. That, again, if there's documents and information that I'd like to review in order to make a decision, and the city attorney does not provide them to me, I would have to ask counsel to provide them to me, and they could say no, and then I'm at a handicap of being able to see work product from the city attorney's office, so that I could understand
So,
what.
well, if it's an attorney-client privilege document,
Yeah. Would have to be provided to the whole
how
council.
would it have been presented to the council
That's
to
a
begin
good
with?
question.
So,
It's a very good question. How would it have been provided to the council?
I mean, I can't answer that,
Sure.
and I don't want to.
No, I understand.
I don't
So-
want to try and
So then outside
work
the,
my way
outs-
through
outside the
hypotheticals.
legal side of this, so I reviewed every other city charter. So the piece that's missing from, we talked about Long Beach, right? Long Beach has in their charter, the sections, the city council shall have control of all litigation of the city to the extent that the relationship between the attorney and the client permits or authorizes such control by the client, and at the request of the city attorney may employ other attorneys to assist the city attorney. So we have no language in our charter anymore that says the city council shall have control of all litigation in the city. Does that still exist somewhere and I'm missing it?
Well, it's in the current charter, right, that the council's in charge of all the business of the city. It's in 304B currently.
But we're proposing to strike that, right?
Right, but in terms of client control of litigation, the council
But we were striking.
the council has that as a matter of law anyway.
Where?
So,
What, I mean, under what authority, again, because I'm trying to get where we have that, derive that authority from, and just, they have that under state law, like
so
what?
what's the attorney-client relationship under state law? The client directs litigation, not so much the strategy and the actual performance of the work, but the client gets to make decisions about settlement and going to trial and all that kind of stuff.
Sure, but why, I mean, again, we talked about Long Beach. Long Beach has similar talk about to be the sole and exclusive legal advisor to the city council, all committees, blah, blah, blah. Gets into some of the similar things we have, but then at the bottom it says the city council shall have control of all litigation of the city. This seems to isolate the city attorney's role as being like almost a very independent role.
So it's a legislative process.
Correct.
So if you want to change, if you want to add some language like that, this is
right.
the opportunity.
So it does move power away from the city council as being in charge of the city and starts delegating through the charter to other elected folks. So again, the charter amendment from 2022 talked about the attorney-client relationship, and it added in language to clarify this role that only under conflicts of interest, and you get into what city? I think Los Angeles goes in, or San Diego goes into. No, San Francisco goes deep into conflict of interest, including hiring retired judges to figure out a conflict of interest and written advice from the FPPC and the California Attorney General. I mean, city attorney definition in San Francisco is very, very long. Whereas you get into Redondo Beach defines its city attorney in one line. It says, it shall be the duty of the city attorney to advise the city of San Rafael, to advise the city authorities and officials on all legal matters pertaining to the business of the city and to render such other services in the line of his profession who may be required of him by the council. So I think it's very, very odd how this is framed, even based on Councilmember McKeon's direction, once we get into the budgeting piece. If the city council's job to set budget, I don't know why we would change this in kind of a ham-fisted way to an elected department head. Same, again, if it's so important, again, city clerk, city treasurer, we create those three positions that now have protected budget. We have the infrastructure is now protected. Our budget window is getting very small on discretionary decisions of the council. We're now basically legislating budget by formula with no discretion for priorities from the community. So I think setting this gets very interesting. The court case out of San Bernardino stops councils from defunding elected positions. So we don't think that's plausible anymore based on court case, but a 4/5 majority to reduce the city's budget. I think the staff report said we're asking for up to 10% cuts across the board, but we're going to keep the city attorney. If this was in place, we would not be able to reduce the city attorney's budget by more than 3% if this was in place at the time.
You want to answer that?
No, go for
Other
it.
cities.
So on that budgetary part, it's the treasurer, city attorney, and city clerk. And if you don't mind, I would like to call on the treasurer, who's right in the back row. This is something that fundamentally did happen, where a council just totally wiped out an elected position, elected by the people, and wiped out the entire budget. And I want the treasurer to talk about that experience, and also what were some of the downfalls of a council that went after a duly elected person by the people of Huntington Beach.
So in reference to the defunding of the city treasurer's department, that was back in December of 2010 to February of 2011, where the city council adopted ordinance 3907, which purported to transfer the majority of the city treasurer's charter mandated powers and duties to the finance department. This was done by deleting Municipal Code Chapter 2.16, which was the chapter on the city treasurer, in its entirety, and adding certain charter responsibilities to the finance department in the Municipal Code Chapter 2.15. It was interesting when I was reading the RCA for that, the human resources director at the time had mentioned we must maintain the charter mandated duties of the city treasurer. And then it's funny because then they deleted them all and moved them. So even the RCA didn't really match up with what was done. So the specific actions on this ordinance were actually in direct conflict with the city charter. And the city charter is obviously the fundamental law of the city of Huntington Beach. So I'm not arguing, one way like, oh, we should have an elected city treasurer, we shouldn't. We should have a treasurer department, we shouldn't. What I'm arguing is just the facts. The facts were that it stated certain duties of the city treasurer in the charter: receive, collect, deposit, disperse funds, and those exact duties were removed by the city council through an ordinance, which an ordinance actually can't
Right. So it was illegal.
be in conflict with
Charter.
the charter. Exactly. I mean, the independently elected officers of the city are accountable directly to the citizens. I mean, they have voted for us, and we are to act as stewards of the taxpayer money and as checks and balances within the operational structure. The outgoing city treasurer at the time, who now and has been our county treasurer for the County of Orange, spoke in opposition to the plan to remove charter mandated duties from the elected city treasurer position. She stated that transferring these duties to the finance department would be in direct conflict with the city charter and state law. So it's something that applied then as well as now would be that in times of fiscal challenges, it is more important than ever to maintain checks and balances to protect public funds. I mean, Council Member Kalmick mentioned the Bell situation. I mean, look what happened there.
But my question's unrelated to this. In 2010, though, the city was facing massive budget shortfalls because of the housing crisis, and
Well, that didn't have anything to do with saving possibly $100,000, which it was argued that wouldn't have been saved anyway. So I don't know that you can argue that you can.
but yeah, I wasn't really germane to the conversation about the city attorney's office, but I do appreciate the history.
No, but you're talking
on that
about
role.
the budget.
I'm talking about
portion. You're
locking the budget.
part.
So
What-
other
what
cities
the goal
don't-
here is on the budget part, and you can. The experience is it's already happened by a council to the treasurer. There was threats of it happening to the city attorney, and for example, just say the majority disagrees with the city clerk. The majority of the council shouldn't be able to wipe out all the duties and responsibilities. She's been elected by the people of Huntington Beach, and she's accountable to the people of Huntington Beach as the city clerk, just like Michael Gates is as city attorney and the treasurer. So like, again, it does say we can cut 3%. And
we're
it
asking
says
for
if there's
10.
an emergency, we can definitely do it by a higher threshold. But
No. That's not how this reads at all. Mr. D'Alessandro? In an emergency, we can cut more than 3% based on this language? That's not how I read this.
Wasn't it a 5-6 vote or something like that? Or
Well, it can be reduced if approved by a 4/5 majority, yes.
But no more than
No
3%.
more than 3%, right?
Right.
Says, but in no event
No
shall
event,
any
right.
reduction exceed 3% in year and from the previous year. So a
Yeah.
lot of other cities handle their city attorney's budget. They peg it to judges. Like the city attorney shall be, like San Diego, should be paid the same as the Superior Court judge. I think San Diego also states you can't lower the city attorney's salary during their year. But this is a whole office that's like $1 million plus, $1.6 million now. Sonny, what's the city attorney's budget?
Let me look that up right
Okay.
now.
and also the treasurer, because this is not just city attorney, it's a treasurer, it's also
Wait,
the
is
clerk.
that's different.
Yeah, that's,
Where
where is
that's
that
not
in the
this.
language?
That's not been recommended.
That's actually something where we're going to ask
Okay.
to
Oh,
amend,
that-
to
that-
include the clerk and the treasurer
Right.
to this as well.
So
So
we're
they
gonna-
can't be stripped of their duties, responsibilities, and resources.
So that would be an ad for later. So we're gonna take all of our elected
By the way,
positions.
I believe that was a suggestion by Councilman McKeon in the last meeting that we had on Thursday.
Okay.
My apologies. I thought it was already.
Yeah. So, but again, we're putting up walls without like emergency ladders to scale those walls in a fiscal emergency. Now I have 3 departments and our infrastructure budget that would be charter mandated to maintain at a certain level. So if we have massive cuts, so now you're talking about laying off public safety.
I guess like is there a percentage of the issue that what you have the issue with?
It's the locked-in percentage. It's taking away budgetary control from the city council.
Right. So I think like the concept would be that a row council can't defund the
Right.
other elected offices.
The court case in San Bernardino said you can't do that.
Right. So I'm saying so.
And it sounds like what the council did
Even
in
though it's
2010.
happened here in our current
So
city
that was
with the treasurer.
prior to. the court case in San Bernardino.
No, I'm just saying it's
Yeah,
not
but
like
again, like, why
it's not
didn't
like a
somebody-
what if on some of the
Why-
other
no, I'm not
issues.
saying it what if, but
it
what
actually did happen here
Why
in
didn't
Huntington
somebody
Beach.
sue is what I'm curious as to.
Sure, again, but we're just trying to protect like that from happening. So my question
Sure.
is, you have an issue
Well, why
with
don't
the
you back into that?
Yeah, so
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
why
You have
don't
an
you-
issue with the percentage?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so what would you prefer?
I would prefer to budget as an elected official as one of 7 members of the head of the city to budget my departments as seen fit by a majority
And
of
you
this
don't want to
council.
put a protection that we can't defund it without a supermajority of the council?
I think that we should be able to budget as we should want to budget.
Yeah, but you want to protect from like a royal council from what they did. I think with the previous city attorney, they like defunded her office, I believe, back in like 2010.
They discussed doing it. So like, again, the narrative here that was like essentially they funded a department, the city attorney, they looked to outsource it, and actually they looked at San Bernardino, of all places. Again, there was a lot of San Bernardino running around the city in 2010, 2012. Looked at figuring if they could defund the office, have the city attorney basically manage the outsourced firm contract, if you will. They'd still have an elected city attorney who would sit, and then the rest of the department would be a contract. Effectively, the outside counsel, I believe, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm guessing it was not agreed upon and did not happen. And so there are, I think, newer laws in effect, but again, to box us in, to see how all the other cities handle, because they do contemplate over-politicization of of a council going after other elected department head.
For sure.
And I think there's better ways to do it than locking our budget in that way, annual budget.
I just want to,
Especially for the
again, I
whole
want to
part.
ask, I want to ask the treasurer again. You were elected by the people as the treasurer, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the duties, responsibilities in the budget got stripped away from the treasurer's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think our crack city attorney would go and hire outside counsel and sue the council if they did
So
something
I have
like that, right?
another question. When that happened, where you were stripped of your responsibilities, did it affect the taxpayers financially? Did anything happen because you were not allowed to do some of your duties?
Well, let me just clarify. So this happened in 2010, the end of 2010, the beginning of 2011, when the previous city treasurer was leaving to become the county treasurer. So there was nobody actually that was elected or in place between the time of that occurred and then I was hired in March. They did have the assistant city manager acting as the city treasurer at the time. So I just want to clarify that it wasn't me that was here and then the duties were taken away. When I was hired in a job that I was told was, which was the job I took, was a part-time city treasurer, which was in charge of the investments. So I was never told or given any other responsibilities at the time. But now that now that we have realigned those duties back with the city treasurer, I have seen areas that possibly could be improved with more focus on those areas. Those could be things like the collection of delinquent accounts, because I did see some late and older accounts that weren't collected on, and I also can see procuring some savings from reviewing current contracts and potentially going out to bid, and some of those actually haven't happened for quite some time. Possibly examining business processes for potential improvements, enhancing internal controls, and looking at how current technology could save time and money, because there hasn't been really much updates to that area.
Right. So I don't know. I think that it needs to be rethought about how to control what you're trying to solve for,
right,
and what's written here. Apart from all of the legal, I guess the legal issues with creating a city attorney city attorney's office that I think makes it even less clear as to the role between the two. So that seems much more complicated. We're adding that piece in there. Oakland actually has and I'll bring it up later, I guess. I don't think that's appropriate at this time, but yeah, and then the fact that this all goes into play in 2026, I again, I'm guessing that that's to avoid any conflict with the current elected person. Or no, I don't mean to like obfuscate that it's not Michael Gates, but the current elected position. Okay. Yeah, that's. I think I made it clear to how I feel about that.
Really, I concur. I think that a lot of these charter amendments, including this one, perhaps should be ordinances, perhaps, and not really tie future councils' hands for fear of them being rogue. I think that also what was discussed before, this isn't, I don't think it would be about the duties and responsibilities being removed, but my concern is cementing this, this council's approach to governing and essentially, I guess, budgeting these different offices based upon our current circumstances for future councils. Future councils should be able to determine, now, not only for the city attorney's office, but for these 3 offices now, they should have the ability to make a determination of what's appropriate on the budget at all levels. And this 3% piece, I too am concerned with.
Okay.
I don't think it should be there at all because the council members are elected to govern, and the main part of that governance is setting the budget. And setting the budget includes these 3 offices. While that is determining resources that are there, sometimes difficult decisions have to be made across the board, and I don't know why these 3 areas don't get considered as well. Hopefully we don't end up there, but if we do arrive there, I think it's that council's decision what to do, and if they're hamstrung by, this smaller percentage, does that mean that they're cutting public safety? Does that mean that they're cutting libraries? What does that they're forced to because they're not able to? Maybe they can't get to that 4/5 vote or whatever it is.
So again,
That's
so
my
it's the
concern.
percentage, right?
It is the percentage
Okay.
that is the primary concern for me. But again, it's also putting these types of things in a charter amendment and changing our charter versus actually considering them perhaps outside.
Okay.
So how did you? Yeah.
Of, and I understand where you're coming from, Councilwoman, but the very nature of a council that goes after a political opponent is based on the majority, and again, all 3 of these offices are directly elected and accountable to the electorate. So I'm.
You could remove that by making them not political and just appointed as well.
Yeah, well, that, by the way, that failed in the last election. But
It wasn't on the ballot in the last election.
The 3%, I understand that that the maximum cut is 3%, and my understanding was different, so I'm glad you brought it up. I thought it was the most you can cut is 3% unless you have a 6/7 vote. So, I mean, for me, that's something I want to take a look at.
Yep.
I'm going to take a look at that. So I appreciate that dialogue. But again, I've already expressed, with the treasurer's history.
No, but again, like I keep
the
saying,
treasurer's
yeah.
history, the city attorney's history.
That's what, again, I keep saying that's what this process is for. There's some good ideas and good concepts, and we're batting around, and you guys are bringing up concerns. We are as well, and we can fine tune it. And then, again, hopefully have an end product that if we move anything, right, I'm not assuming that we are, to the ballot, the voters will get to decide on. But that's why I appreciate this process, is hearing your guys' input, hearing ours, and then we see, come back next meeting and hopefully answer some of these questions, right?
Right, but I do appreciate that you created this process because these were all ready to be put on the ballot.
Sure,
Not
but
for, and not for.
we're not looking at the past, we're looking at right now, right?
Correct.
So the process is what it is, so let's really maximize it and make it efficient and productive. Okay.
Well, I have to say I am, so the situation that happened with the city treasurer 12 years ago, I mean, that wasn't right, but it was 12 years ago, so I'm I'm at a loss, because, are we facing that situation right now?
It couldn't happen in the future? I think that's what it's trying to protect, right? Is
And
for this from happening again in the future.
The situation with the treasurer was, we're the ones that, this council fixed it, right?
I
I mean,
understand.
you can't
but-
have it both ways. You can't
Yeah.
say, well, it happened 10 years ago, but what if this happens? What every one of the initiatives we brought forward, you come up with what ifs. But here's something actually happened
I
here
guess
in
my
Huntington
question,
Beach.
yeah, well, I mean, it seems like the time to do this would have been in 2011 or 2012.
I know, but the time is, but the time is
2011.
now is to put in guardrails so councils don't have to address this again because the charter is clear that it can't happen, right? You can't, a row council can't defund other elected departments.
State law says you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Understood. But I'm just saying that's why these discussions are great for the public to understand what happened in the past. Can we fix it? Can we clean it up? Do we need to fix it? Do we need to clean it up? Maybe state law protects us, but let's have these conversations to clear up a lot of the false, information that's going around. And then can we clean it up so that future councils don't have to address it again because the charter is clear, right?
Well, and this helps because a lot of the people here said, well, why? We're giving you the reason why. You don't have to agree. We don't have to come to decisions today, but we're explaining why. So it's not as a matter of, will it ever happen? It has happened. So it's a possibility. We're just explaining why. That's what the community asked. That's what we're doing.
To be clear, though, the original item was just the city attorney's office, so the original question of why should have really dealt with that.
Understood, but again, this process is supposed to be, dynamic where we can change things and make adjustments and we'll all have input, and that's what I feel we're doing. I think that's a good thing, right? No?
I
Okay.
think it's kind of a fire ready, aim, fire, because all of these are coming forward already ready to go. And I appreciate that we're having dialogue, but I think it's important to always remember the context and the origin of all of this is that they were all done before without any input. And I'm glad that we're getting some now, and I appreciate the dialogue, but I think it's important to talk about that because that's what's happening now too.
Okay.
I do have to ask also, so the 6 out of 7 vote in order to make, because I don't agree with hamstringing this council or any future council with a certain percentage.
Okay.
Like how do we arrive at 3%? Why would it not be some other percentage?
Sure. Could it be? Was there a percentage number that you'd be okay with?
No, because I don't think there should be any percentage. But certainly not, memorializing it again in the charter where if a subsequent council or the city has financial problems,
Sure.
you're just kind of stuck. You're kind of hamstrung.
Well, there's a mechanism with, if you're in that dire of a situation, 6 or 7 council members would vote for it, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there is a
I don't know.
mechanism in place
There's
to
other
solve it.
cities that have solved this with you can't hit one department. You can decrease the budgets of the elected staff positions if you are decreasing the budgets of all departments by the same amount.
Right.
That alleviates the need for this, and that could be an ordinance that would discuss that.
Yeah.
But again, it sounds like to repeal an ordinance, generally speaking, council member item.
Yep.
Think about the pride flag item, right? Council member item, 2 hearings for an ordinance. So you got a lot of time for people to bring awareness to the city if the city was going to defund a department, which courts have ruled is illegal for city councils to defund elected staff positions. So,
But again, yeah, I understand. But
so tying things, instead of memorializing percentages and vote counts, it would be creating policy that makes things equitable, because it sounds like you're trying to address inequity. And creating equitable situations where it's not, you could not decrease budget unless you were decreasing budget across the board. And then again, caveating that, unless there's some ultra emergency where there's something going on, again, situations you can't think of. The goal is to not tie hands so that we have to go out to the vote of the people to fix things. Again, some of the Measure C discussions address that same concern.
But again, to also, prevent other future councils from having to deal with these issues that are kind of vague and there's holes in them. So can we fix it now? That's the spirit of this process, right? So it doesn't have to be dealt with in the future because it's clear it's been fixed. So whether it's an ordinance, it's more permanent in the charter, but, I appreciate your perspective. All right.
Are we ready to move on to the next issue?
I think so.
All right, the next issue, I'm sorry. City clerk, qualifications, city clerk.
So the report basically states that no other city among the 121 charter cities, I believe there's actually 125 charter cities, require a 4-year degree. That's not true. I think the city clerk provided a list.
I think
In the
I think
charter.
there was apples and oranges. I believe the statement was no charter city that has a directly elected clerk has, other than Redondo Beach, has an educational requirement. And Redondo Beach
their
is
charter.
at 15. It has 15 units. The other ones that are on the agenda or the analysis were appointed clerks.
Right, okay, so I'm reading what was in the document. It says, a review of other charter cities throughout California shows that no other city charter requires a 4-year college degree to run for clerk. No other city charter requires it, but by municipal ordinance, it's unclear if that's the case. So just because it's not in the charter doesn't mean it could not be in their municipal code that would have a degree requirement to run for city clerk. And then, so to be clear, no other city among the 125 city charter cities require a 4-year degree. So that makes it actually less clear. So we have other charter cities in the county that have degree requirements based on the staff report from the last meeting.
And those are appointed.
Correct.
Yeah, those are appointed.
But it says, to be clear, no other city among California's charter cities require a 4-year degree. So
And again,
it was
those
less
are
clear.
appointed. Those are
Correct. So
appointed.
the appointed clerk. So 25% of clerks in the state are actually elected. So very few, less than 75% are appointed clerks. So by law, my reading is that general law cities, which are not charter cities, by default have elected city clerks under California law, and residents have to vote to eliminate that position. It's happened quite a bit in Orange County over the last, I think, decade or so. More and more cities have eliminated their elected clerk and gone to appointed clerk. But it's not, the requirements do not appear in their charter for it, but it does appear in their municipal code. So I think to say that there is no degree requirement is incorrect, because it's in their municipal code. It just happened to be in their charter because they've decided that they'd like to have flexibility, for instance, if the job were to change. And a lot of other clerks have way different roles. Some clerks are ceremonial, where they come down, they just sign paperwork, they have no other business at the city. Some clerks are like the controller auditor for cities as well, which have much higher requirements. So I believe, as society changes, having that requirement is very important, I think, to have that. And in fact, again, there are other cities that have degree requirements. So to say that they don't, I think, is a mischaracterization. It just doesn't appear in the charter.
And again, we're trying to compare apples to apples. It's elected clerks that have educational requirements. The only one
in the charter,
and the only one is, I believe it was Redondo Beach, that said 15. I think it was 15 units. And even if we go dig a little bit deeper, if you look at our charter right now, it says, I believe, business administration or something or related field. No, it's a bachelor's degree in business, public administration, or related field. And that's ambiguous, and I think all of us can agree, at least that's ambiguous. The current clerk, and I'm not doesn't have that degree in business and public administration. She's the related field, doing a great job, but it's a related field. And when someone wants to run for an office like clerk, I would like to make it where it's not ambiguous, that it's defined, because it's important. Because what happens here is we have one person that will define what's related and what's not. Is a psychology degree related? Is a history degree related?
But that's
is
their
a
job.
Hold on. Is a political science degree related? And you can pick and choose what's related and what's not, instead of just saying this is the definition, and the definition is not ambiguous, but it's defined. The definition says bachelor's degree. Or, what about military? Maybe they have experience that might be applicable, but they don't have a BA degree.
So that would be covered by a related field.
So hold on. So I think, and a lot of this got muddled by the community because of it's been out there that said, the Michael's wife is going to run. She's already withdrawn, said she's not running. But here, whether we do this cycle or down the line, I don't think that it should be ambiguous. I don't think that one person should say, "Whoa, what's related, what's not," because a lot of people might run thinking that they are related, and the clerk could just say, "No, I disagree." And I'm not saying this clerk would do it, but like, say she has a challenger, and it's a good, strong challenger. It's not related, and that's a final say. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying we need to clarify. We need to clarify and be absolute about what's the qualifications of an office.
So very few cities, in my research, actually, when they define some sort of degree, talk about that. So again, I will stipulate that of the charter cities that have elected clerks, of which there are 11, us in Redondo Beach are the only ones that have education requirements in the charter.
And Redondo Beach is at 15 units.
Correct. But do we know if Redondo Beach's clerk has the same roles and responsibilities as our clerk?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
So other cities, including Carlsbad, which is Glendale, which is a charter city. Is Carlsbad a charter city?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So Carlsbad has a 4-year college degree in finance or business.
Are they
related
directly
field.
elected by the people?
That's not the point. That's not my point.
Okay. All right.
So my point is where the code exists. And so being directly elected or being appointed to be a staff department head, I don't see the difference in where the picking and choosing where their education requirements exist. So if they're appointed, they have education requirements. They're elected, they have education requirements. Why is there any difference as if appointed or elected? And where that exists in the isn't the goal to have the best people that we possibly can for the role?
Do you want to just leave it at business administration and that's it? I mean, because again, the problem I have, it's the second part, or related field.
Right.
And so I think we should then strike out related field.
I don't think so either.
No,
I don't think so.
Then if you're hold on, if you're happy with the bachelor's degree in business, public administration, then just strike out related field, because that's what's ambiguous. Because you can have a history, political science, psychology, and you can be ruled out. And because no one knows what that related field means.
Many people know what that related field means.
Hold on, it is subjective.
It's subjective. That's a false
argument.
argument.
Is accounting related?
Is accounting related?
Accounting degree.
You make the argument.
Oh, see, that's my thing.
So you make the argument to the clerk rules, and then you have due process through the courts.
Who you make the argument to is the voters, because the voters are going to decide who's qualified and who's not.
That argument it's a straw man argument of we should be setting rules to have the best candidates put forth to the voters, not any person off the street, because then we should get rid of all the requirements for any elected official at all by that same argument, and just let the voters,
Be a city councilman, do we have to have a degree?
Right.
No.
Okay. But real quick,
we could talk about that.
I know, but real quick. But to go all the way through the courts, that's just such a brutal process. Like,
sure.
So to prevent
but again, has this happened? Have we had an issue?
Again, you always do edge cases, okay? So we're just trying to tighten things up. And I'm just saying, like on all elected positions, ultimately the voters decide, right? But there's still this, and I'm not talking about the clerk. I'm just saying the technical positions still have to get certifications, all those things. But at the end of the day, when it's elected, I know you guys want to appoint him, but when it's elected, it's really up to the voters to decide if that candidate's qualified or not.
So you said we wanted to appoint it.
And a candidate needs to know if they're qualified or not.
Right. So okay, I'm gonna read two things real quick here.
And we're
and on top of it, the clerk will have the final say. Just really briefly, when I ran statewide for controller, I ran a taxpayer organization. I put down taxpayer advocate. My clerk in Ventura County says you can't put that as even though I showed the proof, that's what I would do when I work for a taxpayer organization. And I said taxpayer advocate. And so I took it to court because I had all the documents. And the judge said, well, whatever the elected clerk says is the final, and I'm not going to change that. And in Kern County, someone who had less qualifications had the same ballot designation and had that on the ballot. All I'm saying is you need to know and get rid of the ambiguous or related field. If you want to leave it to just a bachelor's degree, if you want to say master's, but bachelor's degree without the related field, or cut out the related field. I just want to get rid of the ambiguous nature of this in our charter.
Oh, and, let me read something to you. This amendment removes the requirement for a candidate running in the election for city clerk of Huntington Beach to have graduated with a degree in business, public administration, or related field. That requirement was overwhelmingly approved by voters and added to the city charter in 2010. Voters determined that increasing the qualifications for city clerk candidates to run for office was necessary. There's no benefit to voters by lowering the qualifications for their elected city clerk.
But, okay, so.
Hang on.
Yeah.
That was Eric Peterson talking about the city attorney's role in the 2022 ballot arguments.
So my question either way.
I changed the word attorney and clerk, but.
But would you be in favor of adding more defined qualifications and removing the ambiguous language of a related field? Because let me ask
put it in the charter.
Hold on, I just want to ask the city clerk really quick. What was your degree in?
Organizational management?
So that would be a related field.
Yes.
To a city clerk's job. Could you take city clerk? Do these jobs relate to city clerk?
Sure, but Robin, like, say a candidate comes up and he applies for clerk, and like Tony said, my degree is in political science. And you're like, who determines if it's a related field?
So first of all, related field is found in almost every job application that you would ever use to apply for a job. And what happens is, and I'm just going by what HRs do, when they're considering people for a specific job, they would look at not only their degree, but also their experience, where they've worked, and they would make an informed decision based on everything that the candidate has to offer.
Right.
So I would think that in my position, I would do the same.
Sure.
And if I had a conflict, I certainly would not make the decision.
No, I know.
Someone else would. So I just want to make that clear.
No, I understand. I'm just saying it's because it is ambiguous. So then let's say, I'm sorry, that's not related.
Well, if someone came into the office and they wanted to run for clerk, and I said, what's your 4-year degree? And they said, I'm a veterinarian, I would think that they wouldn't be the right candidate to run for clerk based on that description. But again, I don't think I'd make that decision alone. I think I'd always consult with someone else and get,
But again, we're not talking about you specifically. We're trying to protect, future situations from occurring. So let's just say we all understand being a veterinarian is not related, but if it's something close and, political.
Yes, if it's something close, like there are many clerks that have law degrees. If someone came in and wanted to run for city clerk, and I said, what's your degree? And they said, I have a 4-year degree in law, I would think that would be a related field because
but again,
it is germane to the type of activity and responsibility that I have.
I know, and I'm just getting, so then if someone disagrees with your assessment, what's then the procedure to challenge your?
Go to court.
Just got to go to court?
I would guess, but
okay.
I've never been in that situation yet.
And the judge will fall in line with the elected city clerk.
And
let me ask you this question. So say their degree is in art history, but they minor in business.
Again, so, based on a minor in business and perhaps other experience,
even though the major degree is art history?
It would be a discussion that should be held, and maybe not just one person would make that decision.
And again,
despite
what former Councilman Eric Peterson says, and I respect him, and I respect her. Oh, please, go ahead.
Well, I just want to also, too, I went through all Orange County clerk descriptions, and 23 of 31 cities had qualifications that refer to business administration, public policy, or records management. Those are clerk type qualifications, those titles. And so I don't think that our charter is, inappropriate in that manner. I know people spoke about it saying just business and there is no such degree as business. Well, let's add administration behind the word business. And improve it.
Or more qualification, whatever, yeah. But
Robin, I think saying related field is wrong I don't agree, and we can agree to disagree.
Right.
25 of those 31 qualifications in people's codes say "or related field."
Robin, and
It's a standard term.
you just said before you wouldn't be the only one making that decision. So who else would?
I don't think so.
I know, but
I would
who else
probably
would?
be consulting with the attorney
Okay.
or,
Yeah. We're just trying to understand process because that question comes up.
And let me
so.
just say, I haven't really made many decisions without consulting with city staff and city attorney.
Awesome.
In my career.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that if the concern is the ambiguity, I think saying business administration, bachelor's, a BA or a Bachelor of Science, either way, that's great if you want to add that. I think it makes sense after many years in business and hiring people for different positions in a related field is typical, as was mentioned by the city clerk and is in the city clerk positions that were discussed. I think also that I don't know why we're talking about this, because there's so many things to deal with, and even like that the previous charter review committee looked at, but like how in the entire charter do you end up looking at the city clerk responsibilities and the education? Like that would only come up because it happened to somebody that was participating in the committee. I don't know why else it would happen. And it's fine that we're here and we're talking about it, but I don't understand why we're even talking about it in the first place, given all of the other things that we have to talk about.
We actually went through the whole charter.
Pardon?
We actually reviewed the whole, we didn't just target this and say, let's talk about this now. We actually went through the whole charter.
But you
And
also
And
didn't-
actually, I was the one that asked. I said, what is related? What is this degree? I was the one that started asking questions because I was trying to understand one of the first things I wanted to do was understand the charter, and we started going through it. We didn't just pinpoint this one.
Okay. But there are also a number of other things that were discussed in the previous charter review committee that I think are still really worthwhile, even just like language changes as far as like he versus like, making it just more gender neutral and things like that. And I mean like he or her, because it's assuming only men are doing certain things, and that's not considered here. So I'm just saying like there were other things that were already included within all of the charter that I would have assumed would be considered as well. And I know we have the opportunity to bring those up now, and that's fine. But it did just seem a little bit strange that we were bringing that up. And again, as far as the ambiguity, if the concern is there's no real business degree, even though you hear people talking about business degrees, then add BA in front of it, or of business administration, or BS, which is a Bachelor's of Science for those that don't know.
Okay. No,
Call.
sorry. Okay, so are we exhausted on this item? Can we move on, or Councilwoman?
I echo Councilwoman Mosier's sentiments. I don't know why we're talking about this. I mean, is there some problem that we're solving for? Has someone come before you, City Clerk, and there's been an issue with trying to figure out whether someone has a related degree or not? I have not, if there has been, I'm just not aware of it. So yeah, I have the same sentiment. I mean, we don't need to belabor it, but yeah, it's like, why are we doing this?
And we always want the best people, right? So why take away?
Again, I'm not trying to take away the best people. First of all, I do believe in the faith of the voters, and when you run an election, you run on your criteria and your background and your education. And so I really think the voters can determine that, one. Two, it is ambiguous. If someone wanted to run and had a political science degree, they wouldn't know if they would qualify or not.
They just go ask.
Or if they're art history degree and minored in business, you don't know if you qualify or not. Or a military person who comes back serving 30 years and might had some training in the military that was in organizational management, that person would be not qualified if they didn't get the 4-year degree. So again, I'm not trying to lower the standards. I'm trying to fix the ambiguous nature of that so people know if they qualified to run for city clerk in Huntington Beach. And appointed is a different discussion. And I know a lot of folks have talked about doing appointed in all these 3 positions, but that's a totally different discussion.
No, I don't, why'd you point at me?
Come again?
Why did you point at me?
What?
Okay, I'll point it.
Oh, sorry, no, you were pointing like, you were.
No, just because that was some of the ideas from the last council
Right.
that was floated.
Right, okay.
And you mentioned a lot of appointed positions. That's why I looked at you. But if it bothers you, I'll look.
Oh,
that
no,
way.
I was just,
If it bothers
I didn't
you-
know if I was.
By the way, if
responding
it
to-
bothers you, I do need to look this way a little bit more.
You're okay, you gotta,
So,
yeah, okay.
all right. All right.
Do you guys mind actually if we jump up to Measure C? Because I know Ashley, she's not going to be around next week. Do you guys okay with that? We'll come back.
She's not here now.
She's right there. She's walking out.
Sure.
Yeah, first.
Yeah, let's go to Measure
consideration,
C.
We could go to Measure C. I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with that.
Let's go to Measure C.
We'll come back, obviously. Yeah, so I mean, I'm hopeful this is, I think, one we can all agree on, hopefully. And so for the residents at home, so Measure C was passed to protect development of our open spaces, parks, beaches, et cetera, but it's tied our hands in some ways from, renovating existing facilities, structures. There's some ambiguity there as well on how to define that without going to the voters for approval. And then procedurally, it's a challenge where if there were to be a development, say like a private, developer or private-public partnership, that individual or entity would have to go through the entire plan process, create plans, which are very expensive, time-consuming. That's what I do in my business. Get to a shovel-ready position, and then it has to go to the voters who, obviously can vote or deny. So you spend all this money to get to that point where maybe it's better to just have a concept. So if you wanted to develop a structure, a facility, have the concept, go to the voters, they vote on the concept, and then it's up to the council to decide on the cost, if it's worth it with the budget, et cetera. So I thought it would make sense for Ashley to kind of jump in and talk about some of those issues and maybe ways we can kind of clean it up and not have this ambiguity, and if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think just starting from the very, one of the biggest things that we struggle with is really what the definition of a structure is. And so if we can find a way to explicitly define that and make it more clear, I think that would be very helpful. Right now, just about anything could be considered a structure in our parks, anything all the way from trash cans to playgrounds. And so that would be our first area that we could definitely focus on. The Measure C currently also requires, or there's a minimum dollar amount threshold, and right now it's hovering around $220,000. Most of our projects exceed the $220,000 threshold, so we're inevitably, Measure C applies to just about everything that we conceptually would like to do. And the sizing, 3,000 square feet, really is not that big of a footprint. So I think the size and the dollar amount are very restrictive when we're looking at opportunities for new amenities in our open spaces. And last but not least, as Councilmember McKeon mentioned, the volume of work that needs to be done prior to bringing this to a vote of the public is essentially a shovel-ready project. So we've invested in community input, we've invested in the design documents, the construction documents, where essentially, and in most cases, the environmental as well. And so we've gone through really all of the preparation to break ground the very next day for potentially the voters to say they're not interested in this type of project. So what we would propose is removing the dollar amount threshold, because it is very restrictive, and in today's dollars, it's really not that much. And then also we would propose bringing this to a vote of the public at the conceptual phase. So that's essentially, we've gone through the community input and we now have a design that doesn't have any dollars associated with it, but really from a conceptual point up through groundbreaking, there's some significant amount of time that takes place in between those two milestones of our development process. And so those dollars could escalate if a project takes 5 years. The senior center was taken to a vote, or the process started in the early part of the 2000s, and we didn't break ground until 2014. So over time, costs continue to escalate. So bringing a dollar amount on a ballot wouldn't necessarily equate to real life anyways.
Right.
So there's a lot of opportunity here to maintain our open space through Measure C, but also remove a lot of the financial investment that we're currently experiencing, so that we're not front loading all of these projects to essentially be voted down by the public.
And like I think a example of that would be, and we talked about in the strategic planning, if we wanted to do like a sports amphitheater, right, with a private developer, he's not going to come in and do all these plans and spend all this time to get through CDs, then have to go to the voters. Because normally when you develop a project, you have like a pre-app meeting, you get a temperature of the city, will it be supported? You understand what's my approval, do I have to go to, is it administrative, is it planning commission, is it city council? And you can kind of get a gauge on if the project has a chance of success, and you're willing to invest all those dollars to get to that point. But if it has to go to the voters, I mean, you have really no idea. So me personally, conceptually, I like that, where it's a concept, have as many details as possible, goes to the voters, and then the voters will then have to rely on the city council to then make sure it's within the budget and we're not just spending too much money. To me, that's like the easy piece. We'd love to hear you guys, obviously, your perspective. And then it's the challenging piece is renovating existing structures and how to, not expand the footprint by a certain percentage, or I think a square footage amount might be better than the actual footprint. That could kind of limit vertical construction. So, not to increase the square footage by 10% or something to that effect. So you prevent like vertical construction, which is not, expanding the footprint. So anyway, those are kind of some things I was talking to Ashley about, where potentially this could be an opportunity to clean that up, remove the ambiguity, and untie their hands to do, renovate the public bathrooms, playground equipment, some of those things. Good.
So I primarily agree. I think that Measure C is really should be looked at. I think even if every ballot measure was $400,000, I feel like, and I'm glad it's not, but I think that this one would be, if done properly, and I think that's my thing, would be a huge investment for the community moving forward. That's why I think it's so important that we take the time and really do it right. And I know that I think parts of this are doing it right from the staff's recommendations outside of what was kind of lined up in here. I totally agree from what the staff discussed and what Councilmember McKeon just said. Removing the dollar threshold makes sense, and it is the council's determination to figure out, also based on public input, whether or not that should be approved or not. I do have concerns, and I know that your department has had concerns in the past with regards to the definition of structure. And I think there's a fair amount of ambiguity in here, even with regards to the new the new language, which was like new children's playground facilities. What does facilities mean? Like all of these things, we really need to think about a way to maybe just make it less ambiguous.
Right. Like a sort of structure, a building is defined by 4 walls. Which, I mean, a bathroom would be, that would, you know what I mean?
But a structure has also, I think, been defined as the playground structure, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, like, we need to, so that's where, back when I said, like, I'd love, and I appreciate that staff has engaged on this, but I think that there's probably further engagement that we need to make sure we can take all of the interpretation out of the equation, and especially for parks that already exist as well. Personally, I think the goal of Measure C in the original language intent on the ballot measures, because we have that here from before, the amendment will require that any major commercial development or land sale within the parks and beaches of Huntington Beach be approved by a majority of the voters at a general election. Improvements such as landscaping, restrooms, paths, picnic tables, basketball courts, baseball diamonds, soccer fields, et cetera, can be done without a vote. Future pier and library projects are exempt. And there's a couple of other things there. But what I get from that is the goal of this was really to preclude commercial development on public property. But what we've done instead was make it really, really hard and expensive and maybe even impossible to do things that would benefit the entire community. So personally, I feel like I really do believe we should have a ballot measure with regards to Measure C and correcting it. I don't think 2 more meetings are going to do it.
Really?
I think, yeah, I don't. Because I think that if we're going to do it, we should do it right. And I think that perhaps this one, especially general election, figure it out. We have a while between now and then. And we look at all these edge cases and real cases, right? Like I'm even thinking, if you look at the Edison Park, community or the park plan, that there's been a ton of public input. I know we're still moving forward, we're still getting public input. There's still parts of that process, but so much time, effort, money has gone into that and getting a lot of public input, right? But my question really would be, let's say all of that, it moves forward, we love everything, the whole council approves it 7-0. Would that project, which was many projects potentially, need to potentially go to a vote of the people?
So for many of our park projects, what we do is we submit the information through a request for legal services and ask City Attorney's Office to opine on if it is Measure C applicable. And in what we would also recommend through this process is evaluating items that are flat work. So essentially things like basketball courts, spaces and amenities in our parks that during open park hours, those are open and available to the public. Pickleball courts, basketball courts, playgrounds. So there's an opportunity to maybe preclude those from an idea of what a structure may be, because inherently if our parks based on the municipal code operating hours are open, then all of those amenities are also open and accessible. So I think when it comes to a structure, looking at it from the standpoint of does it have a defined entrance and exit, and maybe operating hours that aren't 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., but they're 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And so they have there's a differentiation between open and available and drop-in versus we need to invest city resources to operate those functions.
Okay, and then also like words like facilities and things like that. I really just feel like you mentioned having to provide a request for legal services, and that means that the city attorney and city attorney's office would opine on the charter language as it is or as it would be. And I think that taking as much of that interpretation out by defining it is really important. And also, if we could come up with charter language that more closely aligns with the original intent, which you see in the arguments in favor of Measure C from back in 1990. I think that is what would actually be a success, and I think it would take more time to do properly.
I mean, I think we can do it personally. I mean, I understand your guys' point about what you feel it should be on the primary ballot because of turnout, but at the same token, like Tony said, by having it on the primary, it gets the attention it needs. You can actually focus on. Doesn't get drowned out by all the other like state props and all those things. So I mean, again, I know you don't agree.
So if I took that logic, my goal with this of not doing the primary isn't about it being on the primary ballot. It's about rushing it versus doing it properly. If you think it's better on the primary ballot, then wait a year and put it on then. I just don't think we're ready to do it now.
But we have basically 2 weeks, right? I mean, but I'm saying like
this is from 1990.
I know, but I think we've all agreed it's very like down to kind of 3 issues that we could clean up. So I don't know why we couldn't do that in 2 weeks.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
I don't want to waste money by making a change and not having folks that are in town for the next 2 weeks that are on vacation who potentially helped gather signatures for this and drafted it and walked it around and got it successfully placed on the ballot and then ran a campaign to win it. I would want input from those folks, from those teams of folks, to find out what their sweat and treasure.
You can't do that in 2 weeks?
No.
I mean,
Really?
there's also staff's we'd obviously want some analysis and some additional back end on that. There's there's a bunch of stuff on this.
But,
and staff is running
yeah, but
ragged.
this has been a thorn in their side for so long. You don't think they have like recommendations and all the information already available?
So since 2010, when the last time this rolled through, we made the city voted to make some changes to Measure C from last time, right? They added some additional language. When we went through this in charter review, right? From a year ago, we're looking at something different than from a year ago.
Again, like staff always comes up against Measure C.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the biggest thorns in their side. I'm highly confident that they have really defined changes they think would be applicable and appropriate, and I'm highly confident they can get those to us by the next 2 weeks.
But to get input on that from the community. And
I'm highly confident they can get it by next week, that we can bring to us.
Community input. Community input on
So
like one of the.
I'm highly confident they can bring it to us by next week, at which point the community can provide input.
But that's assuming that now you've got to let folks know that, this is a big deal.
Yeah.
Because Measure C is, I believe, the only voter initiative.
Are you willing to give staff a chance to come back by next week with some defined suggestions?
It's, again, like to put this on November 8th. It's a little
No, I understand, but just answer that question.
I think staff is completely overwhelmed with this right now, and the speed at which we took a 8-month process and then kind of.
So you're not answering my question. Do you think that staff in 1 week can come back with some solid, tight suggestions on how to fix Measure C?
No.
Okay.
I think that staff could come back with some quick, solid, tight suggestions, but I think we want the right, quick, solid, tight suggestions that are fully encompassing.
So you're saying that they won't
I
come
have
back
another
with the
item
recommendations?
in this actually.
All right.
The other thing is, I think that we also should discuss the lease portion of this. It's my understanding with regards to this, only I think properties that were leased, franchise concession agreemented before January 1st, 1989 were excluded from this, but others would not be able to increase the amount of parkland or beach dedicated to or used by the party performing such act or providing such service. Now, looking at this initially, I could see, well, we don't want encroachment on other public land, right? And I see that, but I believe that there are situations that have come up where we'll call them again edge cases for the folks that are in these leases. For instance, I understand that the Park Bench Cafe had wanted to do some type of, I think, coverings or something like that. And they couldn't do any of that because of this charter language. So, and I think, there's others along the beach that have not been able to make any changes or any improvements, that they would pay for and improve the public access and usage of our property. And unfortunately, because of the charter, they can't. Now, again, I see the concern, and so I'd want to talk to staff and understand what are the issues, what were the opportunities missed, what would you recommend for any changes to that area as well. And I'm not the expert there, so I certainly wouldn't be the one to make them, but I would want to talk with staff about all the opportunities within this charter section to correct. Do you have similar thoughts on challenges that have been had in the past with that?
We have had some of our concessionaires on the beach make requests. Given State Beach, we do see the concession stands being improved, and so there's a desire to maybe mimic some of those improvements. But their leases are in a defined footprint, and so in order to maybe expand their business or their business model, they would request space outside of their footprint currently. And because of the ambiguous definition of structure, I think that's kind of one of the biggest trigger points, is that the word structure doesn't really help us understand definitively what that means.
Okay, so another opportunity for further conversation and maybe a recommendation.
Ashley, do you think, in your opinion, between now and next Thursday, you guys could come forward with some tight changes to Measure C that you would like to see implemented?
She's going to say yes.
I think I would be hesitant to say yes, only because we have struggled with what the definition of structure is for so long that I would want to make sure that whatever we bring forth to the vote of the public is something that is a lasting impact, to where we don't have to revisit this in another decade when this process comes up again.
Right, for sure, but I understand, but is it just, are you getting caught up on the structure piece?
I think we all do,
Okay.
and so that's one of the biggest areas of concern. And then just looking at some of our existing buildings, do they currently meet the needs, our service delivery for the public? And if we had an opportunity to reimagine those spaces, how do we ensure the longevity of our public open spaces while also being flexible and fluid enough to meet the growing demands of our community?
Right.
So I think it is a complex issue, and I don't know that we can answer that in a week. We can definitely try, but I would also hate to invest in bringing a vote to the public forward, and then still be in the same situation. So,
But I guess, could you have language on everything else besides that structure component?
we could definitely give it our best effort, for sure.
Yeah, again, I guess I'm just trying to ask questions and understand what's realistic and what's not. It's not, you don't have to just yell from the crowd. We're having this dynamic conversation to see what's doable, what's not, and can we fix this? That's all.
I think the challenge, though, is we've asked multiple times, and the answer was, I'd love to, I feel like, but it's complicated, and we want to do it right. Okay. And that was the answer.
Taking our calculations on what it would cost us to run our own elections as an example, so that figure has changed 2 times, 3 times since we started discussing this, and I think
I don't think that's changed. I think the public assumed a number. I don't think it's changed.
Well, no, we had a number of $1.2 million.
That was the public, and it was 1.5 million. But really, there was a guess, and actually, the only numbers that ever came from the staff were for this meeting. Everything else was people saying what they thought the costs were.
Right? Yeah, the
it was in staff report.
That is
before.
true.
It was $1.2 million to do this. The ballot measure, right? Put these items on the ballot, and then we had another figure, or maybe we didn't have a figure for the election thing, but we had 400,000.
No,
where did that come from?
The first analysis that came out on this was 459,000. The 1.2 and the 1.5 came from the community, and I honestly don't know where they came up with that number.
So staff gave us 1.3
Assistant
to
City Manager.
1.6 this evening, correct me if I'm wrong, plus the unknown costs. The whole point is it's changing, and it's changing because staff has not had enough time to really delve into this. And so my request would be, please don't rush them on something as important as this, because we don't want to go through this again.
Councilmember Bolden,
yes.
the number is in the staff report from 9/5, and it says, given the variable cost, it's recommended the City Council budget towards the higher end of ROV's estimated range of an appropriate $1.2 million in general funds. It says the cost to place 3 ballot measures on the March 2024 statewide primary is roughly estimated at $1.174 million, or $391,000 per measure. That's where the $1.2 million number came from.
Thank you.
So there's 70% off, 65% off. Okay, anyways.
Well, because they didn't have all of the information because they were rushing forward with everything.
Right. Yeah.
So once I think this is important because we push people to get a lot of information and they try their very best to get the data. But after finding out more information and having a little bit more time, they're able to get more accurate information, which is what has happened. So the concern is we're going to have perhaps inaccurate information because we're rushing. Versus if we took some time, we would have more accurate information. And it's not a shot at staff. It's just a matter of within a constricted amount of time, you can only get what you can get. But if you have more time, you can talk to more people, find out more information, validate it, and also think of the things you hadn't considered.
But didn't you guys do a lot of that Measure C investigations last election, right?
That's not what we were talking about right now, exactly. I mean,
Okay, all right.
right.
But it's already been flushed out pretty much, though, right?
Well, actually, what I would say, and I, as a council member who looked at the Measure C information before, and you were on the Charter Commission, so you'd know more about that actual discussion, I saw that there were percentages and dollar amounts that, for me, I knew after talking to staff weren't going to fix the problem.
Okay.
So I was concerned about why are we bothering with a measure that's not going to fix the problem. So that was being looked at before. It wouldn't have fixed the problem. I think what's here isn't going to fix the problem. And so I think we should take the time, not rush it. This is an investment in our community for the very long term. And right now we're hamstrung. A lot of the things tonight we're talking about, hamstringing future councils. This is an opportunity to actually take that away and allow our city staff to work with the public and to allow the council to make decisions so that way we can actually create for the community the types of facilities that will support the communities as we move forward. Because I don't know 20 years from now what the community is going to want, but I hope that we can make a better amendment here or language that will actually allow for that, and they will appreciate the fact that we took the time right now and invested in their future.
But I guess my only counter to that was the Charter Commission flushed this out, the chassis is built, and it's probably some fine tuning around the edges to get that right. So that's all I'm saying is a lot of this work's already been done.
But staff said it's not.
All right.
All right, so are we done with Measure C right now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. I would like to, hopefully it's not as controversial, bring a biannual budget to your budget.
Yeah.
And see, again, it's something that our CFO is very supportive of. Again, the suggestion from the committee was meant to prepare the budget easier for staff and also more predictability and better planning. So that's the goal and the process of the two-year budget.
I mean, I think it seems reasonable. I think, again, the only thing it does is lock us into a two-year budget. So potentially being at least a one-year budget, or giving some variability to fall back to a one-year budget if needed.
You have within the language emergency items, and you're always adjusting, but the actual budget's done on a two-year cycle. But if there's down revenues, you can always, as a council, move
I understand
forward,
that, but make biennial budget being the goal. But I think allowing flexibility to say it, at least getting you at least so that maybe a triennial budget becomes cool and with AI in 10 years, right?
Again, you still have that ability in a biannual budget, but I would like to go to Sunny. As the councilman's mentioned, say we have to deal, you could still do mid-year corrections but it's just the whole two-year budget. And please explain again why you believe a two-year budget would be a good idea.
Of course. So with the biannual budget, we would do a annual true-up, kind of similar to what we do right now with our annual budget, where we come to council in February with a mid-year budget adjustment. That's when we present an updated financial forecast, and we make more of our larger budget adjustments at the time. Of course, whenever there is an item that does need to be appropriated that falls outside of either the budget adoption cycle or the mid-year budget update, we can, of course, staff can always bring that to the council for consideration as a standalone item at any regularly scheduled meeting.
And even if we put it into the charter, we have that ability based on the language.
Yes, we do have that ability.
That was my only concern. Was that, yeah.
All right. Next up, clerk and treasurer election cycle. I will tell you all consolidated election cycle. I'm willing to drop that item. I brought that item for. I'm willing to drop it because I brought Amory Hansen, and I already think we already have enough measures. So I liked Amory Hansen's idea about the appointed. So I'm gonna personally, because that was my suggestion, that we just strike the clerk and treasurer election cycle be consolidated, unless there's objections from anybody.
No. And I think on mine, like on investigations of malfeasance, I know what I'm trying to prevent, but is there a better mechanism to like?
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that we were clear out. You jumped into that one.
Yeah,
real quick.
sorry.
No. Yeah, please ask.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear. So the entire
higher
discussion
thing,
about
done.
moving folks to
Done.
that and the 6-year
Done.
term.
I'm moving on.
Okay.
Moving on.
And then with my malfeasance, it's just, is there a better way to go through like a third party if one elected department wants to investigate another elected department? Paul, I'd ask you, just kind of legally, is there a better process for that? I mean, would an ordinance work, or is that something that?
Process-wise, you could, propose an ordinance if you wanted to. It doesn't have to be handled in the charter.
Right. But I guess, and then what's like common practice? Is that kind of what we said here by going through like a third-party public agency, the proper procedure to, if?
Normally, you investigate things unless you have a conflict.
Right.
Right. So the idea, I think, here was that to avoid the potential conflicts, and this would only apply to investigations of elected officials.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Is your opinion better in the charter or in terms of just the ordinance?
I have no preference. It's really up to the council as to whether or not to put it in the charter. It certainly can be put in the charter if you want.
Okay. I think this one just comes down to, if there's too many, or if we want to actually invest to put this in the charter, if we want to handle it like via ordinance. I mean, I like the concept. I think it's totally fair. It's just what's the proper vehicle to implement that.
This is the kind of thing that needs to be more detailed
Sure.
than what we have right here. And you don't want to put too much detail in the charter, because then you
Right.
run into a Measure C-like problem.
Yep.
And there's so many different types of things. So for example, if it's employment discrimination or harassment, that's one type of investigation. If it's public corruption, that's another type of investigation. The Attorney General is not going to take a sexual harassment complaint, so we have to, a lot more thought needs to go into
Could you accomplish that
something
in an
like
ordinance?
that.
Could you accomplish all that detail in an ordinance?
You could, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
That's just my opinion.
Because then looking at again, I believe the concern of putting some of these in the charter is how quickly you can remove them, right, and get
Right.
back to zero.
Yeah.
What is the optics of removing malfeasance language from, having 3 meetings to like, hey, I think we should get rid of all this investigation of malfeasance, right? Like, I feel like the fulcrum of that gets a little gnarly. So
Okay.
I think an ordinance, and again, I brought an item forward last year that I'm still wondering what the outcome of that becomes, but to talk about like how do you deal with ethics and complaints about that, and what's the framework for a good process that doesn't get abused, where you've got everybody's filing complaints on everybody, and then every news article is council member so-and-so is under investigation for ethics violations, right? It's not I have not seen, I've started contemplating what something like that looks like, and you build this very large bureaucracy of checks and balances and elected inspector generals and ethics committees that are all appointed by the previous council. Best solution I had was have Fountain Valley appoint the people, so that they have no impact on any of it. They don't care about anything going on, but have some other jurisdiction board to handle those. But
Yeah.
short of that in the county, which I don't believe, I think the county does have an ethics commission, but I don't think their role is to investigate city stuff. I think we could have a really great conversation on trying to figure out a high barrier to abuse, low barrier to complain discussion on how to handle speculation, or not speculation, but not threat. What's the term I'm looking for? Allegations.
Allegation, yeah.
Allegations of anything. And I think we would define malfeasance, and where there's a lot of stuff. I think a lot of other cities have very complicated, like LA's has an ethics committee that has a bunch of random appointments, right? It's been doing real great for the last.
It didn't do great.
Yeah, it didn't do great.
Yeah.
But I think that, again, I read a bunch of charters today, and there's a bunch of really interesting things that other cities have done, and I don't think the charter is necessarily the place for it.
All right, yes. So any of that?
Is that?
Yeah, no, I
Is
appreciate your guys' input. I thought it was worthy of discussing.
All right. Moving on, I know there's bigger items, but the cancellation of meetings, that suggestion really came from the 2022 charter proposals. And as I mentioned before, in our charter it says Monday, for example. I just think giving the authority to the council to be able to, do things that make sense, like council meetings.
And the reason you want to bring it up because it's defined in the
because
charter,
it's defined in the charter. That's why it's just a simple fix. And again, my understanding is it is borrowed from the 2022 charter proposals.
Yeah, it was missing a couple of things though. I think it was missing the adjournment piece that staff had issues with. If the hour at which the meeting is adjourned is not stated in the order or adjustment, the meeting shall be held at the hour of the holding of regular meetings. It was like arcane.
You have a suggested amendment, or?
I think it was. I mean, to take, whatever the old one was, because this seemed. I mean, I agree. Like the.
I don't know the nexus behind it, but it did make sense.
Yeah, it was. It was literally just having to cancel meetings, and I read the report. It's like, oh, why should so-and-so be able to cancel meetings? I think there may be some guardrails where we need to have at least a meeting so that it's not just because again, you
understand what I'm trying to attack, though.
Of course, the fact that the charade or that we have to play to be like, are you going to be here? Are you going to be here? It's like to cancel the meeting on Christmas.
Or like a Monday. Like, for example, if you had child issues or Casey had child issues on Monday, hey, I think it's important for us to talk what's good for the community and what's good for all of us. Maybe it sounds like, and again, it sounds like Tuesdays have been better for the community and better for the council.
Those aren't in the charter. The
Monday is.
Monday is for the first meeting,
yeah.
And that would need to be changed for the first meet so that it falls in with what we actually do, right? So the first I think staff said the first meeting Monday, depending on the calendar, could be before the election certified, and then you've got fun problems like what happened in Los Alamitos, where they certified the election after and he lost by 6 votes or something.
So I'm guided by your judgment if there's amendments or if there's any language that you...
Yeah, I think what the Charter Review Committee came up with...
Can you just pass it on to Paul?
Yeah, I think Paul, staff has it, so yeah.
Okay.
I think if we're in agreement that the section 303, the 303 amendments from last time. And there was a couple of other quick language cleanups too. It included like executive.
If in the meantime, just get those language to Paul, and then we'll take a look. And if there's a problem, we can talk.
Flag it at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
On this item, I'll be talking to you in case there's an issue.
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't anticipate.
Yeah, I think the only edge was the minimum number of meetings that we have, because again, hit the edge corners boxes. Mayor, we're just not going to have meetings, and
I get it.
So I think that there's a point.
That's fair.
Where
That's great. Okay.
You guys want to talk about property tax?
Yeah, that's yours. Go ahead.
It's been well documented how I feel about this. Again, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Can we put it up on the screen?
I don't think they.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, hang on. They're going to put it up there.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'll just read it. Yeah. So this proposal was by me in July this year to address concerns that the city had engaged in real estate transactions or real estate related transactions in 2020 and 2021, in which the taxpayers are estimated to forgo approximately $500,000 in property tax revenue per year. And the voters should decide whether transactions should be entered into by the city in which property tax revenue is foregone. So essentially, let me pull it up real quick. Here we go. So the new language would be that no transaction that forgives, waives, or forgoes the collection of property tax by the city in excess of $100,000 per year shall be approved unless authorized by the affirmative votes of at least a majority of total membership of the city council and by the affirmative vote of at least a majority of the electors voting on such proposition at a general or special election at which such proposition is submitted. And this section shall not apply to transactions related to the acquisition of property for public parks or to transactions related to the acquisition of property for infrastructure as defined in section 617A of this charter. So it's to prevent what happened through the Joint Power Authority purchase in Elon and the breakwater communities of those years through government bonds that circumvented the will of the voters, and it's created this, when, in my opinion, when the government gets involved in private transactions like this, it creates issues. And most recently now there's this dispute on what's called a possessory tax, where now that these properties are not paying property tax, potentially the residents that live there are now going to have to pay that foregone property tax. Now it's up for dispute. It's going to work its way through the courts and through the state. But in my opinion, that's what happens when the government gets involved in private property transactions. So the intent would be to prevent that. I know there's going to be questions about, which Jennifer can talk about this not affecting, affordable housing projects, et cetera. But that's the intent, is just to prevent that from happening and setting the baseline minimum of $100,000 per year, that anything in excess of that would have to be approved by the voters.
Discussion?
So I read this, and I still don't see how this wouldn't have prevented Elon and Breakwater.
Well, because it's $500,000 a year.
We weren't involved in that. So again, the defined transaction, which gets real nebulous. We're back into a structure conversation again. And it does not appear that this would solve that problem, since I believe the council action was to enter into a JPA, and that was it. And that JPA then floated the bonds for the transaction, so the city had no...
You were involved in the transaction, though.
The city joined a JPA.
Okay.
That's all we did.
That's a transaction.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you're involved in that transaction.
No. We joined. All we did was join a JPA.
Okay.
We didn't sign on any of the bonds. Right. So, I don't think this still solves that problem. I'm not going to tell you how to solve the problem. No, but
no, I know you're not.
But I think the implications of this. I mean, the staff report already says that this only affects potentially 24 lots in the whole city.
Right.
But as property values increase, that $100,000 threshold, becomes a problem.
Sure, we could put a CPI increase or.
But either which way, again, if we're just trying to prevent an edge case of the city being involved in transactions, so we get into affordable housing agreements too, right? So the city we have a inclusionary housing agreement. If we want to pass a housing element, generally speaking, it has to be included in that. Inclusionary, some sort of affordable housing agreement. We have to sign a developer agreement usually to codify or what am I looking for?
But that percentage of the affordable housing units would not
hit the threshold.
Right.
But what if it's a much larger project, or after the fact it gets assessed as, say it's a $100 million project after the fact, right? Or it's a $60 million project after it gets assessed, and now all of a sudden we are foregoing property tax.
But then you could also talk about length of the covenant for the property tax exemption, right? Like how long does that property tax exemption go for?
Yeah, but it's not in there.
Again, this is why we're here talking about. Yeah.
Again, I think an ordinance for this would be much more effective. If it's it's a public policy discussion. I do not disagree with you that this is a reasonable public policy discussion to have. I disagree with the premise for which you are going, but it is a legitimate, should the city be involved in this type of transaction to provide mod affordable housing for residents, foregoing property tax for a length of time to then receive a $500 million asset for free.
Right.
So the 2047 council is going to love us at that point.
Depending on the condition of those buildings.
Sure, but again, I think an ordinance for this to have to jump through a lot of hoops.
Sure.
And then could be modified if we hit some edge cases quickly. Again, this doesn't include, I think staff brought up, doesn't include water infrastructure, beach facilities, but again, beach facilities aren't going to reach that threshold.
Right.
But to create a charter amendment for 24 properties seems that has some potentiality for some litigation. Again, it's 100% for probably the Oceana properties, probably over $60 million would be my guess. 100% affordable. We're not, I'm assuming, receiving property tax for that property. Any of the post offices bail out, any of the Sand District stuff goes, anything we deal with government stuff. So I think I think an ordinance
Well,
before it
yeah,
has to
and
affect the public policy change.
it's a fair point. That's, again, I keep saying that's why we're here, but there were so many residents upset with that transaction. It's like, how can we ensure that it never happens again? You
Well,
know?
I think that a lot of residents were told something that was not true. And we had a couple of speakers last time say, well, the city went and floated bonds for $350 million. The city did no such thing.
But again, okay, I know we're using the GAPA as a cutout, but again, they were left out of the process.
Right, because,
I know,
because they didn't float the bonds.
All right, but again.
But if somebody else goes and floats bonds to buy a building, like, oh, is that on the city's books?
I understand, but the government's involved in a private real estate transaction on a top of market, income producing apartment building, and we have to forego $500,000 a year in property tax, and the voters did not get to vote on that.
Right. But they get the money back at the end. They don't get,
It's
not gone forever.
I know, and I don't want to belabor it too much, but if it was such a good transaction and so good for the community, then why not just put it to the voters?
Because of the misinformation based on the public policy disagreement, right? If we're going to have a good faith discussion and we're going to get out in the town square and discuss the merits of this, and everyone listens and we have that. No, we got garbage mail saying that the previous council gave away $500,000 a year and put $500 million on the city's tax rolls, which is what was in a lot of mail that came out for people that were running for election last time. That they put $500 million on the city's tax rolls. They
Again, I'm not going to argue that. I'm just saying if
quadrupled the city's debt.
Yeah, but if it's that good of a deal, then put it to the
It's a complicated real estate deal, right?
Which the government should not be involved in.
I don't know. I believe that we should. I believe we should be providing and maintaining attainable housing for folks in the community.
But the government should not be involved in private real estate.
That's where we disagree.
Okay.
That's where we disagree.
Yeah, all right.
That's a public housing discussion, and
For sure.
the community I want to live in has housing for all.
Right.
So.
Okay, you guys disagree?
We disagree, but we agree on that it is a public policy debate to be had.
Okay. All right. Anything else from?
As I believe it's an ordinance. Do we agree that it's potentially an ordinance, or we want to keep talking about that?
For sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not making a commitment. It's
sure, but
potential.
we're open
So,
to it.
anything else on this item from members? Nothing? Okay, seeing none. I only see one issue that's last that actually everybody knows is Pat Burns' issue, but Gracie, it's the flag issue. Go ahead, Gracie.
So this is Pat Burns' item, and pretty much just wants to use our current flag policy and put that into charter, with the exception that we can now allow the Olympic flags as well as other flags if we have a unanimous vote.
Discussion? I mean, Pat's not here, so,
Pat's not here.
yeah. He'll be here next week.
Right, we can, I don't know, you want to punt on this for now? And
Yeah,
talk
it's just
about it
it's
next
pretty
week?
straightforward. Let's just wait till next week. Unless you guys want to talk about it, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can wait for him.
All right. Okay, so therefore, we went through every item. Now, on the agenda.
Real quick, Mayor, I just want to
Go ahead.
kind of recap. So, from what I gathered, we have full approval on the cancellation of meetings with that language that you want to add. And then
Well, no, we can't go there.
Oh, sorry.
No, we're not doing, the voting and the raising of hands is next meeting.
Okay, that's fair.
So,
All right.
the staff, discussion, there's no, yeah. So at this time, based on our agenda, City Clerk, do we have
Well, are we
any?
gonna
Oh, no, go ahead.
Hey, you want to propose? Yeah.
Were there any other
Additional.
amendments?
No,
Yeah,
please,
go for
I'm
it.
sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
go for
sorry.
Okay.
I thought,
Yeah, I
Is there
do.
any additional items?
Yeah.
Please.
I do. So I
Okay.
have two.
All right.
So the first one I propose is to amend Section 307 of the Charter, which is non-interference with administration, to add a new paragraph, which says something to the effect of, the city council and any other elective officer of the city shall not order, directly or indirectly, the review, removal, restriction of access, prohibition, acquisition, classification, rating, or placement of any material or content within the collection, possession, or inventory of the city's libraries. So we've done a lot of talk about if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is something that, based on the debate that we've had about the libraries and the community's response about the libraries,
looks like something that might be broken. And so we may as well consider a charter amendment and put it to a vote of the residents about how to handle the library issue.
Yeah, I mean,
Then the second, I'll just have one more.
Okay.
So, we'll just so the second one would amend section 313B, which is the charter provision on nepotism. And basically,
what section, sorry?
313B. Basically, what it says is the city council can't appoint or ask, the city manager or anybody else to appoint a relative of that city council member. I just want to add a phrase, and I can provide some language to Mr. D'Alessandro to specify that we can't require the hiring of a relative of a city council member or any other elected department head. So no nepotism for city council members or other elected department heads. So those are the two. So yeah, you can go ahead and comment.
I mean, my only
Well, I mean, it's new, so I would like to, obviously, we'll get the language over to city attorney, and then we'll give us a time to look at the language for the next meeting coming forward.
Yeah, I think we can basically add these new items in the similar format to what we've already done.
Yeah, and if you can, Paul, you or your office work with the councilwoman on the language, so it's ready for the next meeting.
Yeah.
Any others? Go ahead, Councilman.
All right, so actually, all of Measure 1 from last time, which was except for the number 10, which was the Measure C piece, all of that is code cleanup, replaces casting lots with random drawing process, adds provisions, we already talked about the canceling of meetings. And it fixes the adjourning meeting issue, adds current technology in, removes the phrase executive session, replaces pronouns like he and person with person or the title, replaces director of finance with chief financial officer, which I think we did, but there may be a couple other places that exists. Clarifies a pronoun. It effectively, Councilmember McKee, you voted for all of these things on
So
the
what measure was that?
It was Measure L, the first one. Yeah, and then it redefines how the charter review happens, that requires the city council to consider a charter review at least every 10 years, starting after the last review was conducted. So it doesn't say 10 years to 10 years, it's 10 years after the long process. So you just get a 10-year process going through that. The last charter review committee from last year was because it had been more than 10 years since we'd held the last one. So that was the impetus for those that at home.
So that entire measure?
That entire measure minus the stuff we've already talked about.
Okay.
Yeah, the Measure C and the things that fell into some of the other buckets that we'd already talked about.
Okay.
The second piece, I still want to call the mayor pro tem vice mayor because it makes more sense to people. You don't have to think about it. But people always ask, what's a mayor pro tem? It's like, no, what's a vice mayor?
It's more sophisticated.
What's a vice mayor? Yeah. I know exactly what that is. So I will always fight for that. The mayor already brought up the election for a vacancy discussion. I think that's important as well. We already transferred the city treasurer's roles back, so that's kind of a moot thing at this point. And then we'll continue to have, I think, the city attorney conversation going forward. So the things that weren't last time, council staff, I'm not considering that we fund them or create the positions in the hierarchy tree, but to amend the charter to allow at some point in the future that as our city grows, that council would be allowed to have staff. Our current charter doesn't allow us to direct anyone other than, as a council, the city manager. Other cities of similar size have staff. They have weird workarounds where they're independent contractors and you get a budget and then you've got to go talk to somebody and they hire somebody for you. It's a mess. Other cities have staff, and Santa Rosa's charter says staff for city council. The council may authorize the retention of independent, I would add administrative staff, to assist the council and to serve at the will of the council. I think just putting it in the charter, and again, not funding it, not anything, but if we're going to put stuff in the charter, like allowing council to have staff, I think, makes us higher, being able to operate at a higher level as a city. Because I do know, like, it would be great if there's 2 events at the same time to be able to send a staff member to things. You see our higher up offices, they send their staff members to things if they can't be there. We're all working full time, so to have somebody who's sitting in our office upstairs for the most of the week to be able to deal with constituent calls, things like that, help draft ideas so that they are more concrete, do some research for you. It may not be a full-time position, but that's a future discussion. Basically, it would just be to notch out the chart. And I forgot this the last time we did charter review, or I would have brought it forward to be able to allow for that. But not fund it, no cost, just make it legal.
I just don't like bloating government, but that's my concern.
Sure, but again, it would just be, it would allow for it. And so
Okay.
we'd have to budget it, create the personnel commission. There's be a bunch of steps to get there, but it just does a small carve out for it. So other cities have staff. So I don't know. I asked, if Irvine does. I found the code accidentally in Santa Rosa last night, and I don't know if that's the perfect way to do it, but it seemed.
Irvine has staff?
Yeah.
How
Irvine,
many?
I think you get 1, maybe 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Per member?
Per member.
Living the high life over there, huh?
Yeah. But I mean, it's just to see, like, because you see them at things, and
Yeah.
you're like, oh, okay, you're a staff member there to help work through all the constituent services, right?
Are they
Like,
personable?
It depends on how you want to, again, that's a whole structural thing that is like.
I think the language you're just asking for is allowable, and then discuss the details
Yes.
in an ordinance.
In an ordinance after the fact,
Right.
yeah. All it is just to authorize
It
it.
allows it, and then you'll follow up with the
Figure it out
ordinance.
later, yeah. Because right now it's prohibited, and the hacks, I don't like the hacks that other cities have done to try to get around that. It's not good government, so. That was that one. Council pay is also something that, as I was reviewing a bunch of charters, it's something that I've advocated for in the past. Currently, our council, I think, because of cost of living, I think I get just under $800 every 2 weeks.
It's not enough?
What?
It's not enough?
I am happy to serve at the pleasure of the people of Huntington Beach for what they are willing to pay me. I don't think folks know. Based on some of the emails we get, people think we make a lot more money than we do. This is a full-time volunteer position at this point. I've kind of going to cursory look back at who's on city council. There are 4 types of people that serve on city council currently, and for the last 30 years-ish. Independently wealthy people, retired people, self-employed people, and teachers. That's it. That's it. There's nobody who's got a 9-to-5 W-2 job that doesn't have some side hustle or anything like that. It's W-2. Like, if you are 9-to-5 at a job with no flexibility, you can't serve on council. And a majority of the city are working stiffs. There are hardworking blue-collar folks, and we don't, as a body, don't necessarily represent them that way. And so some other cities peg, I think it was Chula Vista, pegs their council at 40% of what a Superior Court judge makes, and the mayor is 67% of what a Superior Court judge makes. The other options I've seen are like 50% of median income. So there's a bunch of metrics that could be set by ordinance, but the current council pay is pegged in our charter. And I think that it would allow other folks to take reduced hours at their jobs, to be able to come back, to come and serve their community and represent, tenants and folks like that. I mean, everybody up here owns a home. 50% of the city rents. Like, we don't, or owns maybe more than one home. I don't know. And so we don't. I think that the financial burden of running for city council, of being on city council, stops a lot of people from running. And I would at least like to contemplate or ask the residents if they're interested in expanding that role. And obviously it doesn't have to happen, but currently it's pegged in the charter. And so if that was allowed the council to set that, obviously it would, we'd discuss language of best practice to allow that it wouldn't affect current council. It would only be after the next elections. And I've seen it where it's the next election, it's the next time whoever voted on it gets reelected or not, right? There's ways to do it so you don't look like you're just lining your own pocket. You're not lining your own pockets. But I think that it would really be beneficial to get a different group of folks that don't fall into those categories, because it would appear that because of the time commitment, you can't. You're not going to quit your job. You're not going to stop supporting your family to come do a public service. And so I think folks could, it wouldn't be like, oh, we're the first city to do it. A lot of other cities do that. And so there's a good way to do it, I think. I just don't know what it is, but I think that it would really open that up to folks. So that was I think staff could potentially look into what the best practice for that. Again, looking through, I found an Office of Legislative Counsel. That this would be a discussion with, I think, Mr. Gates, and may alleviate a lot of the issues the previous, and I had known about this, a lot of the previous council's issues with that is that it's basically I'm assuming an attorney that helps the council with legislative things, and the city attorney goes and does all their stuff with suing people and prosecuting and all the city attorney stuff. So it gets the council a person to help interpret and understand legislative duties. I think I found it in Chula Vista.
As part of the city attorney's office?
Sure, but it's basically, actually, I think it falls under the council office or the city administrator's, city manager's office. But it looked like a really interesting concept to alleviate some of the tension that the previous council had. It doesn't obviously exist now, but I feel it still. So being able to have somebody that doesn't, again, there would be a way to structure it, but it would effectively let the city attorney go city attorney and eliminate that. Catherine, I think it was, did I say it was, is it Chula Vista or that had that? Okay, I read a lot of charters last night and they all ran together. An ethics committee was also something, but I don't know if that needs to go in. We've talked about that. That doesn't need to go necessarily in the charter. I think that could be done by ordinance.
Okay.
San Diego, our good friends to the south who have a long history with an elected city attorney had a really interesting, I'm sorry, not San Diego, Oakland, our good friends to the north, who have had a long history with an elected city attorney. While they have different powers of their attorney, they have a piece in here that, again, I think would help alleviate some of the strife within the community. And it says, it's section 401(7) of Oakland's charter that says endorsements, campaigns, and campaign contributions. This is specific to the city attorney. It says, during the city attorney's tenure, the city attorney shall not make or solicit contributions to, publicly endorse, or urge the endorsement of, or otherwise participate in a campaign for a candidate for city elective office, other than for the city attorney, or of a city ballot measure, or be an officer, director, or employee of, or hold a policy decision-making position in an organization that makes political endorsements regarding candidates for city elective office. I think we have elected staff. Elected staff are becoming somewhat of an anachronism in this state. And I think we've seen, obviously, some of the conflicts of having a politicized staff, elected positions, and what are most cities that are our size are appointed positions. I think this eliminates some of that. I'd like to find other ways to help depoliticize the staff positions as well. There was also I think Redondo has a charter where the city clerk can make small amendments as well. That like they can make get rid of fax machines out of the charter type of stuff. And so I don't, I'll find that and get it to staff on that as well. But I think having a little bit more versatility for changing it from Monday to Tuesday or something like that without having to go to the vote of the people seems giving that little bit of wiggle room. And council apparently, again, I don't know the nuance of that, but I found that in several charters that they empowered the city clerk for that. And then obviously I would, at this point, I would really prefer to have appointed staff at the city here. Having been here, and it has nothing to say about the quality of work or what have you, but it is really come down to the politicization of the positions. At the staff works for the people of Huntington Beach, and to have the city manager not have any direct has to basically rely on the people to act in good faith to have certain positions or certain things done. I think it creates some broken government issues. So unless we can get some wrangle on how do we maintain, some of a nonpartisan, non-hyper-political staff positions, it becomes, I think it has broken some of the pieces of our government. And I think it's, from a good governance standpoint, I think moving to most of the other cities in Orange County that don't have elected staff, I think would be beneficial to the community as a whole. And I believe that was everything I had that I wanted to bring forward. That's all I had.
Right.
Councilmember Kelly.
Councilwoman? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you reminded me of something with the appointment of staff. In the alternative, we should have the same term limits for the staff, elected staff positions that we have for the city council. So I want to add that to
Right.
the list of
Several cities have their elected city attorneys, treasurer, all of them have just term limits, and the same as the mayor. I mean, they usually have strong mayors, but they have term limits on that.
So as you get the language, work with staff and city attorney's office. Councilwoman, anything? Nothing?
I'm good.
We're good? We're good? Okay. So now I'm going to go back to the city clerk. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Well, first of all, on our agenda, you need to take some action to receive and file the report that we provided. It's on the agenda. Do you mind voting on that?
No.
Yeah,
Can
no,
someone
no.
make that motion?
I'll
And
move.
also, I mean, you've already made the discussion happen, so.
Right. Move.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Councilmember Kalmick.
No. I don't want to receive and file that report.
Okay.
All right.
Mosier.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton. Aye. All right. So then that is.
Wait, I want to change my vote. I'm sorry. I realize it's the wrong report on that. So I would like to make myself a yes.
Okay, so the vote is 601.
What?
Mr. Burns is absent. And what we're going to do as far as the public comments go,
Sure.
we'll just
come
go
up.
ahead and call them as they signed
Let-
up, and if they come down,
Let me read this. And at this time, the city council will offer public additional opportunity to provide comments related to discussion of potential charter amendments for March 5th, 2024, statewide primary election. Individuals wishing to provide a comment may do so in person by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 90 seconds unless the volume of speakers warrants reducing the time allowance.
okay, so I'm going to call the ones down, and they show up, Wendy Rincon, Linda Moon, Tim Geddes, Andrew Einhorn, Neil Custer, Bethany Webb, David Reinerson, Kathy Ryder, Mary Kyle, Ken Inouye, Meg Robinson, Harry McLaughlin, Jeannie Ferens, Catherine Goddard, Melvin Sterling, Rick Brown, Rosalind Esposito, and Ann Palmer. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Hello, my name is Neil. I'm glad we had some productive discussion at the end there. I wish we could have just started this whole process with that. Would have been a lot nicer. Anyways, going back to the beginning of this session, I think we can get away with it is not good governance. All of this has a cost. And you may want to noodle with wording, but maybe we should be doing that from a ground-up process with a charter review committee, not this slapdash process. Given how we got to this point we are standing at today, I hope you can understand why the current process is poisoned to most of the residents who have been speaking here. My point is this: stop wasting our time, and ideally stop wasting our money. You have the votes if you want it, and otherwise, why are we here? Councilmember McKeon, you brought forth the votes to have these sessions. Have you heard what you need? What are you waiting for? If you're here to vote 4-3, just do it and let us all go home. If not, what are you actually expecting to hear here that will actually change your mind? Maybe you can talk about that next session, what you're looking for actually from public comment. You did vote for this process, so I'm assuming there's something you want from it other than, because otherwise, again, you could have voted for it 4-3. I understand that you want to have your own constitutional convention, but I hope it's clear to you that the residents of Huntington Beach don't want that. They don't want to be the piggy bank for your ambitions. I hope you understand that whatever the outcome of this process is, you will wear this. This is your legacy in the community, the expense, the defeat of any ongoing results should these election amendments pass. I suggest you flip the 4-3 and drop it now before it becomes a bigger embarrassment. Finally, I do want to thank some discussion on the housing and the development. Hopefully we can focus more on that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello again, City Council. My name is still Tim Geddes. Last November, I worked for the Orange County Registrar of Voters as a poll worker within 5 miles of my house, but in the city of Newport Beach. The OCROV is very efficient. We were very well trained and professional. They do and will continue to do a much better job than we could on our own. Please don't listen to the mega malcontents, who are just, who have their illogical and irrational fears. And, listen, don't penalize the majority of our citizenry just on what you hear from some people.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Wendy Rincon. I'm just going to make some notes that I was jotting down during your discussion. We sign our ballots with our signature. That is how we prove that we are who we are. How would a voter ID impact a absentee ballot? Do I have to put a copy of my ID in that envelope? As a majority white council, I suggest that several of you educate yourselves on voter suppression and the hearkening back to Jim Crow laws. There was no cybersecurity in the budget. Are we not going to have a secure election? Those that don't believe that our elections are secure are also the ones that believe in propaganda of a stolen election. As council members that were elected under that current system, why are you not educating the handful of people that you claim are approaching you in public about voter fraud and not the safety of our elections? Mayor, why are you trying to nail down the attorney that's in attendance to take a stand on whether or not the city is at legal risk tonight? You are resistant to a thorough and legal analysis that not only the council has asked for, but many of us in the audience have asked for, and yet you seem very resistant to that. You've spent a significant amount of time debating the legality of the amendments. Slow down and wait for the legal process. We know why you're trying to rush it through. 2 weeks ago, you said there's going to be 20 to 30 proposals, and they're all going to vote no. So we know why you are rushing this process. We're 50% through, and what have we really decided? Slow it down.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Bethany Webb, still Huntington Beach resident. So I want to also comment that the end of this was really good. Like, I thought you guys were actually talking, and it's really something that would be lovely for us to feel like we're all being represented. So if you could kind of keep going with that, that would be great. I want to go to the voting. The first time I spoke, Mary, you interrupted me and said they voted us in. So I think you feel like that the vote that happened in 2022 in Huntington Beach was done correctly because you were elected. So I'm just wondering why now you're making a problem where you know it doesn't exist. There is no verified fraud cases. There just isn't. So stop, again, putting problems where they don't, and do what you did at the end of the meeting and start looking at things you guys can agree on that will help our city.
I was amazing being here tonight and watching all of this because it really bothers me a lot that Councilwoman Moser got that email that was excluding her. Awful and disrespectful. The other thing I want to say is I was one of the observers at the 2018 election down at the county's office, and I really suggest that if people don't believe, everyone's entitled to their beliefs and their thoughts and their feelings, but all of that are not facts. The facts were spoken here today. The stats were spoken here today. And if you don't believe the election is secure, then go down there and observe and ask questions and take some of the folks, that you think don't believe that it's secure. The last administration's, I forget who the person in charge was, said this has been one of the most secure elections in history of this country. So it just feels so disingenuous. And it's really disturbing because as a resident here, I want to see my city council working together. I really do. I want to see working
10 seconds.
together. And also pushing this thing to be done in a week. It just makes me suspicious that you just want to put the vote in the primary when people are not going to be, enough people were going to be there to vote.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks for being here.
I noted this evening that the vast majority of speakers were not just residents and homeowners, but longtime residents, people who had lived here 20, 30, 40, 50 years. How long have you lived here? Do everybody on this council pay property taxes? I do and have since 1985. And I want my tax dollars to go towards city services, such as increased hours for our libraries or more meals delivered to our vulnerable citizens. We have a bunch of costs that have been proposed, but they're in today's dollars. What will these costs be in 2026, 2028, 2030, and beyond? You're hamstringing our future. And I note that tonight, through the discussion, there have been a lot of changes suggested. Will you make these available to the public between now and next Thursday so that those of us who choose to come and make public comments can actually remember all the things that you talked about this evening? And tonight, several have suggested here at the dais, as well as coming to the podium, that we need to take a step back and gather more information. And quite frankly, if Measure C is so important, why wouldn't that be a stand-alone amendment? Let's rethink how we're going to bundle these up. If
10
it's just to
seconds.
save money, shame on you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. When I spoke this morning, or earlier today rather, I mentioned the fact that I'm very happy for the fact that the legality of some of these motions and the cost of these motions, bylaws rather, was going to be expressed. Being as though we're not sure that all of the voting measures are legal, and being as though we've been quoted numbers for the cost of the election, bylaw election, and we don't know the actual cost because staff hasn't had time, I would strongly suggest that we drop the bylaw amendments entirely. With respect to what happened in Natalie Mosier, I would suggest that we should all be offended that any elected official not have access to the information as a representative of the people of the city. I think that's important, and what has happened is not appropriate. And for those people that would say 4-3, I would remind them that could be 3-4 in another generation. That's just not a good precedent. And finally, Mayor, I would say, right on, let's leave it up to the vote of the people. So let's make it the general election. Thank you so very much.
Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks.
Mayor,
Next speaker.
before we continue, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt the speaker, but it's 2 minutes till 11. Is there consensus that we continue the meeting?
Yes.
Yes, because I think we only have
All
maybe
hands?
a couple more
Can
speakers.
I just see a show of hands?
Without objection. Without objection. That's the way
Thank
to do it. Okay. Please.
Good evening. So I was really pleased to hear towards the end many suggestions about some of these being ordinances instead of charter amendments. In particular, the one about the property taxes, that would be much better as an ordinance if it were to go through it all. Because think about it. If there's an opportunity that is presented, and it's a good deal for the city, and the council agrees, but you've got to say, wait, we love it, we really want this property, but just wait, hold on, don't offer it to anybody else, don't sell it to anyone else, because we got to take it to the people. And so in 9 months or a year, we'll be back and let you know if we're going to be able to buy it, but don't do anything else in the meantime. That just ties your hands and takes away the flexibility of the council to do the business of the people in the best way possible. So when the council is in agreement, you should be able to move forward. So don't tie your hands. Many of these things should be ordinances, if at all. Please don't make things in the charter that tie your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mary Kyle. I want to address some comments made on the dais. Councilman McKeon, you mentioned, and Mayor Strickland, you said the ballot measure is going to cost a lot less to put forward than had originally been expected. It's like 400,000 versus 1.2. Well, since they're all bundled together in the first place to save money, it sounds like we have more money to split them apart and make them each independent ballot initiatives. Then Mayor Strickland, you mentioned that the worst case scenario, holding our election is going to be 1.1 million. That I'm highly doubtful of that number. It's impossible to say how much it's going to cost if we don't know what we're going to do. I mean, and then lastly, when people come to you and say, gee, voter ID is really the only way to make sure our elections are safe and secure, it's the only way I trust it, why aren't you telling these people why it is already safe, how they are already being identified through their signatures, and they've already identified themselves once? Why aren't you telling people and assuring them the elections are safe rather than taking the opportunity to say, yeah, we need voter ID? I'm sorry, but I think some people said the quiet part out loud. They just want it. This is what they want to do. People at dais. You want voter ID, not that people have really asked for it. So, thank you.
Next speaker.
So, a couple questions. Multiple times through these hearings, you've talked about wanting to maximize the participation of the citizens. So then the question is, why are you doing two things that minimize that statistically? Number one, going to a primary election instead of a general election, and number two, requiring voter IDs. Those are both things that have been statistically proven to reduce participation. So there's a mismatch between what you say and what you're trying to do. Second, I want to follow up with what my prior speaker just said, and that is, since say you're getting comments from people saying they don't trust the election, why don't you show leadership and show them that we have documented proof that the elections are safe and sound, instead of reinforcing the lies that they've been hearing? Number three, on the clerk's situation, you want to make this a charter amendment, but the example you cite about why you want to do it, you talk about a rogue council that basically broke the law. And so why would, if they were willing to break the law, why would a charter amendment stop them? Lastly, the last 20, 30 minutes or so where we actually had constructive conversation between you was actually good. So I want to commend you for that. My question for you is, why didn't you do that earlier in the process? Like on the commission, so that when you brought it to us, you were already near consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Cindy, voter or resident. Appreciate the conversation tonight. I think others have mentioned it. I felt the same way. Learned a couple things tonight. 14% of voters actually go to the polls in the city of Huntington Beach in the last election. I'd like to hear what that number is for the last, say, 5 years and the average, because I know COVID probably really affected that. And then in the write-up of this proposition, if it goes to the ballot, which I think it probably will, that it specifically say, give that information, that you're making decisions to spend this amount of money based on this percentage of voters, because I suspect as years go on, that number may fluctuate up or down, and I'd like that information to be shared. The second piece of information I learned tonight is I can go to any city in Orange County and vote, or at least that sounds like that's the intention. When I go to those other cities, am I going to have to show my ID? When other residents of other cities come to Huntington Beach to vote, are they going to have to show their ID here? Does my vote or my mail-in ballot go to the county or this city? Who is going to count these ballots, and who is going to handle all the issues related to that? Also, in the write-up, it should specifically say that it is expected to be in excess, if it comes out that Huntington Beach City has to do their own elections, it will be expected to be a minimum of $1 million per election, if I hear that right. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. This was really productive at the very end. Dan, I saw a side of you that's wonderful, especially when you were talking about the staffs and all this, and people that stay over here for a long time. They have more power than you guys do, like the secretaries and all that. Because if they don't like you or they don't like your policy, they can stop it on a dime. And they're there for 20, 25 years, and you guys are just like puppets a lot of times. And thank you for bringing that up, because there's a lot of people that are totally afraid of their staffs. So if you work on that, that would be a real winner. And the other thing is, for example, and also for the city attorney, the city attorney, all he has to say is, hey, it's privileged information, and he doesn't have to tell you guys. This is nuts. Seriously, he has to tell you guys. If he doesn't tell you guys, he's a king. He's a king. This is not the way it works. 3 branches of government, 3 branches: executive, legislative, and judicial. Judicial is supposed to see if it's legal or not make law, and that's what they've been doing all of this time. All the immunity, qualified immunity, is not a law. What it is that somebody made a decision and they followed it. because it's called common law. It's precedent.
10 seconds.
This is crazy. Please, please, please take a hold of the city attorney. And I mean, and 3% only they could drop. That's nuts. Seriously, they have so much money. What are they doing with it? Where is it? Where's the rest of the money?
Thank you. Thank you. I believe that's it. And
That's it?
so, members, do I have a motion and a second to adjourn?
I'll motion to adjourn.
Moved. Second. We're adjourned. A special meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council will be held on Thursday, September 28th, 2023 at 6 p.m. at the Civic Center. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council Public Finance Authority is Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023.